Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Great White North. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Katerina. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 11, Part 1. The Second Grinnell Expedition, commanded by Dr. Elisha K. Kane. Winter quarters in Rensselaer Harbor. Sledging trips. To the rescue. Effects of exhaustion and cold. Dr. Kane's journey. Great Glacier of Humboldt. Return and illness of Dr. Kane. Second winter in the ice. Privations and suffering. Abandonment of the Advance. Retreat and rescue. Mention has already been made of the Second Grinnell Expedition, commanded by Dr. Kane and financed by Mr. Grinnell and Mr. Peabody of London. Dr. Kane's instructions from the Navy Department at Washington, dated November 27, 1852, read as follows. Sir, Lady Franklin having urged you to undertake a search for her husband, Sir John Franklin, and his companions, and a vessel, the Advance, having been placed at your disposition by Mr. Grinnell, you are hereby assigned to special duty for the purpose of conducting an overland journey from the upper waters of Baffin's Bay to the shores of the polar seas. Relying upon your zeal and discretion, the department sends you forth upon an undertaking which will be attended with great peril and exposure. Trusting that you will be sustained by the laudable object in view, and wishing you success and a safe return to your friends, I am, respectfully, your obedient servant, John P. Kennedy, Past Assistant Surgeon E. K. Kane, United States Navy, Philadelphia. The small brig Advance, 140 tons burden, with 17 picked men besides the commander, sailed from New York on the 30th of May, 1853, escorted by several noble steamers, and passing slowly on to the Narrows amid salutes and cheers of farewell. At the end of 18 days, the Advance had reached St. John's, Newfoundland, where Governor Hamilton, a brother to the Secretary of the British Admiralty, and other officials combined with the inhabitants to welcome the expedition. Upon sailing once more, Dr. Kane was presented with a noble team of Newfoundland dogs, the gift of the governor. The Advance reached Baffin Bay without incident, and a few days later found her off the coast of Greenland, making her way to Fisdernias, which was reached the 1st of July. Amid the clamor of its entire population assembled on the rock to greet us. Here a native Eskimo, Hans Christiansen, was engaged as interpreter for the expedition. The Advance then proceeded across Melville Bay in the wake of vast icebergs, dodging to the rear of these huge floating masses, holding on to them when adverse winds became annoying, and pressing forward as opportunity offered. The promontory of Swarterhoek was passed by the 16th. The following day, the Advance anchored at Proven, where Dr. Kane was warmly welcomed by his old friend Christiansen, the superintendent. Here he made necessary purchases of furs, and these were speedily made into suitable garments by the superintendent's wife and her assistants. While the brig sailed leisurely up the coast, Kane set out in the whaleboat to make purchases of dogs among the natives of the different settlements. After a 2-day stay at Upernavik, the Advance proceeded on her course and passed in succession the Eskimo settlement of Kingatok, the Kettle, a mountaintop so named from the resemblance of its profile, and finally Zotic, the farthest point of colonization. Inclining more directly to the north, she sighted the landmark known as the Horse's Head and later Duck's Islands, and made for Wilcox Point, which was passed on the 27th of July. The 2nd of August found them well in the ice and harassed by fogs, but the floes opened at intervals, allowing the ship to make her slow progress through them. The north water was comparatively free from obstructions, and by the 5th they had passed the Crimson Cliffs, described by Sir John Ross. 2 days later they doubled Cape Alexander and passed into Smith Sound. At Littleton Island they stopped to deposit a boat and supply of stores. On August 8 the ship closed with the ice and bored her way through the loose stream ice some 40 miles beyond Lifeboat Cove, when it became impossible to force her way any farther, and, says Kane, a dense fog gathering round us, we were carried helplessly to the eastward. We should have been forced upon the Greenland coast, but an eddy close inshore released us for a few moments from direct pressure, and we were fortunate enough to get out a whale line to the rocks and warp into a protecting niche. The following day he writes, "It may be noted among our little miseries that we have more than 50 dogs on board, the majority of whom might rather be characterized as ravening wolves. To feed this family, upon whose strength our progress and success depend, is really a difficult matter. The absence of shore or land ice to the south in Baffin Bay has prevented our rifles from contributing any material aid to our commissariat. Our 2 bears lasted the cormorants but 8 days, and to feed them upon the meager allowance of 2 pounds of raw flesh every other day is an almost impossible necessity. Only yesterday they were ready to eat the caboose up, for I would not give them pemmican. Cornmeal or beans, which Penny's dogs fed on, they disdained to touch, and salt junk would kill them. Accordingly, I started out this morning to hunt walrus, with which the Sound is teeming. We saw at least 50 of these dusky monsters, and approached many groups within 20 paces. But our rifle balls reverberated from their heights like cork pellets from a popgun target, and we could not get within harpoon distance of one. Later in the day, however, Olsen, climbing a neighboring hill to scan the horizon and see if the ice had slackened, found the dead carcass of a narwhal or sea unicorn. A happy discovery, which has secured for us at least 600 pounds of good, fatted, wholesome flesh. The length of the narwhal was 14 feet, and his process or horn from the tip to its bony encasement 4 feet. We built a fire on the rocks and melted down his blubber. He will yield readily 2 barrels of oil. The condition of the ice, furious gales, and the fast approaching winter all combined to dishearten the crew, who with one exception desired to return south and find winter quarters. Dr. Kane, however, determined to push northward, and finally located in Rensselaer Harbor 78 degrees 37 minutes north, 71 degrees west. By the 10th of September, the long night in which no man can work was close at hand. The thermometer stood at 14 degrees. Every preparation was made for wintering. A storehouse was erected at Butler Island, an astronomical observatory arranged at a short distance from the ship. Besides preparing our winter quarters, writes Dr. Kane, I am engaged in the preliminary arrangements for my provision depots along the Greenland coast. Mr. Kennedy is, I believe, the only one of my predecessors who has used October and November for Arctic field work, but I deem it important to our movements during the winter and spring that depots in advance should be made before the darkness sets in. I purpose arranging 3 of them at intervals, pushing them as far forward as I can, to contain in all some 1,200 pounds of provision, of which 800 will be pemmican. To this end, 125 miles of the Greenland coast was traced to the north and east. The largest of the 3 depots was located on an island in latitude 70 degrees 12 minutes 6 seconds and longitude 65 degrees 25 minutes. By the 20th of November, the darkness made fieldwork impossible, and for 120 days the little band of Arctic explorers endured the weariness and bitter cold of the long night. On the 17th of January, writes Dr. Kane, our thermometers stood at 49 degrees below zero, and on the 20th the range of those at the observatory was at -64 degrees to -67 degrees. The temperature on the floes was always somewhat higher than at the island, the difference being due, as I suppose, to the heat conducted from the seawater, which was at a temperature of 29 degrees, the suspended instruments being affected by radiation. On the 5th of February, our thermometers began to show unexampled temperature. They ranged from 60 to 75 degrees below zero, and one very reliable instrument stood upon the taffrail of our brig at -65 degrees. The reduced mean of our best spirit standards gave -67, or 99 below the freezing point of water. At these temperatures, chloric ether became solid, and carefully prepared chloroform exhibited a granular pellicle on its surface. Spirit of naphtha froze at -54 degrees, and oil of wintergreen was in a flocculent state at -56 degrees, and solid at -63 and -65 degrees. The exhalations from the surface of the body invested the exposed or partially clad parts with a wreath of vapor. The air had a perceptible pungency upon inspiration, but I could not perceive the painful sensation which has been spoken of by some Siberian travelers. When breathed for any length of time, it imparted a sensation of dryness to the air passages. I noticed that, as it were involuntarily, we all breathed guardedly with compressed lips. The depressing influence of such low temperatures affected both man and beast. The poor dogs suffered keenly, and many of them died of affections of the brain, which began with the same symptoms of fits, lunacy, and lockjaw. The loss of 57 of these brave animals seriously affected Dr. Kane's plans. The crew were greatly depleted by scurvy and almost unfit for the arduous work planned for the early spring. An Arctic night and an Arctic day, remarks Dr. Kane, age a man more rapidly and harshly than a year anywhere else in the world. Early in March, a sledging party was organized to ascertain whether it were practicable to force a way over the crowded bergs and mountainous ice to the north. An advance corps was sent out to place a depot of provisions at a suitable distance from the brig. March 20, Dr. Kane writes as follows. I saw the depot party off yesterday. They gave the usual 3 cheers, with 3 for myself. I gave them the whole of my brother's great wedding cake and my last 2 bottles of port, and they pulled the sledge they were harnessed to famously. But I was not satisfied. I could see it was hard work, and besides, they were without the boat, or enough extra pemmican to make their deposit of importance. I followed them, therefore, and found that they encamped at 8 p.m., only 5 miles from the brig. When I overtook them, I said nothing to discourage them, and gave no new orders for the morning, but after laughing at good Olsen's rueful face, and listening to all Peterson's assurances that the cold and nothing but the cold retarded his Greenland sledge, and that no sledge of any other construction could have been moved at all through -40° snow, I quietly bade them good night, leaving all hands under their buffaloes. Once returned to the brig, all my tired remainder men were summoned. A large sledge with board runners, which I had built somewhat after the neat Admiralty model sent me by Sir Francis Beaufort, was taken down, scraped, polished, lashed, and fitted with track ropes and rule raddies, the lines arranged to draw as near as possible in a line with the center of gravity. We made an entire cover of canvas, which snugly adjusted fastenings, and by 1 in the morning we had our discarded excess of pemmican and the boat once more in stowage. Off we went for the camp of the sleepers. It was very cold, but a thoroughly Arctic night, the snow just tinged with the crimson stratus above the sun, which, equinoctial as it was, glared beneath the northern horizon like a smelting furnace. We found the tent of the party by the bearings of the stranded bergs. Quietly and stealthily we hauled away their Eskimo sledge and placed her cargo upon the Faith. 5 men were then rule-readied to the track lines, and with the whispered word, "Now, boys, when Mr. Brooks gives his 3rd snore, off with you," off they went, and the Faith after them, as free and nimble as a volunteer. The trial was a triumph. We awakened the sleepers with 3 cheers, and giving them a second goodbye, returned to the brig, carrying the dishonored vehicle along with us. And now, bating mishaps past anticipation, I shall have a depot for my long trip. The party were seen by McGarry from aloft, at noon today, moving easily and about 12 miles from the brig. 11 days later, March 31st, Dr. Kane writes, We were at work cheerfully, sewing away at the skins of some moccasins by the blaze of our lamps, when, toward midnight, we heard the noise of steps above, and the next minute Sontag, Olsen, and Peterson came down into the cabin. Their manner startled me even more than their unexpected appearance on board. They were swollen and haggard, and hardly able to speak. Their story was a fearful one. They had left their companions in the ice, risking their own lives to bring us the news. Brooke, Baker, Wilson, and Pierre were all lying frozen and disabled. Where? They could not tell. Somewhere in among the hummocks to the north and east. It was drifting heavily round them when they parted. Irish Tom had stayed by to feed and care for the others, but the chances were sorely against them. It was in vain to question them further. They had evidently traveled a great distance, for they were sinking with fatigue and hunger, and could hardly be rallied enough to tell us the direction in which they had come. My first impulse, continues Dr. Kane, was to move on the instant with an unencumbered party, a rescue to be effective or even hopeful could not be too prompt. What pressed on my mind most was where the sufferers were to be looked for among the drifts. Olsen seemed to have his faculties rather more at command than his associates, and I thought that he might assist us as a guide, but he was sinking with exhaustion, and if he went we must carry him. There was not a moment to be lost. While some were still busy with the newcomers and getting ready a hasty meal, others were rigging out the Little Willie with a buffalo cover, a small tent, and a package of pemmican. And as soon as we could hurry through our arrangements, Olsen was strapped on in a fur bag, his legs wrapped in dogskins and eiderdown, and we were off upon the ice. Our party consisted of 9 men and myself. We carried only the clothes on our backs. The thermometer stood at -46 degrees, 78 degrees below the freezing point. A well-known peculiar tower of ice, called by the men the Pinnacly Berg, served as our first landmark. Other icebergs of colossal size, which stretched in long beaded lines across the bay, helped to guide us afterward, and it was not until we had traveled for 16 hours that we began to lose our way. We knew that our lost companions must be somewhere in the area before us, within a radius of 40 miles. Mr. Olsen, who had been for 50 hours without rest, fell asleep as soon as we began to move, and awoke now with unequivocal signs of mental disturbance. It became evident that he had lost the bearing of the icebergs, which in form and color endlessly repeated themselves, and the uniformity of the vast field of snow utterly forbade the hope of local landmarks. Pushing ahead of the party and clambering over some rugged ice piles, I came to a long level floe, which I thought might probably have attracted the eyes of weary men in circumstances like our own. It was a light conjecture, but it was enough to turn the scale, for there was no other to balance it. I gave orders to abandon the sledge and disperse in search of footmarks. We raised our tent, placed our pemmican in cache, except a small allowance for each man to carry on his person, and poor Olsen, now just able to keep his legs, was liberated from his bag. The thermometer had fallen by this time to -49 degrees, 3 minutes, and the wind was setting in sharply from the northwest. It was out of the question to halt. It required brisk exercise to keep us from freezing. I could not even melt ice for water, and, at these temperatures, any resort to snow for the purpose of allaying thirst was followed by bloody lips and tongue. It burned like caustic. It was indispensable, then, that we should move on, looking out for traces as we went. Yet, when the men were ordered to spread themselves so as to multiply the chances, though they all obeyed heartily, some painful impress of solitary danger, or perhaps it may have been the varying configuration of the ice field, kept them closing up continually into a single group. The strange manner in which some of us were affected I now attribute as much to shattered nerves as to the direct influence of the cold. Men like McGarry and Bonsall, who had stood out our severest marches, were seized with trembling fits and short breath, and, in spite of all my efforts to keep up an example of sound bearing, I fainted twice on the snow. We had been nearly 18 hours out without water or food, when a new hope cheered us. I think it was Hans, our Eskimo hunter, who thought he saw a broad sledge track. The drift had nearly effaced it, and we were some of us doubtful at first whether it was not one of those accidental rifts which the gales make in the surface snow. But as we traced it on to the deep snow among the hummocks, we were led to footsteps, and, following these with religious care, we at last came in sight of a small American flag fluttering from a hummock, and lower down a little Masonic banner hanging from a tent pole hardly above the drift. It was the camp of our disabled comrades. We reached it after an unbroken march of 21 hours. The little tent was nearly covered. I was not among the first to come up, but, when I reached the tent curtain, the men were standing in silent file on each side of it. With more kindness and delicacy of feeling than is often supposed to belong to sailors, but which is almost characteristic, they intimated their wish that I should go in alone. As I crawled in, and, coming upon the darkness, heard before me the burst of welcome gladness that came from the 4 poor fellows stretched on their backs, and then for the first time the cheer outside, my weakness and my gratitude together almost overcame me. They had expected me. They were sure I would come. We were now 15 souls, the thermometer 75 degrees below the freezing point, and our sole accommodation a tent barely able to contain 8 persons. More than half our party were obliged to keep from freezing by walking outside while the others slept. We could not halt long. Each of us took a turn of 2 hours' sleep, and we prepared for our homeward march. Continuing his spirited narrative, Dr. Crane describes the retreat. It was fortunate indeed that we were not inexperienced in sledging over the ice. A great part of our track lay among a succession of hummocks, some of them extending in long lines 15 and 20 feet high, and so uniformly steep that we had to turn them by a considerable deviation from our direct course. Others that we forced our way through far above our heads in height, lying in parallel ledges with the space between too narrow for the sledge to be lowered into it safely, and yet not wide enough for the runners to cross without the aid of ropes to stay them. These spaces too were generally chalked with light snow, hiding the openings between the ice fragments. They were fearful traps to disengage a limb from, for every man knew that a fracture or a sprain even would cost him his life. Besides all this, the sledge was top-heavy with its load. The men could not bear to be lashed down tight enough to secure them against falling off. Notwithstanding our caution in rejecting every superfluous burden, the weight, including bags and tent, was 1,100 pounds. And yet our march for the first 6 hours was very cheering. We made by vigorous pulls and lifts nearly a mile an hour, and reached the new floes before we were absolutely weary. Our sledge sustained the trial admirably. Olsen, restored by hope, walked steadily at the leading belt of the sledge lines, and I began to feel certain of reaching our halfway station of the day before, where we had left our tent. But we were still 9 miles from it when, almost without premonition, we all became aware of an alarming failure of our energies. I was, of course, familiar with the benumbed and almost lethargic sensation of extreme cold, and once when exposed for some hours in the midwinter of Baffin's Bay, I had experienced symptoms which I compared to the diffused paralysis of the electrogalvanic shock. But I had treated the sleepy comfort of freezing as something like the embellishment of romance. I had evidence now to the contrary. Bonsall and Morton, 2 of our stoutest men, came to me begging permission to sleep. They were not cold, the wind did not enter them now, a little sleep was all they wanted. Presently Hans was found nearly stiff under a drift, and Thomas, bolt upright, had his eyes closed and could hardly articulate. At last John Blake threw himself on the snow and refused to rise. They did not complain of feeling cold, but it was in vain that I wrestled, boxed, ran, argued, jeered, or reprimanded. An immediate halt could not be avoided. We pitched our tent with much difficulty. Our hands were too powerless to strike a fire. We were obliged to do without water or food. Even the spirits, whiskey, had frozen at the men's feet, under all the coverings. We put Bonsall, Olsen, Thomas, and Hans, with the other sick men, well inside the tent, and crowded in as many others as we could. Then, leaving the party in charge of Mr. McGarry, with orders to come on after 4 hours' rest, I pushed ahead with William Godfrey, who volunteered to be my companion. My aim was to reach the halfway tent and thaw some ice and pemmican before the others arrived. The floe was of level ice and the walking excellent. I cannot tell how long it took us to make the 9 miles, for we were in a strange sort of stupor and had little apprehension of time. It was probably about 4 hours. We kept ourselves awake by imposing on each other a continual articulation of words. They must have been incoherent enough. I recall these hours as among the most wretched I have ever gone through. We were neither of us in our right senses, and retained a very confused recollection of what preceded our arrival at the tent. We both of us, however, remember a bear, who walked leisurely before us, and tore up as he went a jumper that Mr. McGarry had improvidently thrown off the day before. He tore it into shreds and rolled it into a ball, but never offered to interfere with our progress. I remember this, and with it a confused sentiment that our tent and buffalo robes might probably share the same fate. Godfrey, with whom the memory of this day's work may atone for many faults of a later time, had a better eye than myself, and, looking some miles ahead, he could see that our tent was undergoing the same unceremonious treatment. I thought I saw it too, but we were so drunken with cold that we strode on steadily, and for aught I know, without quickening our pace. Probably our approach saved the contents of the tent, for when we reached it the tent was uninjured, though the bear had overturned it, tossing the buffalo robes and pemmican into the snow. We missed only a couple of blanket bags. What we recollect, however, and perhaps all we recollect, is that we had great difficulty in raising it. We crawled into our reindeer sleeping bags without speaking, and for the next 3 hours slept on in a dreamy and intense slumber. When I awoke, my long beard was a mass of ice, frozen fast to the buffalo skin. Gottfried had to cut me out with his jackknife. 4 days after our escape, I found my wool uncomfortable with a goodly share of my beard still adhering to it. We were able to melt water and get some soup cooked before the rest of our party arrived. It took them but 5 hours to walk the 9 miles. They were doing well, and, considering the circumstances, in wonderful spirit. The day was most providentially windless, with a clear sun. All enjoyed the refreshment we had got ready. The crippled were repacked in their robes, and we sped briskly toward the hummock ridges which lay between us and the Pinnacly Berg. The hummocks we had now to meet came properly under the designation of squeezed ice. A great chain of bergs stretching from northwest to southeast, moving with the tides, had compressed the surface flows, and, rearing them up on their edges, produced an area more like the volcanic pedregal of the basin of Mexico than anything I can compare it to. It required desperate efforts to work our way over it, literally desperate, for our strength failed us anew, and we began to lose our self-control. We could not abstain any longer from eating snow, our mouths swelled, and some of us became speechless. Happily the day was warmed by a clear sunshine, and the thermometer rose to -4 degrees in the shade, otherwise we must have frozen. Our halts multiplied, and we fell half sleeping on the snow. I could not prevent it. Strange to say, it refreshed us. I ventured upon the experiment myself, making Riley wake me at the end of 3 minutes, and I felt so much benefited by it that I had timed the men in the same way. They sat on the runners of the sledge, fell asleep instantly, and were forced to wakefulness when their 3 minutes were out. By 8 in the evening we emerged from the floes. The sight of the Pinnacly Berg revived us. Brandy, an invaluable resource in an emergency, had already been served out in tablespoonful doses. We now took a longer rest, and a last but stouter dram, and reached the brig at 1 p.m., we believe without halt. I say we believe, and here perhaps is the most decided proof of our sufferings. We were quite delirious, and had ceased to entertain a sane apprehension of the circumstances about us. We moved on like men in a dream. Our footmarks seen afterwards showed that we had steered a bee-line for the brig. It must have been by a sort of instinct, for it left no impress on the memory. Bonsall was sent staggering ahead and reached the brig, God knows how, for he had fallen repeatedly at the track lines, but he delivered with punctilious accuracy the messages I had sent by him to Dr. Hayes. I thought myself the soundest of all, for I went through all the formula of sanity, and can recall the muttering delirium of my comrades when we got back into the cabin of our brig. Yet I have been told since of some speeches and some orders, too, of mine, which I should have remembered for their absurdity if my mind had retained its balance. Peterson and Whipple came out to meet us about 2 miles from the brig. They brought my dog team with the restoratives I had sent for by Bonsall. I do not remember their coming. Dr. Hayes entered with judicious energy upon the treatment our condition called for, administering morphine freely after the usual frictions. He reported none of our brain symptoms as serious, referring them properly to the class of those indications of exhausted power which yield to generous diet and rest. Mr. Olson suffered some time from strabismus and blindness. 2 others underwent amputation of parts of the foot, without unpleasant consequences, and 2 died in spite of all our efforts. This rescue party had been out for 72 hours. We had halted in all 8 hours, half of our number sleeping at a time. We traveled between 80 and 90 miles, most of the way dragging a heavy sledge. The mean temperature of the whole time, including the warmest hours of 3 days, was at -41 degrees 2 minutes. We had no water except at our 2 halts, and were at no time able to intermit vigorous exercise without freezing. Dr. Kane writes April 4, Tuesday. 4 days have passed, and I am again at my record of failures, sound but aching still in every joint. The rescued men are not out of danger, but their gratitude is very touching. Pray God that they may live. Shortly after these events, The ship was visited by Eskimos, a good-natured, childlike company, who disdained such dainties offered by the crew as wheat bread, corned pork, and lumps of white sugar, but gorged themselves on beef and blubber, and took opportunity to steal whatever they could lay their hands on. Dr. Kane purchased all the walrus meat they had to spare and some of their dogs, enriching them in return with needles and beads and a treasure of old cask staves. Following his experience with the Eskimos, Dr. Kane gives an amusing anecdote of a seal hunt. On one occasion, he writes, while working my way toward the Eskimo huts, I saw a large usuk basking asleep upon the ice. Taking off my shoes, I commenced a somewhat refrigerating process of stalking, lying upon my belly and crawling along, step by step, behind the little knobs of floe. At last, when I was within long rifle shot, the animal gave a sluggish roll to one side and suddenly lifted his head. The movement was evidently independent of me, for he strained his neck in nearly the opposite direction. Then, for the first time, I found that I had a rival seal hunter in a large bear who was on his belly like myself, waiting with commendable patience and cold feet for a chance of nearer approach. What should I do? The bear was doubtless worth more to me than the seal, but the seal was now within shot, and the bear a bird in the bush. Besides, my bullet once invested in the seal would leave me defenseless. I might be giving a dinner to the bear and saving myself for his dessert. These meditations were soon brought to a close, for a second movement of the seal so aroused my hunter's instincts that I pulled the trigger. My cap alone exploded. Instantly, with a floundering splash, the seal descended into the deep, and the bear, with 3 or 4 rapid leaps, stood disconsolately by the place of his descent. For a single moment we stared each other in the face, and then, with that discretion which is the better part of valor, the bear ran off in one direction, and I followed his example in the other. Toward the end of April, Dr. Kane had completed his preparations for his grand sledge journey to the north. It was, he writes, to be the crowning expedition of the campaign to attain the Ultima Thule of Greenland shore, measure the waste that lay between it and the unknown west, and seek round the furthest circle of the ice for an outlet to the mysterious channels beyond. The worst thought I have now in setting out, writes Dr. Kane, April 26, is that of the entire crew I can leave but 2 behind in able condition, and the doctor and Bonsall are the only 2 officers who can help Olsen. This is our force, 4 able-bodied and 6 disabled to keep the brig, the commander and 7 men scarcely better upon the average out upon the ice. 18 souls, thank God, certainly not 18 bodies. I am going this time to follow the ice belt, Icefjord, to the great glacier of Humboldt, and there load up with pemmican from our cache of last October. From this point I expect to stretch along the face of the glacier inclining to the west of north, and make an attempt to cross the ice of the American side. Once on smooth ice near this shore I may pass to the west, and enter the large indentation whose existence I can infer with nearly positive certainty. In this I may find an outlet, and determine the state of things beyond the ice-clogged area of this bay. I take with me pemmican and bread and tea, a canvas tent, 5 by 6, and 2 sleeping bags of reindeer skin. The sledge has been built on board by Mr. Olsen. It is very light, of hickory, and but 9 feet long. Our kitchen is a soup kettle for melting snow and making tea, arranged so as to boil with either lard or spirits. For instruments I have a fine gambay sextant, in addition to my ordinary pocket instrument, an artificial horizon and a Barrow's dip circle. These occupy little room upon the sledge. My telescope and chronometer I carry on my person. Ill-equipped, enfeebled in health, discouraged by the failure of their caches which had been broken into by bears, the little party struggled on as long as strength and provisions lasted. The most picturesque portion of the North Greenland coast, writes Dr. Kane, is to be found after leaving Cape George Russell and approaching Dallas Bay. The red sandstones contrast most favorably with the blank whiteness, associating the cold tints of the dreary Arctic landscape with the warm coloring of more southern lands. The seasons have acted on the different layers of the cliff so as to give them the appearance of jointed masonry, and the narrow line of greenstone at the top caps them with well-simulated battlements. One of these interesting freaks of nature became to us known as the 3 Brother Turrets. The sloping rubbish at the foot of the coast wall led up, like an artificial causeway, to a gorge that was streaming at noonday with the southern sun, while everywhere else the rock stood out in the blackest shadow. Just at the edge of the bright opening rose the dreamy semblance of a castle, flanked with triple towers, completely isolated and defined. These were the three brother turrets. I was still more struck with another of the same sort, in the immediate neighborhood of my halting ground beyond Sunny Gorge, to the north of latitude 79 degrees. A single cliff of green stone, marked by the slaty limestone that once encased it, rears itself from a crumbled base of sandstones, like the boldly chiseled rampart of an ancient city. At its northern extremity, on the brink of a deep ravine which has worn its way among the ruins, there stands a solitary column or minaret tower, as sharply finished as if it had been cast for the Place Vendôme. Yet the length of the shaft alone is 480 feet, and it rises on a plinth or pedestal itself 280 feet high. End of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Katerina. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 11, Part 2, The Second Grinnell Expedition. But by far the most remarkable feature of the Great White North visited by Dr. Kane was the Great Glacier of Humboldt. I will not attempt to do better by florid description, he writes. Men only rhapsodize about Niagara and the ocean. My notes speak simply of the long ever-shining line of cliff diminished to a well-pointed wedge in the perspective, and again of the face of glistening ice, sweeping in a long curve from the low interior, the facets in front intensely illuminated by the sun. But this line of cliff rose in solid glassy wall 300 feet above the water level, with an unknown, unfathomable depth below, and its curved face, 60 miles in length from Cape Agassiz to Cape Forbes, vanished into unknown space at not more than a single day's railroad travel from the pole. The interior with which it communicated, and from which it issued, was an unsurveyed mer de glace, an ice ocean, to the eye of boundless dimensions. It was in full sight, the mighty crystal bridge which connects the two continents of America and Greenland. I say continents, for Greenland, however insulated it may ultimately prove to be, is in mass strictly continental. Its last possible axis, measured from Cape Farewell to the line of this glacier in the neighborhood of the 80th parallel, gives a length of more than 1,200 miles, not materially less than that of Australia from its northern to its southern cape. Imagine now the center of such a continent, occupied through nearly its whole extent by a deep, unbroken sea of ice that gathers perennial increase from the watershed of vast snow-covered mountains, and all the precipitation of the atmosphere upon its own surface. Imagine this moving onward like a great glacial river, seeking outlets at every fjord and valley, rolling icy cataracts, and having at last reached the northern limit of the land that has borne it up, pouring out a mighty frozen torrent into unknown Arctic space. It is thus, and only thus, that we must form a just conception of a phenomenon like this great glacier. I had looked in my own mind for such an appearance, should I ever be fortunate enough to reach the northern coast of Greenland. But now that it was before me, I could hardly realize it. I had recognized in my quiet library at home the beautiful analogies which Forbes and Staden have developed between the glacier and the river, but I could not comprehend at first this complete substitution of ice for water. It was slowly that the conviction dawned on me that I was looking upon the counterpart of the great river system of Arctic Asia and America. Yet here were no water feeders from the south. Every particle of moisture had its origin within the polar circle and had been converted into ice. There were no vast alluvions, no forest or animal traces borne down by liquid torrents. Here was a plastic, moving, semi-solid mass, obliterating life, swallowing rocks and islands, and plowing its way with irresistible march through the crust of an investing sea. By May 5th, Dr. Kane became delirious and fainted every time he was taken from the tent. My comrades would kindly pursue me that, even had I continued sound, we could not have proceeded on our journey. The snows were very heavy and increasing as we went, some of the drifts perfectly impassable, and the level flows often 4 feet deep in yielding snow. The scurvy had already broken out among the men, with symptoms like my own, and Morton, our strongest man, was beginning to give way. It is the reverse of comfort to me that they shared my weakness. All that I could remember with pleasurable feeling is that to 5 brave men, Morton, Riley, Hickey, Stevenson, and Hans, themselves scarcely able to travel, I owe my preservation. They carried me back by forced marches after caching our stores in India rubber boat near Dallas Bay, in latitude 79 degrees 5 minutes, longitude 66 degrees. Such was the failure of the grand expedition. The gentle hand of summer now extended much-needed relief to the stricken crew. Seals began to appear in such large numbers that there was no want of fresh meat, which worked wonders in the health of those suffering with scurvy. Snow buntings and gulls and eider ducks came winging their way to their northern breeding places, and the warm sun brought out the welcome verdure with marvelous rapidity. Dr. Kane's health improved, but he was obliged to give up further sledge journeys. To Dr. Hayes was entrusted a journey in which he reached the opposite coast of Grinnell Land, which he surveyed as far as Cape Fraser. On June 1st, Morton left the brig with Hans, the Eskimo, for the purpose of surveying the Greenland coast beyond the Humboldt Glacier. The lateness of the season rendered much of the ice extremely unsafe. On June 26, 1854, Morton reached the bold headland of Cape Constitution, where the surf dashed so furiously against the high, overhanging cliffs that further progress was impossible. Climbing from rock to rock in the hope of finding a pass, he stood at last at a height of 300 feet and looked out upon a great waste of waters, stretching as far as the eye could reach into the unknown north. About him the flocks of sea swallows, kittiwakes, and brent geese blended their discordant notes with the thunderous roll of the sea. From Cape Constitution the coast of Washington Land trended to the east, but far to the northwest, beyond the open waters of the channel, a peak terminating a range of mountains was seen towering at a height from 2,500 to 3,000 feet, and this remote landmark received the name of Mount Perry. On the 25th of June, Morton commenced his return and reached the brig on the 10th of July, staggering by the side of the limping dogs, one of which was riding as a passenger upon the sledge. Meanwhile, the brief summer was rapidly waning. There seemed no promise of the ice breaking up, and the alarming prospect of passing a second winter in the ice forced itself upon the gallant commander and his brave and suffering crew. "We have no coal for a second winter here," he writes. "Our stock of fresh provisions is utterly exhausted, and our sick need change as essential to their recovery." An unsuccessful attempt was made to reach Sir Edward Belcher's squadron at Beechey Island. "The season travels on," writes Dr. Kane on August 15th. "The young ice grows thicker, and my messmates' faces grow longer every day. I have again to play buffoon to keep up the spirits of the party. A raven! The snowbirds begin to fly to the south in groups, coming at night to our brig to hover on the rigging. Winter is hurrying upon us. The poppies are quite wilted." 2 days later we find the entry: "In 5 days the spring tides come back. Should we fail in passing with them, I think our fortunes are fixed. The young ice bore a man this morning. It had a bad look, this man supporting August ice. The temperature never falls below 28 degrees, but it is colder nights with no fire." August 18th, Friday, he writes, "Reduced our allowance of wood to 6 pounds a meal. This, among 18 mouths, is 1/3 of a pound of fuel each. It allows us coffee twice a day and soup once. Our fare besides this is cold pork boiled in quantity and eaten as required. This sort of thing works badly, but I must save coal for other emergencies. I see darkness ahead. I inspected the ice again today. Bad, bad. I must look another winter in the face. I do not shrink from the thought, but, while we have a chance ahead, it is my first duty to have all things in readiness to meet it. It is horrible, yes, that is the word, to look forward to another year of disease and darkness to be met without fresh food and without fuel. I should meet it with a more temperate sadness if I had no comrades to think for and protect." August 20th, Sunday. Rest for all hands. The daily prayer is no longer, Lord, accept our gratitude and bless our undertaking, but Lord, accept our gratitude and restore us to our homes. The ice shows no change. After a boat and foot journey around the entire southeastern curve of the bay, no signs. The future looked so gloomy, and Dr. Kane's apprehension for the ultimate safety of his party was so grave that he determined to erect a cairn in a conspicuous spot upon a cliff, looking out upon the icy desert, and on a broad face of the rock the words, Advance, A.D. 1853-54, were painted in letters which could be read at a distance. A pyramid of heavy stones perched above it was marked with the Christian symbol of the cross. It was not without a holier sentiment than that of mere utility that I placed under this the coffins of our 2 poor comrades. It was our beacon and their gravestone. Near this a hole was worked into the rock, and a paper enclosed in glass, sealed in with melted lead. This paper contained a careful record of the expedition up to date. The memory of the first winter quarters of Sir John Franklin, and the painful feelings with which, while standing by the graves of his dead, I had 5 years before sought for written signs pointing to the fate of the living, made me careful to avoid a similar neglect. On August 24th, the last hope of liberating the vessel vanished, and, calling his officers and crew together, Dr. Kane explained to them the full gravity of the situation, and though he was fully determined to stand by the brig and felt that an attempted retreat to the settlement of Upernavik so late in the season would certainly fail, he nevertheless gave his full permission to those desiring to leave, and the promise of a brother's welcome should they be driven back. The roll was then called, and 8 of the men out of the 17 survivors of the party volunteered to remain in the ship. The rest made ready to abandon her, and with a generous division of stores and appliances left the ship on the 28th. The party moved off with the elastic step of men confident in their purpose, and were out of sight in a few hours. Reduced in numbers, many of them helpless, the waning efficiency of all, combined with the impending winter darkness and the scant supply of fuel and stores, tended sadly to depress the isolated group of despairing men. But their intrepid commander, realizing the necessity of immediate action, put all hands, sick and well, to work according to their strength in preparation for the approaching of winter. Dr. Kane had made a careful study of the Eskimos and had come to the wise conclusion that their form of habitations and their peculiar diet, minus their unthrift and filth, was the safest and best method of existence under the unusual circumstances of an Arctic winter. He therefore determined to borrow a lesson from the natives and, as far as possible, turn the brig into an igloo. The quarterdeck was padded down with moss and turf so as to form a nearly cold-proof covering. Below, a space some 18 feet square was packed from floor to ceiling with inner walls of the same material. The floor was carefully caulked with plaster of Paris and common paste, covered a couple of inches deep with manila oakum, and carpeted with canvas. A low moss-lined tunnel was arranged to connect with the hold, and divided with as many doors and curtains as possible to keep out the cold draughts. Large banks of snow were also thrown up along the brig's sides to keep off the cold wind. These arduous labors in the open air greatly improved the health and spirits of the men. Intercourse with the Eskimos at the winter settlements of Etah and Enuatok, distant some 30 and 70 miles, led to a treaty by which the Eskimos, for such presents as needles, pins, and knives, engaged to furnish walrus and fresh seal meat to the ship. Common hunting parties were organized, and the white men were directed by the natives where to find the game. To these supplies of fresh meat, Kane and his companions owed their salvation, and the Eskimos on their part learned to regard the white men as their benefactors and sincerely mourned their departure. Before the darkness came on, Dr. Kane again nearly lost his life in an attempt to secure a seal. While out in the ice, Hans had just cried out, "Pussy, pussy mud! Seal, seal!" At the same instant, writes Dr. Kane, the dogs bounded forward, and, as I looked up, I saw crowds of grey netzig, the rough or hispid seal of the whalers, disporting in an open sea of water. I had hardly welcomed the spectacle when I saw that we had passed upon a new belt of ice that was obviously unsafe. To the right and left and front was one great expanse of snow-flowered ice. The nearest solid floe was a mere lump, which stood like an island in the white level. To turn was impossible. We had to keep up our gait. We urged on the dogs with whip and voice, the ice rolling like leather beneath the sledge runners. It was more than a mile to the lump of solid ice. Fear gave to the poor beasts their utmost speed, and our voices were soon hushed to silence. This suspense, unrelieved by action or efforts, was intolerable. We knew that there was no remedy but to reach the floe, and that everything depended upon our dogs, and our dogs alone. A moment's check would plunge the whole concern into the rapid tideway. No presence of mind or resource, bodily or mental, could avail us. The seals, for we were now near enough to see their expressive faces, were looking at us with that strange curiosity which seems to be their characteristic expression. We must have passed some 50 of them, breast high out of water, mocking us by their self-complacency. This desperate race against fate could not last. The rolling of the tough salt-water ice terrified our dogs, and when within 50 paces from the floe, they paused. The left-hand runner went through, our leader Tudlamik followed, and in 1 second the entire left of the sledge was submerged. My first thought was to liberate the dogs. I leaned forward to cut poor Tud's traces, and the next minute was swimming in a little circle of pasty ice and water alongside him. Hans, dear good fellow, drew near to me, uttering piteous expressions in broken English, but I ordered him to throw himself on his belly with his hands and legs extended, and to make for the island by cogging himself forward with his jackknife. In the meantime, a mere instant, I was floundering about with sledge, dogs, and lines in a confused puddle around me. I succeeded in cutting poor Toots' lines and letting him scramble to the ice, for the poor fellow was drowning me with his piteous caresses, and made my way for the sledge, but I found that it would not buoy me, and that I had no resource but to try the circumference of the hole. Around this I paddled faithfully, the miserable ice always yielding when my hopes of enlargement were greatest. During this process I enlarged my circle of operations to a very uncomfortable diameter, and was beginning to feel weaker after every effort. Hans, meanwhile, had reached the firm ice and was on his knees, like a good Moravian, praying incoherently in English and Eskimo. At every fresh crushing in of the ice he would ejaculate, "God," and when I recommenced my paddling, he recommenced his prayers. I was nearly gone. My knife had been lost in cutting out the dogs, and a spare one which I carried in my trousers pocket was so enveloped in the wet skins that I could not reach it. I owed my extrication at last to a newly broken team dog, who was still fast to the sledge, and in struggling carried one of the runners' chock against the edge of the circle. All my previous attempts to use the sledge as a bridge had failed, for it broke through, to the much greater injury of the ice. I felt it was at last a chance. I threw myself on my back so as to lessen as much as possible my weight, and placed the nape of my neck against the run or edge of the ice. Then with caution slowly bent my leg, and, placing the ball of my moccasined foot against the sledge, I pressed steadily against the runner, listening to the half-yielding crunch of the ice beneath. Presently I felt that my head was pillowed by the ice, and that my wet fur jumper was sliding up the surface. Next came my shoulders. They were fairly on. One more decided push, and I was launched up on the ice and safe. I reached the ice floe and was frictioned by Hans with frightful zeal. We saved all the dogs, but the sledge, kayak, tents, guns, snowshoes, and everything besides were left behind. The thermometer at 8 degrees will keep them frozen fast in the sledge till we can come and cut them out. On reaching the ship after a 20-mile trot, I found so much of comfort and warm welcome that I forgot my failure. The fire was lit up, and one of our few birds slaughtered forthwith. It is with real gratitude that I look back upon my escape and bless the great presiding goodness for the very many resources which remain to us. On December 12th, the party which had deserted the ship returned. They had had a bitter experience, struggling for more than 4 months among the hummocks and snowdrifts, and were in a pitiable condition. The thermometer was at -50 degrees, writes Dr. Kane. They were covered with rime and snow, and were fainting with hunger. It was necessary to use caution in taking them below, for after an exposure of such fearful intensity and duration as they had gone through, the warmth of the cabin would have prostrated them completely. They had journeyed 350 miles, and their last run from the bay near Etah, some 70 miles in a right line, was through the hummocks at this appalling temperature. Poor fellows! As they threw open their Eskimo garments by the stove, how they relished the scanty luxuries which we had to offer them, the coffee and the meat biscuit soup and the molasses and the wheat bread, even the salt pork which our scurvy forbade the rest of us to touch, how they relished it all. For more than 2 months they had lived on frozen seal and walrus meat. To Dr. Kane's determination to stand by the brig was due the preservation of the entire party, for had he been less firm in his resolution, the entire expedition would undoubtedly have perished on the ice. February closes, writes the heroic leader. Thank God the lapse of its 28 days. Should the 31 of the coming March not drag us further downward, we may hope for a successful close to this dreary drama. By April 10 we should have seals, and when they come, if we remain to welcome them, we can call ourselves saved. But a fair review of our prospects tells me that I must look the lion in the face. The scurvy is steadily gaining on us. I do my best to sustain the more desperate cases, but as fast as I partially build up one, another is stricken down. Of the 6 workers of our party, as I counted them a month ago, 2 are unable to do outdoor work, and the remaining 4 divide the duty of the ship among them. Hans musters his remaining energies to conduct the hunt. Peterson is his disheartened, moping assistant. The other 2, Bonsall and myself, have all the daily offices of household and hospital. We chop 5 large sacks of ice, cut 6 fathoms of 8-inch hawser into chunks of a foot each, serve out the meat when we have it, hack at the molasses, and hew out with crowbar and axe the pork and dried apples, pass up the foul slop and cleansings of our dormitory, and in a word cook, scallionize, and attend the sick. Added to this, for 5 nights running, I have kept watch from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., catching such naps as I could in the day without changing my clothes, but carefully waking every hour to note thermometers. The sufferings endured during the month of March are painfully interesting. Had Dr. Kane's strength given way at this juncture, the whole party, deprived of their leading spirit, must have perished. He attributes his comparative immunity from scurvy to rat soup. These rodents, surviving the bleak winter, had overrun the ship, but he was the only man who would eat them. Having no fuel, the only method of heating was the Eskimo method of lamps, the soot and fatty carbon blackening everything on which it rested. Heroic methods were made to keep in touch with the friendly natives, and Hans, on more than one occasion, saved the life of the party by securing fresh meat from them. To add to their troubles, 2 men attempted to desert at this critical juncture. Only one succeeded, Godfrey, who joined the Eskimos. But strange as it may seem, this man returned with a supply of meat for his desperate comrades, while refusing to return on board ship. Fearing Godfrey might have done bodily harm to Hans, who was absent, Dr. Kane determined to follow the man and bring him back. To this end he made a journey along with a dog sledge of over 80 miles to the Eskimo settlement and returned with his man. There was no other alternative but to prepare for abandoning the advance, as early in the spring as the weather would permit, and hope to reach the Danish settlements at Upernavik. Before the boats could be transferred to the open water, much labor and preparation must be expended, and the most of the party were bedridden and unable to move. Not until May 20th, 1855, were they able to bid farewell to the brig, and the retreat was started under the most trying experiences of sickness and famine. By June 17th, they stood beside open sea, but not for 56 more days did they reach Upernavik. Before the open water was reached, a sad and tragic accident had befallen one of the ablest men. I had left the party on the floe, writes Dr. Kane, with many apprehensions for their safety, and the result proved they were not without cause. While crossing a tide hole, one of the runners of the Hope's sledge broke through, and, but for the strength and presence of mind of Olsen, the boat would have gone under. He saw the ice give way, and by a violent exercise of strength, passed the capstan bar under the sledge, and thus bore the load until it was hauled onto safer ice. He was a very powerful man, and might have done this without injuring himself, but it would seem his footing gave way under him, forcing him to make a still more desperate effort to extricate himself. It cost him his life. He died 3 days afterwards. I was bringing down George Stevenson from the 6th station, and, my sledge being heavily laden, I had just crossed with some anxiety near the spot at which the accident occurred. A little way beyond we met Mr. Olsen, seated upon a lump of ice and very pale. He pointed to the camp about 3 miles farther on, and told us in a faint voice that he had not detained the party. He had a little cramp in the small of his back, but would soon be better. I put him at once in Stevenson's place and drove him on to the Faith. There he was placed in the stern sheets of the boat and well muffled up in our best buffalo robes. During all that night he was assiduously attended by Dr. Hayes, but he sank rapidly. His symptoms had from the first a certain obscure but fatal resemblance to our winter's tetanus and filled us with forebodings. The strength of the stricken band was gradually reaching its minimum. The exertion of bailing the unseaworthy boats required all the strength left to the enfeebled party. They breathed heavily, their limbs swelled, and they suffered from insomnia, so that each day rendered their weakened efforts less promising. At this crisis of their fortunes, they saw a large seal floating on a small patch of ice and seemingly asleep. Trembling with anxiety, writes Dr. Kane, we prepared to crawl down upon him. Peterson, with a large English rifle, was stationed in the bow, and stockings were drawn over the oars as mufflers. As we neared the animal, our excitement became so intense that the men could hardly keep stroke. He was not asleep, for he reared his head when we were almost within rifle shot, and to this day I can remember the hard, careworn, almost despairing expression of the men's thin faces as they saw him move. Their thin lives depended on his capture. I depressed my hand nervously as a signal for Peterson to fire. McGarry hung upon his oar, and the boat seemed to me within certain range. Looking at Peterson, I saw that the poor fellow was paralyzed by his anxiety, trying vainly to obtain a rest for his gun against the cutwater of the boat. The seal rose on his foreflipper, gazed at us for a moment with frightened curiosity, and coiled himself for a plunge. At that instant, simultaneously with the crack of our rifle, he relaxed his long length on the ice, and, at the very brink of the water, his head fell helpless to one side. I would have ordered another shot, but no discipline could have controlled the men. With a wild yell, each vociferating according to his own impulse, they urged their boats upon the floes. A crowd of hands seized the seal and bore him up to safer ice. The men seemed half crazy. I had not realized how much we were reduced by absolute famine. They ran over the floe, crying and laughing and brandishing their knives. It was not 5 minutes before every man was sucking his bloody fingers or mouthing long strips of raw blubber. Not an ounce of the seal was lost. A few days later, the familiar cadence of a halloo fell upon the ears. "Listen, Peterson. Oarsmen." "What is it?" And he listened quietly at first, and then, trembling, said in half a whisper, "Denmarkers." I remember this, writes Kane, the first tone of Christian voice which had greeted our return to the world. How we all stood up and peered into the distant nooks, and how the cry came to us again, just as, having seen nothing, we were doubting whether the whole was not a dream, and then how, with long sweeps, the white ash cracking under the spring of the rowers, we stood for the cape that the sound proceeded from, and how nervously we scanned the green spots which our experience, grown now into instinct, told us would be the likely camping ground of wayfarer. By and by, for we must have been pulling a good half hour, the single mast of a small shallop showed itself, and Peterson, who had been very quiet and grave, burst out into an incoherent fit of crying, only relieved by broken exclamations of mingled Danish and English. "'Tis the Upernavik oil boat! The Fräulein Fleischer! Carly Mawson, the assistant cooper, must be on his road to Kingatok for blubber. The Marianne, the one animal ship, has come, and Carly Mawson—" and here he did it all over again, gulping down his words and wringing his hands. Another halt, a night's rest, and the settlement was reached, where a generous welcome awaited the weary explorers. For 84 days, says Kane, we had lived in the open air. Our habits were hard and weather-worn. We could not remain within the 4 walls of a house without a distressing sense of suffocation. But we drank coffee that night before many a hospitable threshold, and listened again and again to the hymn of welcome, which, sung by many voices, greeted our deliverance. The Danish vessel was not ready for a homeward journey till the 4th of September. On the 6th, Dr. Kane and his party left Upernavik in the Marianne, whose captain had promised to convey them to the Shetland Islands. On the 11th, they touched at Godhaven, the inspectorate of North Greenland, and later at Disco, where the Marian remained a few days. As early as February 3, 1855, a resolution had passed Congress authorizing the Secretary of the Navy to dispatch a suitable steamer and tender for the relief of Dr. Kane. The Release and Arctic were accordingly equipped and put in command of Lieutenant Hartstein, accompanied by a brother of Dr. Kane. By July 5th, the relief expedition had reached Lively, Isle of Disco, Greenland, and from this point, Lieutenant Hartstein says in a letter to the Secretary of the Navy, "To avoid further risk of human life in a search so extremely hazardous, I would suggest the impropriety of making any efforts to relieve us if we should not return, feeling confident that we shall be able to accomplish all necessary for our own release under the most extraordinary circumstances." Having forced a passage through the closely packed ice into the North Water, they proceeded to examine the coast from Cape York to Wolstenholme Island, also Cape Alexander and Sutherland Island. A few stones heaped together near Point Pelham gave assurance of Kane's having been there, but no other clue was secured. Taking a retrograde course, they examined Cape Hatherton and Littleton Island, finally reaching a point some 15 miles northwest of Cape Alexander. Here they were surprised to fall in with some Eskimos, in whose possession were found certain articles known to have belonged to Dr. Kane. After diligent inquiries, they learned of the abandonment of the ship and the retreat to the south of Dr. Kane's party. After some further reconnoitering in the hope of finding the party should they be in the vicinity, Lieutenant Hartstein decided to make for Upernavik. A furious gale drove them out of their course adrift in the ice pack. "After this gale," writes Dr. Kane's brother, "we had little or no more troubles with the ice. 1 or 2 trifling detentions of a few days brought us to open water. We had drifted so far to the south that Lively was nearer than Upernavik, and Captain Hartstein determined to put in there. We had a heavy gale the night after we left the ice, but so glad were we all to get clear of it that I heard no complaints about rough weather. It cleared away beautifully towards morning, and we were all on the deck, admiring the clear water and the fantastic shapes of the water-washed icebergs. All hands were in high spirits. The gale had blown in the right direction, and in a few hours we should be in Lively. The rocks of its landlocked harbor were already in sight. We were discussing our news by anticipation, when the man in the crow's nest cried out, 'A brig in the harbor,' and the next minute, before we had time to congratulate each other on the chance of sending letters home, that she had hoisted American colors. A delicate compliment, we thought, on the part of our friends, the Danes. I believe our captain was about to return it, when to our surprise she hoisted another flag, the veritable one which had got out with the Advance, bearing the name of Mr. Henry Grinnell. At the same moment 2 boats were seen rounding the point and pulling towards us. Did they contain our lost friends? Yes, the sailors had settled that. 'Those are Yankees, sir. No Danes ever feathered their oars that way.' For those who had friends among the missing party, the few minutes that followed were of bitter anxiety, for the men in the boats were long-bearded and weather-beaten. They had strange, wild costumes. There was no possibility of recognition." In Dr. Kane's own words, let us conclude the chapter. "Presently we were alongside. An officer whom I shall ever remember as a cherished friend, Captain Hartstein, hailed a little man in a ragged flannel shirt. 'Is this Dr. Kane?' And with the 'Yes' that followed, the rigging was manned by our countrymen, and cheers welcomed us back to the social world of love by which they were presented. Dr. Kane and his party reached New York October 11, 1855, and received an enthusiastic welcome after an absence of 30 months. Honors of the most flattering kind awaited him on both sides of the Atlantic, but his health was completely broken by the trials of his wonderful journey. On February 16, 1857, he died in Havana in the 37th year of his age." End of chapter 11, part 2.
Chapter 12 of the Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Michael Carter. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 12. Dr. Hayes' Expedition. Winter Quarters at Port Falk. Greenland Coast. Death of Sontag. Dr. Hayes' Journey. Attempt to cross Smith Sound. Hayes Farthest. Open Polar Sea. Homeward Bound. In 1860, Dr. Hayes, who had accompanied the second Grinnell expedition and rendered much valuable service to Dr. Kane and his party, once more sailed from America for the purpose of completing the survey of the north coasts of Greenland and Grinnell Land, and to make such explorations as he might find practicable in the direction of the North Pole. My proposed base of operations, writes Dr. Hayes, was Grinnell Land, which I had discovered on my former voyage and had personally traced beyond latitude 80 degrees, far enough to satisfy that it was available for my design. On the morning of July 8, 1860, the United States was fairly on her way, and by July 30, Dr. Hayes had the satisfaction of being once more within the Arctic Circle. We had some rough handling in Davis Strait, he writes. Once I thought we had surely come ingloriously to grief. We were running before the wind and fighting a wretched cross-sea under-reefed, fore and mainsail and jib, when the fore-rail was carried away. Down came everything to the deck, and there was left not a stitch of canvas on the schooner but the lumbering mainsail. It was a miracle that we did not broach to and go to the bottom. Nothing saved us but a steady hand at the helm. After several narrow escapes in the ice field, the United States was at length compelled to take up her winter quarters at Port Falk on the Greenland coast, about 20 miles to the south of Rensselaer Harbor. An abundant commissariat, amply supplied by fresh meat, kept up the general health of the party during the long night, and they escaped scurvy, which had proved so fatal to Dr. Kane's crew. A great catastrophe was the death by freezing of Sontag, the astronomer, who had been a valuable member of Dr. Kane's expedition and a much beloved friend of Dr. Hayes. Accompanied by Hans Hendrik, he had started on a sledge journey of the Etah Eskimo. On February 1, Dr. Hayes writes, Hans has given me the story of his journey, and I sit down to record it with very painful emotions. The travelers rounded Cape Alexander without difficulty, finding the ice solid. They did not halt until they had reached Sutherland Island, where they built a snow hut and rested for a few hours. Continuing thence down the coast, they sought the Eskimo at Sorfalek without success. The native hut at that place being in ruins, they made for their shelter another house of snow, and, after being well rested, they set out directly for Northumberland Island, having concluded that it was useless to seek longer for natives on the north side of the sound. They had proceeded on their course about 4 or 5 miles, as nearly as I can judge from Hans' description, when Sontag, growing a little chilled, sprang off the sledge and ran ahead of the dogs to warm himself with the exercise. The tangling of a trace obliging Hans to halt the team for a few minutes, he fell some distance behind and was hurrying to catch up, when he suddenly observed Sontag sinking. He had come upon the thin ice, covering a recently opened tide crack, and probably not observing his footing, he stepped upon it unawares. Hans hastened to his rescue and aided him out of the water, and then turned back for the shelter which they had recently abandoned. A light wind was blowing at the time from the northeast, and this, according to Hans, caused Sontag to seek the hut without stopping to change his wet clothing. At first he ran beside the sledge, and thus guarded against danger, but after a while he rode, and when they halted at Sorfalek, Hans discovered that his companion was stiff and speechless. Assisting him into the hut with all possible dispatch, Hans states that he removed the wet and frozen clothing and placed Sontag in the sleeping bag. He next gave him some brandy, which he found in a flask on the sledge, and having tightly closed the hut, he lighted the alcohol lamp for the double purpose of elevating the temperature and making some coffee. But all of his efforts were unavailing, and after remaining for nearly a day unconscious, Sontag died. He did not speak after reaching the hut, and left no message of any kind. After closing up the mouth of the hut, so that the body might not be disturbed by bears or foxes, Hans again set out southward, and reached Northumberland Island without inconvenience. Early in April 1861, Dr. Hayes left the ship to plunge into the wilderness. Having previously ascertained that an advance along the Greenland shore was utterly impossible, he resolved to cross the Sound and to try his fortunes along the coast of Grinnell land. By winding to the right and left, he writes, and by occasionally retracing our steps, we managed to get over the first few miles without much embarrassment, but further on the track was rough, past description. I can compare it to nothing but a promiscuous accumulation of rocks, piled up over a vast plain in great heaps and endless ridges. The interstices between these closely accumulated ice masses are filled up to some extent with drifted snow. It is not surprising that after such difficult travel, at the end of 25 days, they had not yet reached halfway across the Sound. My party are in a very sorry condition, writes Dr. Hayes. One of the men has sprained his back from lifting. Another has sprained his ankle. Another has gastritis. Another a frosted toe. And all are thoroughly overwhelmed with fatigue. The men do not stand it as well as the dogs. And the next day, April 26, he writes, I feel tonight that I am getting rapidly to the end of my rope. Each day strengthens the conviction, not only that we could never reach Grinnell land with provisions for a journey up the coast to the Polar Sea, but that it cannot be done at all. I have talked to the officers, and they are all of this opinion. They say the thing is hopeless. Dodge put it thus: you might as well try to cross the city of New York over the housetops. Though disheartened, their bold leader was not discouraged, and sending the main party back to the schooner, he continued to plunge into the hummocks. After 14 days of almost superhuman exertion, he reached the coast, May 11, when he writes, in camp at last, close under the land, and as happy as men can be who have achieved success and await supper. As we rounded to in a convenient place for our camp, MacDonald looked up at the tall cape which rose above our heads, and as he turned away to get our furnace to prepare a much-needed meal, he was heard to grumble in a serio-comic tone, well, I wonder if that is land, or only Cape Fly-Away after all. But though land was reached, the trials of the journey along the coast were none the less harassing. With untiring energy, Dr. Hayes pushed on until the 18th of May, when further progress became impossible, owing to a deep bay, mottled with white sheet and dark patches, these latter being either soft decaying ice, or places where the ice had wholly disappeared. And now, writes Dr. Hayes, my journey was ended, and I had nothing to do but make my way back to Port Falk. The advancing season, the rapidity with which the thaw was taking place, the certainty that the open water was eating into Smith Sound, as well as through Baffin Bay from the south, as through Kennedy Channel from the north, thus endangering my return across to the Greenland shore, warned me that I had lingered long enough. It now only remained for us to plant our flag in token of our discovery, and to deposit a record proof of our presence. The flags were tied to the whiplash and suspended between two tall rocks, and while we were building a cairn, they were allowed to flutter in the breeze. Then, tearing a leaf from my notebook, I wrote on it as follows: "This point, the most northern land that has ever been reached, was visited by the undersigned, May 18th, 19th, 1861, accompanied by George T. Knorr, traveling dog sledge. We arrived here after a toilsome march of 46 days from my winter harbor near Cape Alexander, at the mouth of Smith Sound. My observations place us in latitude 81 degrees 35, longitude 70 degrees 30 west. Our further progress was stopped by rotten ice and cracks. Kennedy Channel appears to expand into the polar basin, and, satisfied that it is navigable at least during the months of July, August, and September, I go hence to my winter harbor to make another trial to get through Smith Sound with my vessel after the ice breaks up this summer. I. Hayes, May 19, 1861. I quit the place with reluctance, he writes. It possessed a fascination for me, and it was with no ordinary sensations that I contemplated my situation, with one solitary companion, in that hitherto untrodden desert, while my nearness to the earth's axis, the consciousness of standing upon land beyond the limits of previous observations, the reflections which crossed my mind respecting the vast ocean which lay spread out before me, the thought that these ice-girdled waters, where dwell human beings of an unknown race, were circumstances calculated to invest the very air with mystery, to deepen the curiosity, and to strengthen the resolution to persevere in my determination to sail upon this sea, and to explore its furthest limits. And as I recall the struggles which have been made to reach this sea, through the ice and across the ice, by generations of brave men, it seemed as if the spirits of these old worthies came to encourage me, as their experience had already guided me, and I felt that I had within my grasp the great and notable thing which had inspired the zeal of sturdy Frobisher, and that I had achieved the hope of matchless Parry. The much discussed open polar sea, in which Dr. Hayes had implicit faith, has since been found to be only the south half of Kennedy Channel, which freezes late and opens early, owing to the very high tides that sometimes rise 30 feet. Dr. Hayes reached the schooner June 3rd, after an absence of 2 months in which he traveled not less than 1,300 miles. After careful examination of his ship, Dr. Hayes found she had greatly suffered from her experience in the ice, and that, for the safety of his party, great care had to be exercised in her navigation. By dint of much earnest exertion, he writes, and the use of bolts and spikes, by replacing the torn cutwater, careful caulking, and renewal of the iron plates, it seemed probable that the schooner would be seaworthy, but I was forced to agree with my sailing master that to strike the ice again was sure to sink her. Dr. Hayes awaited with some anxiety the breaking up of the ice and the liberation of the schooner. Not until July 14, 1861, did the United States glide out to sea under full sail, and by August 10th she was in latitude 74 degrees 19, longitude 66 degrees. By the 12th, they made land which proved to be Horse's Head, and 3 days later found the schooner at anchor in Upernavik harbor. While the chain was yet clinking in the hawse-hole, writes Dr. Hayes, an old Dane dressed in sealskins and possessing a small stock of English and a large stock of articles to trade, pulled off to us with an Eskimo crew, and with little ceremony clambered over the gangway. Knorr met him, and without any ceremony at all, demanded the news. "Oh, there's plenty news." "Out with it, man. What is it?" "Oh, the South States, they go again the North States, and there's plenty fight." I heard the answer, and wondering what strange complication of European politics had kindled another continental war, called this polar Emmaus to the quarterdeck. Had he any news from America? "Oh, 'tis 'Merica me speak. De South States, you see, and there's plenty fight." Yes, I did see, but I did not believe that he told the truth, and awaited letters which I knew must have come out with the Danish vessel, and which were immediately sent for to the government house. The condition of the schooner necessitated putting in at Halifax for repairs, and, 4 days after leaving, they made the Boston lights. "We picked up a pilot," writes Dr. Hayes, "out of the thickest fog that I have ever seen south of the Arctic Circle, and with a light wind stood into harbor. As the night wore on, the wind fell away almost to calm. The fog thickened more and more, if that were possible, as we sagged along over the dead waters towards the anchorage. The night was filled with an oppressive gloom. The lights hanging at the mastheads of the vessels which we passed had the ghastly glimmer of tapers burning in the charnel house. We saw no vessel moving but our own, and even those which lay at anchor seemed like phantom ships floating in the murky air. I never saw the ship's company so lifeless, or so depressed, even in times of real danger. I landed on Long Wharf," he continues, "and found my way into State Street. 2 or 3 figures were moving through the thick vapors, and their solemn footfall broke the worse than Arctic stillness. I reached Washington Street and walked anxiously westward. A newsboy passed me. I seized a paper, and the first thing which caught my eye was the account of the Ball's Bluff battle, in which had fallen many of the noblest sons of Boston, and it seemed as if the very air had shrouded itself in mourning for them, and that the heavens wept tears for the city's slain. I was wending my way to the house of a friend, but I thought it likely that he was not there. I felt like a stranger in a strange land, and yet every object which I passed was familiar. Friends, country, everything seemed swallowed up in some vast calamity, and doubtful and irresolute, I turned back sad and dejected, and found my way on board again through the dull, dull fog." Dr. Hayes made another journey beyond the Arctic Circle in 1869 in the Panther as the guest of the artist Bradford. Over 1,000 miles of the Greenland coast was visited, terminating a good way beyond the last outpost of civilization on the globe, in the midst of the much-dreaded ice pack of Melville Bay. End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 13. Charles Francis Hall. Early Life. Interest and Fate of Sir John Franklin. First Journey to Greenland. Discovery of Frobisher Relics. Experiences and Study of the Eskimos. Second Journey. Delays and Disappointments. Sledging Trips. King William's Land at Last. Franklin Relics. Return of Hall to United States. Polaris Expedition. Reaches High Northing. Hall's Sledge Journey. Return and Death. Polaris Winters No Escape. Polaris is wrecked. Part of crew adrift on the ice floe. Remainder build winter hut. Final rescue and return to United States. The personality of Charles Francis Hall is singularly interesting. Born in Rochester, New Hampshire in 1821, he received a common school education and pursued the vocation of blacksmith, journalist, stationer, and engraver. In 1850, while living in Cincinnati, Ohio, he became deeply interested in the fate of Sir John Franklin, and for over 9 years made a thorough study of Arctic history and especially of the Franklin search expeditions. Unconvinced by the admirable report of Captain McClintock in 1859 of the death of Franklin and the fate of his companions, Hall maintained the opinion that survivors of the unfortunate expedition must still be living among the Eskimos, and could be found. By the aid of public subscriptions and the liberal patronage of Mr. Henry Grinnell, Hall undertook a journey May 29, 1860, sailing from New London on the whaler George Henry, commanded by Captain S. O. Buddington. 40 days later, 7th of July, 1860, the George Henry dropped anchor at Holstenborg, Greenland. Hall was unsuccessful in the main object of his undertaking, his proposed journey to King William Land, and spent the best part of 2 years near Frobisher Bay, where he acquired much knowledge of the speech, habits, and life of the Eskimos, and discovered a quantity of relics left by Frobisher's expedition of 1577 to 1578. Of the first traditionary history gained from the Eskimos relative to Frobisher's expedition, Hall says in notes under date of April 9, 1861, "Among the traditions handed down from one generation to another, there is this, that many, very many years ago, some white men built a ship on one of the islands of Frobisher Bay and went away." I think I can see through this in this way. Frobisher, in 1578, assembled a large part of his fleet in what he called Countess of Warwick Sound, said to be in that bay below us, when a council was held on the 1st of August, at which it was determined to send all persons and things on shore upon Countess of Warwick Island, and on August 2nd orders were proclaimed, by sound of trumpet, for the guidance of the company during their abode thereon. For reasons stated in the history, the company did not tarry here long, but departed for Meta Incognita, and thence to England, how many not the fact of timbers, chips, etc., etc., having been found on one of the islands within a day's journey of here, many years ago, prove that the said materials were of this Frobisher's company, and that hence the Inuit tradition? In a few days I hope to be exploring Frobisher Bay. Describing the circumstances of his interesting discovery on Countess of Warwick Island, Hall writes, "We continued on around the island, finding every few fathoms in our progress numerous Inuit relics. At length we arrived at a plain that extended back a considerable distance from the coast. Here we recognized, at our right, about 60 rods distant, the point to which we first directed our steps on reaching the high land after leaving the boat. I was several fathoms in advance of Ku-u-liang, hastening on, being desirous to make as extended a search as the brief remaining daylight would allow, when, lifting my eyes from the ground near me, I discovered, a considerable distance ahead, an object of an unusual appearance. But a second look satisfied me that what I saw were simply stones scattered about and covered with black moss. I continued my course, keeping as near the coast as possible. I was now nearing the spot where I had first descried the black object. It again met my view, and my original thought on first seeing it resumed at once the ascendancy in my mind. I hastened to the spot. "Great God, thou hast rewarded me in my search," was the sentiment that came overwhelmingly into my thankful soul. On casting my eyes all around, seeing and feeling the character moss-aged, for some of the pieces I saw had pellicles of black moss on them, of the relics before and under me, I felt as, I cannot tell what my feelings were, what I saw before me was sea coal of Frobisher's expedition of 1578, left here near 3 centuries ago. A more thorough search in the vicinity, undertaken at a later period, resulted in the finding of flintstone, fragments of tile, glass, pottery, an excavation which Hall called an abandoned mine, the ruins of 3 stone houses, one of which was 12 feet in diameter, with palpable evidence of its having been erected on a foundation of stone cemented together with lime and sand, large pieces of iron, time-eaten and weather-worn, which the rust of 3 centuries had firmly cemented to the sand and stones in which it had lain. It will be remembered that of the 100 men sent out from England with Frobisher in 1578, the majority were miners sent for the express purpose of digging for the rich ore of which Frobisher had carried specimens home on his return from his second voyage, and which was supposed to be very valuable. The miners made proofs, as they are called, in various parts of the regions discovered by him. Some of these proofs are doubtless what Captain Hall found, and, in connection with other circumstances, evidence the exact location of Frobisher's Countess of Warwick mine. Captain Hall presented many of the relics he brought home to the British government through the Royal Geographical Society of London. Upon his return to New London, September 13, 1862, Hall immediately endeavored, through lectures and personal appeals, to equip another expedition to the Arctic. The unsettled state of the nation, plunged into the horrors of a great civil war, made his efforts practically futile. Undaunted by the discouraging response, he nevertheless sailed July 1, 1864, and in August was landed, with his meager equipment, boat and provisions, on Depot Island, Hudson Bay, 64 degrees north, 90 degrees west. Adopting the habits and life of the Eskimos, Hall spent 5 years in pursuing his researches, receiving occasionally supplies from whalers. The first year was spent in unsuccessful efforts to secure Eskimo aid. The winter of 1865-1866, Hall had his headquarters at Fort Hope, Repulse Bay, and in the spring reached Cape Wheaton, 68 degrees north, 89 degrees west. The Eskimos refused to accompany him farther, but he had the good fortune to meet with natives who had visited the deserted ships and had seen Franklin. Hall secured from these Eskimos considerable silver bearing the crest of Franklin and other officers. In February 1867, Hall visited Igloolik, the winter quarters of Perry, in 1822. He improved the next year by following up the west side of Melville Peninsula, completing and surveying the short gap between Ray's farthest, 1846, and Perry's farthest, in Fury Strait, 1825. The winter of 1868 to 1869 was spent at Fort Hope, where he at last succeeded in securing Eskimo aid for the final attempt to reach King William Land. He started in March 1869 in company with 10 Eskimos and dog sledges. Crossing Ray Peninsula to Committee Bay and via Boothia Isthmus, the party reached James Ross Strait, distant some 60 miles from King William Land. Here he had difficulty in persuading the natives to continue, but at Simpson Island the success of a musk ox hunt restored their good humor, and they consented to proceed. On the 12th of May, 1869, Hall reached the mainland. His stay was necessarily very brief, as his native companions could not be persuaded to linger in such a desolate country. Upon his return to Repulse Bay, Captain Hall, in a letter to Mr. Henry Grinnell, dated June 20, 1869, writes in part, "The result of my sledge journey to King William's Land may be summed up thus. None of Sir John Franklin's companions ever reached or died on Montreal Island. It was late in July, 1848, that Crozier and his party of about 40 or 45 passed down the west coast of King William's Land in the vicinity of Cape Herschel. The party was dragging 2 sledges on the sea ice, which was nearly in its last stage of dissolution, one a large sledge laden with an awning-covered boat, and the other a small one laden with provisions and camp material. Just before Crozier and party arrived at Cape Herschel, they were met by 4 families of natives, and both parties went into camp near each other. 2 Eskimo men, who were of the native party, gave me such sad but deeply interesting information. Some of it stirred my heart with sadness, intermingled with rage, for it was a confession that they, with their companions, did secretly and hastily abandon Crozier and his party to suffer and die for need of fresh provisions, when in truth it was in the power of the natives to save every man alive. The next trace of Crozier and his party is to be found in the skeleton which McClintock discovered a little below, to the southward and eastward of Cape Herschel. This was never found by the natives. The next trace is a camping place on the seashore of King William's Land, about 3 miles eastward of Pfeffer River, where 2 men died and received Christian burial. At this place, fish bones were found by the natives, which showed them that Crozier and his party had caught, while there, a species of fish excellent for food, with which the sea there abounds. The next trace of this party occurs about 5 or 6 miles eastward, on a long point of King William's Land, where 1 man died and was buried. Then about south-southeast, 2.5 miles further, the next trace occurs on Todd's Islet, where the remains of 5 men lie. The next certain trace of this boat and the remains of about 30 or 35 of Crozier's party were found by the native Puyeta, of whom Sir John Ross has given a description in the account of his voyage in the Victory in 1829 to 34. In the spring of 1849, a large tent was found by the natives whom I saw, the floor of which was completely covered with the remains of white men. Close by were 2 graves. This tent was a little way inland from the head of Terror Bay. In the spring of 1861, when the snow was nearly all gone, an Eskimo party, conducted by a native well known throughout the northern regions, found 2 boats, with many skeletons in and about them. One of these boats had been previously found by McClintock. The other was found lying from a quarter to a half-mile distant, and must have been completely entombed in snow at the time McClintock's parties were there, or they most assuredly would have seen it. In and about this boat, beside the skeletons alluded to, were found many relics, most of them similar in character to those McClintock has enumerated as having been found in the boat he discovered. I tried hard to accomplish far more than I did, but not one of the company would on any account whatever consent to remain with me in that country and make a summer search over that island, which, from information I had gained from the natives, I had reason to suppose would be rewarded by the discovery of the whole of the manuscript records that had been accumulated in that great expedition, and had been deposited in a vault a little way inland or eastward of Cape Victory. Knowing, as I now do, the character of the Eskimos in that part of the country in which King William's Land is situated, I cannot wonder at nor blame the Repulse Bay natives for their refusal to remain there as I desired. It is quite probable that, had we remained there as I wished, no one of us would ever have got out of the country alive. How could we expect, if we got into straitened circumstances, that we would receive better treatment from the Eskimos of that country than 105 souls who were under the command of the heroic Crozier some time after landing on King William's Land? Could I and my party with reasonable safety have remained to make a summer search on King William's Land, it is not only probable that we should have recovered the logs and journals of Sir John Franklin's expedition, but have gathered up and entombed the remains of nearly 100 of his companions, for they lie about the places where the 3 boats have even been found, and at the large camping place at the head of Terror Bay, and the 3 other places that I have already mentioned. In the cove, west side of Point Richardson, however, Nature herself has opened her bosom and given sepulture to the bones of the immortal heroes who died there. Wherever the Eskimos have found the graves of Franklin's companions, they have dug them open and robbed the dead, leaving them exposed to the ravages of wild beasts. On Todd's Island, the remains of 5 men were not buried, but, after the savages had robbed them of every article that could be turned to account for their use, their dogs were allowed to finish the disgusting work. The native who conducted my native party in its search over King William's Land is the same individual who gave Dr. Ray the first information about white men having died to the westward of where he, Dr. Ray, then was, Pelly Bay, in the spring of 1854. His name is Nukpuzijuk, and he is a native of Nachil, a very great traveler and very intelligent. He is, in fact, a walking history of the fate of Sir John Franklin's expedition. This native I met when within 1 day's sledge journey of King William's Land, off Point Dryden, and after stopping a few days among his people, he accompanied me to the places I visited on and about King William's Land. I could have readily gathered quantities, a very great variety of relics of Sir John Franklin's expedition, for they are now possessed by natives all over the Arctic regions that I visited or heard of, from Pond's Bay to Mackenzie River. As it was, I had to be satisfied with taking upon our sledges about 125 pounds total weight of relics from natives about King William's Land. Some of these I will enumerate. 1. A portion of one side, several planks and ribs fast together, of a boat, clinker built and copper fastened. This part of a boat is of the one found near the boat found by McClintock's party. 2. A small oak sledge runner, reduced from the sledge on which the boat rested. 3. Part of the mast of the Northwest Passage ship. 4. Chronometer box, with its number, name of the maker, and the Queen's broad arrow engraved upon it. 5. 2 long heavy sheets of copper, 3 and 4 inches wide, with countersunk holes for screw nails. On these sheets, as well as on most everything else that came from the Northwest Passage ship, are numerous stamps of the Queen's broad arrow. 6. Mahogany writing desk, elaborately finished and bound in brass. 7. many pieces of silver plate, forks, and spoons, bearing crests and initial of the owners. 8. Parts of watches. 9. Knives and very many other things which you, Mr. Grinnell, and others interested in the fate of the Franklin expedition will take a sad interest in inspecting on their arrival in the States. 1 entire skeleton I have brought to the United States. Hall, some time after his return, placed the carefully preserved remains in charge of Mr. Brevert of Brooklyn, who transferred them to Admiral Inglefield, Royal Navy, to be forwarded to England. Subsequently, by the plug of a tooth, the skeleton was identified as the remains of Lieutenant Vicomte of the Erebus. The same year that the Erebus and Terror were abandoned, one of them consummated the Great Northwest Passage, having 5 men aboard. The evidence of the exact number is circumstantial. Everything about this Northwest Passage ship was in complete order. It was found by the Ujulik natives near O'Reilly Island, latitude 68 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 99 degrees west, early in the spring of 1849, frozen in the midst of a floe of only one winter's formation. With the unwilling consciousness that he could accomplish nothing further of research in the frozen regions, Captain Hall had now to think of a return to the United States, purposing there to collate and publish the result of his protracted Arctic experience, then to make his long-meditated voyage to the Pole, and, if possible, afterward revisit King William's Land. In regard to his plans, he writes, "I hope to start next spring with a vessel for Jones Sound, and thence toward the North Pole, as far as navigation will permit. The following spring, by sledge journey, I will make for the goal of my ambition, the North Pole. I do hope to be able to resume snow hut and tent encampment very near the Pole by the latter part of 1870, and much nearer, indeed at the very Pole, in the spring following, to wit, in 1871. There is no use in man's saying it cannot be done, that the North Pole is beyond our reach. By judicious plans, and by having a carefully selected company, I trust with a heaven-protecting care to reach it in less time, and with far less mental anxieties, than I have experienced to get to King William's Land. I have always held to the opinion that whoever would lead the way there should first have years of experience among the wild natives of the North, and this is one of my reasons for submitting to searching so long for the lost ones of Franklin's expedition." The expression of such purposes, including that of a subsequent return to King William's Land, is certainly remarkable, as coming from one whose sledge journeys only, during the 5 years which now closed upon him, exceeded the aggregate of 4,000 miles. A willingness to resume snow hut and tent would seem explicable only by supposing that next to the lofty ideas with which his mind enthusiastically invested everything Arctic, was the extreme of a strange fascination with the uncouth life he had been leading. He says himself, at about this same date, that there was nothing in the way of food in which the natives delighted that he did not delight in, and that this may appear strange to some, but was true. He had that day a grand good feast on the kind of meat he had been longing for, the deer killed last fall, rotten, strong, and stinking, and for these qualities excellent for Inuits and for the writer. Hall, accompanied by his faithful Eskimo friends, Joe, Hannah, and our adopted child, Punna, returned to New Bedford, Massachusetts, September 26, 1869. When off the lighthouse of Nantucket, Massachusetts, Hannah and her child dropped their native dresses and put on those of a civilized land. Immediately upon his return to the States, Captain Hall endeavored to arouse public interest in his long-cherished plan for an expedition to the Pole. By untiring personal efforts and the support of enthusiastic friends, he succeeded in engaging the attention of Congress, which authorized an expedition to the North Pole, the only one in the history of the nation. $50,000 was appropriated for expenses, and a vessel selected from the Navy, which was thoroughly fitted out as an expense of $90,000 more. "Never was an Arctic expedition more completely fitted out," wrote Hall at Godhaven in a letter home August 22. The Polaris, in command of Captain Hall, with S.O. Buddington as sailing master, Dr. Emil Bessels in charge of the scientific work, and 24 others, sailed from New London, Connecticut, July 3, 1871. At Proven, Hans, the dog driver, who had served with Kane and Hayes, accompanied by his wife and 3 children, was taken aboard. The Polaris encountered a great deal of ice at the entrance of Wassenholm Sound, so that the passage through it was effected with much difficulty. Steaming through the leads, she was compelled to stop for the first time off the western shore of Hakluyt Island on August 27. By August 29, she stood in latitude 82 degrees 11 minutes north, having successfully navigated Kane Basin, Kennedy Channel, Hall Basin, and Robeson Channel, and into the Polar Sea. Unable to retain her position by the force of the current, she returned southward and went into winter quarters in 81 degrees 38 minutes north latitude at Thank God Harbor, Greenland. Captain Hall was very desirous of making a sledge journey before the winter set in, for the purpose of reconnoitering and selecting the best route for his great journey in the spring toward the pole. By the 28th of September, the final preparations for this journey were complete. The dogs were selected and carefully fed. The Eskimos had put the sledge in order, and those selected to accompany Captain Hall were busy making their personal preparations. Not until the 10th of October was the start finally made, Hall being accompanied by Mr. Chester and the Eskimos, Joe and Hans. On the 24th of October, the sledge party returned, having reached as far north as Cape Brevoort, 82 degrees north. They had all been well during their 2 weeks' absence, with the exception of Captain Hall, who had complained that he did not feel his wonted vigor and endurance, and for the last 3 days had not felt well at all. He had frequently expressed his surprise during the journey that he was not able to run before the sleds and encourage the dogs, as on former expeditions, but had been compelled to keep on the sled. Captain Hall had not been aboard half an hour before he was taken violently ill, and by 8 p.m. his entire left side was paralyzed as the result of an apoplectic attack. By the evening of the 25th, he was delirious. On November 7, he sank into a comatose state, breathing heavily. He remained in this condition until 3:25 a.m. of the 8th, when he died. The sad news was broken to the ship's company, and none felt his loss more than the Eskimos, Joe and Hannah, who had been his constant companions for nearly 10 years. These faithful friends had looked upon him as a father, and were now heartbroken. On November 11, Captain George Tyson, assistant navigator of the expedition, wrote in his diary, "As we went to the grave this morning, the coffin hauled on a sledge, over which was spread, instead of a pall, the American flag, we walked in procession. I walked on with my lantern a little in advance, then came the captain and officers, the engineer, Dr. Bessel, and Myers, and then the crew, hauling the body by a rope attached to the sledge, one of the men on the right holding another lantern. Nearly all are dressed in skins, and, were there other eyes to see us, we should look like anything but a funeral cortege. The Eskimos followed the crew. There is a weird sort of light in the air, partly boreal or electric, through which the stars shone brightly at 11 a.m. while on our way to the grave. Thus end poor Hall's ambitious projects. Thus is stilled the effervescing enthusiasm of as ardent a nature as I ever knew. Wise he might not always have been, but his soul was in this work, and had he lived till spring, I think he would have gone as far as mortal man could go to accomplish his mission. But with his death, I fear that all hopes of further progress will have to be abandoned." The death of Captain Hall proved to be fatal to the main object of the expedition, the attainment of the pole, if possible, or the absolute proof of its inaccessibility. The command of the expedition now devolved upon Captain Buddington. Several unsuccessful boat journeys to the north were followed by a sledge journey under Dr. Bessels to Peterman Fjord. Another boat journey by Mr. Chester reached Newman Bay, but it was left to Sergeant F. Meyer, Signal Corps, U.S. Army, to reach on foot the most northerly land at that time ever reached by civilized man, near Repulse Harbor, 82 degrees 9 minutes north. On the 11th of August, 1872, the ice of the straits was observed to be in motion, drifting to the south. With the hope of releasing the ship and returning home, Captain Buddington, after an examination of the ice, decided it would be safe to force the vessel through. At 4:30 p.m., the engines were started, and the Polaris left Thank God Harbor. With great care, the vessel was piloted between the heavy floes, changing her course frequently, but always gaining ground. By the 18th, she stood 79 degrees, 44 minutes, 30 seconds north. On the 27th, every preparation was made for a possible abandonment of the vessel. A house was built on the floe as a retreat in case the ship should be destroyed. For nearly 2 months, the Polaris drifted southward at the mercy of the ice pack and was nipped near Little Island by October 13. At 5 a.m. on the 15th October, writes Admiral Davis in his narrative of the North Polar Expedition, a very heavy snow began to fall and continued until 8 a.m., when the wind blew so hard that it was impossible to distinguish between the falling and drifting snow. The gale increased all day, driving the vessel with its surrounding ice with great rapidity. It commenced to blow from the southeast, but shifted to the south, and finally to the southwest. During its prevalence, the air was so completely filled with the flying snow that one could not see more than 20 or 30 feet. The ship had remained fast to the floe so long, and drifted with it so far, that no particular anxiety was felt as to the result. The captain had, however, always said that if the vessel passed through Smith Strait, he would not feel easy until the ice in which she lay had joined the regular Baffin's Bay pack. The North Water, as it is called by whalemen, is always found in the northern part of Baffin Bay, and he knew that, were this safely crossed, the ship would float quietly down with the pack all winter and be released in the spring far to the south. The direction in which the vessel was moving was a matter of speculation. The fact of her moving was admitted. The daily work being done, after dinner the men settled themselves down as usual for the enjoyments of the evening. At 6 p.m. it was reported that the starboard side of the vessel was free from ice. The captain turned out the crew and secured the ship by an additional hawser to the floe. This extra hawser was over the stern and led from a large ice anchor sunk in the floe to the mainmast. 2 hawsers had served during the whole of the drift to hold the Polaris to the floe, one over the bows and one over the stern. Final preparations were made to abandon the vessel. Nearly everything had been got ready on deck. The seamen still had their clothes and personal effects to look after. The Polaris was driven along at a very rapid rate. Many eager faces looked over the rail and peered into the darkness and the gloom, wondering what would happen next. The sky was threatening. The moon struggled in vain to break through the clouds. 2 icebergs were passed in close proximity. Some judgment could be formed by means of them as to the rapidity with which the vessel was moving. One could scarcely help shuddering as he thought of the consequences of running into one of those gigantic ice mountains. 1 or 2 persons thought the land was visible, but it was very uncertain. At 7:30 the vessel ran among some icebergs, which brought up the floe to which she was attached. At the same time, the pack closed up, jamming her heavily. It was then the vessel secured her severest nip. It is hard to describe the effect of that pressure. She shook and trembled. She was raised up bodily and thrown over on her port side. Her timbers cracked with loud report, especially about the stern. The sides seemed to be breaking in. The cleat to which one of the after hawsers was attached snapped off, and the hawser was secured to the mast. One of the firemen, hurrying on deck, reported that a piece of ice had been driven through the sides. Escape from destruction seemed to be impossible. The pressure and the noise increased together. The violence of the night and the grinding of the ice added to the horror of the situation. Feeling it was extremely doubtful whether the ship would stand, Captain Buddington ordered provisions and stores to be thrown upon the ice. Then followed a busy scene. Each one was deeply impressed with the exigency of the moment, and exerted himself to the utmost. Boxes, barrels, cans, etc., were thrown over the side with extraordinary rapidity. Men performed gigantic feats of strength, tossing with apparent ease, in the excitement of the moment, boxes at which at other times they would not have essayed to lift. Forward, coal and more substantial provisions and bags of clothing were thrown overboard. Abaft, the lighter boxes of canned meats and tobacco, with all the musk ox skins and fresh seal meat, were transported to and fro. The cabin was entirely emptied, beds and bedding, clothes and even ornaments were carried out. Messrs. Bryan and Meyer placed upon the floe the boxes containing all their notebooks, observations, etc. This was done deliberately and after mutual consultation. The boxes were too large to be carried about, and, in the actual condition of things, the floe appeared to be decidedly the best place. The Eskimo women and children took refuge on the ice, and 2 boats were lowered and with a scow placed on the floe. The pressure had now become so great that the great floe itself had cracked in several places, and the vessel was gradually breaking its edge and bearing down the pieces. Many articles had been thrown in a heap near the ship, and it was found that some of the lower things in the pile were dropping through between the vessel and the ice. It was also seen that should the ship be cut through and sink, many, if not all, these articles would sink with her. A call was therefore made for these men to carry these articles to a safer place on the floe. There was no special designation for that duty, but Captain Tyson, taking several persons with him, at once entered on it. After laboring about 1 hour and a half, the decks were cleared, and the men on board ship had finished their work. At 9:30 p.m., by some change in the ice, the starboard side was again clear, the vessel was free from pressure, and the cracks in the floe began to open. Unfortunately, 2 of these cracks ran through the places where the stern anchors had been planted, breaking their hold. The wind, still strong, now drove the vessel from the floe, and, the anchors dragging under the strain, she swung round to the forward hawser. The latter slipped, and the vessel was carried rapidly away from the ice. The night was black and stormy, and in a few moments the floe and its precious freight could no longer be seen through the drifting snow. Before the separation, it had been noticed that the floe was much broken on its edge, that the provisions and stores were separated from each other by rapidly widening cracks, that the men also were on different pieces of ice, that active efforts were being made to launch boats in order to bring the scattered people together. Several men were seen rushing toward the ship as she was leaving, but they failed to reach her. The voice of the steward, John Heron, was heard calling out, "Goodbye, Polaris!" 19 persons were thus separated from the ship, including 8 Eskimos and the baby of Hans and Hannah. 14 men remained on board. This remnant of a crew, so suddenly reduced, gazed on each other for a few moments in silence. When the order was given to station the lookouts, the duties of the ship were resumed. A few moments after the separation, a fireman who was below getting up steam reported that the vessel was leaking badly. Upon examination, it was found that the water was pouring in so rapidly that it was feared that the fires would be put out before steam could be raised to work the pumps. All hands were immediately ordered to the large deck pumps, and a few pails of hot water started the 4 pumps. The captain called out, "Work for your lives, boys," and the crew set to work with a will. In spite of their utmost efforts, the leak still gained upon them. The engineers and firemen were urged to their utmost. Everything of a combustible character, including seal blubber, was thrown upon the fire, and at the end of 1 hour and 10 minutes of the severest labor, the steam pumps were at last in working order. Nor was this a moment too soon, for at the moment the pumps began to work, the water was lapping over the floor of the fire room. Captain Buddington awaited a favorable opportunity to beach the Polaris, and this was accomplished a few days later near Lifeboat Cove, where a comfortable house was built of the vessel for the winter. Some Eskimos rendered them considerable assistance and received suitable gifts in return. "We have taken stock of our ammunition," writes Captain Buddington in his journal, "and find that we can avail ourselves of about 8 pounds of powder, which some of the men had stored away in their chests and powder flasks. This is all we have on board, the powder can having been also put off on the ice during the fearful night of the 15th. Also, all our Sharps cartridges, except some open, loose ones, which were found amongst the men's things. 1 box of musket cartridges we have, and plenty of shot and lead, also several shotguns. In fact, we are not altogether as bad off as we first supposed, and the only thing that we are short of is clothing. This, if we cannot get any game, we may feel considerably before spring comes on." The Eskimos from Ida made frequent visits, but could give them no information of the lost members of the party. The general opinion with Captain Buddington and his men was that Tyson had been able to effect a landing with his men somewhere to the south, and that he would probably use his dogs, sleds, and boats to travel up the coast and rejoin the main party. In the spring of 1873, 2 boats were carefully constructed from the material of the Polaris, and the party made preparations to reach Upernavik. On June 3, the boats, having been freighted and manned, got under way, and after an exciting journey of 200 miles, were picked up near Cape York by the Scotch whaler Ravenscraig. One of the boats used on this retreat was brought back to civilization and presented to the Smithsonian Institution at Washington. It was exhibited at the International Exhibition, Philadelphia, May 10, 1876, by the side of Kane's boat Faith, and formed part of the Arctic collection furnished for the centennial by the United States Naval Observatory. To return to the 19 souls adrift on the ice floe, of the moment of parting from the Polaris, Captain Tyson writes, "The ice exploded and broke in many places, and the ship broke away in the darkness, and we lost sight of her in a moment. Gone, but an icebound horror seemed to cling to air. It was snowing at the time also. It was a terrible night. On the 15th of October it may be said that the Arctic night commences, but in addition to this the wind was blowing strong from the southeast. It was snowing and drifting and was fearfully dark, and the wind was exceedingly heavy, and so bad was the snow and sleet that one could not even look to the windward. We did not know who was on the ice or who was on the ship, but I knew some of the children were on the ice, because almost the last thing I had pulled away from the crushing heel of the ship were some musk ox skins. They were lying across a wide crack in the ice, and as I pulled them toward me to save them, I saw that there were 2 or 3 of Hans's children rolled up in one of the skins. A slight motion of the ice, and in a moment more they would either have been in the water and drowned in the darkness, or crushed between the ice. It was nearly 10 o'clock when the ship broke away, and we had been at work since 6. The time seemed long, for we were working all the time. Hannah was working, but I did not see Joe or Hans. We worked till we could scarcely stand. They were throwing things constantly over to us till the vessel parted. Some of the men were on small pieces of ice. I took the little donkey, a small scow, and went for them, but the scow was almost instantly swamped. Then I shoved off one of the whaleboats, and took off what men I could see, and some of the men took the other boat and helped their companions, so that we were all on firm ice at last. We did not dare to move about much after that, for we could not see the size of the ice we were on account of the storm and darkness. All the rest but myself, the men, women, and children, sought what shelter they could from the storm by wrapping themselves in the musk ox skins, and so laid down to rest. I alone walked the floe all night. The following morning an inventory was taken of the stores on the floe, and they were found to be 14 cans of pemmican, 11½ bags of bread, 1 can of dried apples, and 14 hams. If the ship did not come for us, writes Tyson, we might have to support ourselves all winter or die of starvation. Fortunately, we had the boats. Captain Tyson made an effort to reach the little island in order to secure the assistance of the Eskimos living in the neighborhood in procuring food and shelter for his party during the winter. This he was unable to accomplish, and soon after the Polaris was seen rounding a point. Signals were made by hoisting the colors and showing an India rubber cloth, but neither the signals nor the men were seen by the Polaris. Another futile attempt was made to attract the attention of those on the ship, and Captain Tyson endeavored to launch the boats and reach her, but without success. Gales now forced the floe out of sight of the ship, and the forlorn men set to work to make the best of a desperate situation. By late November, the effects of exposure and want of food began to show themselves. Some of the men trembled when they tried to walk, the children often cried with hunger, although all was given to them that could possibly be spared. The seals brought in were received with gratitude. The invaluable success of Joe and Hans was fully appreciated. Without them, the chances of life would have been very much diminished. So keen had the appetites of the party become that the seal meat was eaten uncooked with the skin and hair on. December 25, Captain Tyson records, "Our Christmas dinner was gorgeous. We each had a small piece of frozen ham, 2 whole biscuits of hard bread, a few mouthfuls of dried apples, and also a few swallows of seal's blood. The last of the ham, the last of the apples, and the last of our present supply of seal's blood. So ends our Christmas feast. New Year's dinner, I have dined today on about 2 feet of frozen entrails and a little blubber, and I only wish we had plenty even of that, but we have not." On January 23, 1873, Captain Tyson makes the following observation. "I was thinking the other evening how strange it would sound to hear a good hearty laugh, but I think there never was a party so destitute of every element of merriment as this. I cannot remember ever having seen a smile on the countenance of any one on this floe, except when Helen came out of his hut and saw the sun shining for the first time. The months of February and March passed dismally enough, with varying fortune with the hunters. Toward the end of March, the condition of the party was growing rapidly worse. On March 3, Joe shot a monster ugjuk, a large kind of seal. It was, indeed, a great deliverance to those who had been reduced to one meal of a few ounces a day. Hannah had but 2 small pieces of blubber left, continues Captain Tyson, enough for the lamp for 2 days. The men had but little, and Hans had only enough for 1 day. And now, just on the verge of absolute destitution, comes along this monstrous ugjuk, the only one of the seal species seen today, and the fellow, I have no doubt, weighs 600 or 700 pounds, and will furnish, I should think, 30 gallons of oil. Truly, we are rich indeed. April 1st. We have been the fools of fortune now for 5 months and a half. On this day, it was found necessary to abandon the floe, which had now become wasted to such an extent that it was no longer safe. At 8 a.m., therefore, the party took to their boat. This boat, intended to carry 6 or 8 men, was crowded with 12 men, 2 women, and 5 children, with the tent and skins and some provisions. There was so little room that it was difficult to handle the oars and yoke ropes. After making 15 or 20 miles to the south and west in the pack, a landing was effected, the tent pitched with the intention of remaining all night. For the next 28 days, the party advanced to the south by boat, camping upon the ice at night, undergoing the most perilous hardships from the upheavals of the ice through gales and storms. At 4:30 p.m. on April 28, a steamer hove in sight, right ahead, and at one time appeared to be bearing down upon the boat. The American colors were hoisted, and the boat pulled for her. She was recognized as a sealer returning southwest and apparently working through the ice. For a few moments, the hearts of the shipwrecked party were thrilled with joy, but the steamer failed to see them, and night coming on, she soon disappeared. That night, the boat was again hauled upon the ice, and fires lighted to attract the attention of passing vessels. At daylight, a steamer was seen 8 miles off. The boat was launched and headed for the ship, but after 2 hours pulling, she was so beset by ice that she could make no headway. The party landed on a small piece of ice, hoisted their colors, mounted the highest point of the floe, collected all the rifles and pistols, and fired them together to attract attention. After 3 rounds, the steamer fired 3 shots and, changing her course, headed toward the floe. The party gave a shout of delight, but soon after the steamer again changed her course and steamed away. Again, in the morning of the 30th, when the fog opened, a steamer was seen close to the floe. The guns were fired, the colors were set on the boat's mast, and loud shouts were uttered. Hans shoved off in his kayak, of his own accord, to intercept her, if possible. The morning was foggy, but the steamer's head soon turned towards them, and in a few moments she was alongside of the floe. The 3 cheers given by the shipwrecked people were returned by 100 men on deck and aloft. The vessel proved to be the barkentine Tigress, sealer Captain Bartlett of Conception Bay, Newfoundland. Her small sailboats were very soon in the water, but the shipwrecked party did not wait for them. They threw everything out of their own boat, launched her, and in a few moments were on board the Tigress, where they became objects of extreme curiosity, as well as of the most devoted attention. When the time during which they had been on the ice was mentioned, they were regarded with astonishment, and warmly congratulated upon their miraculous escape. They were picked up in latitude 53 degrees 35 minutes north, off Grady Harbor, Labrador. Thus ended one of the most remarkable escapes on record. For 5 months, the little band of shipwrecked men and women had drifted at the mercy of the Arctic ice pack, a distance of 1,300 miles. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Katerina. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 14. Captain Thomas Long. Discovery of Wrangel Land. Captain Carlson and Captain Palliser sail across the Sea of Kara. Captain Johansen circumnavigates Nova Zembla. First German expedition. Second German expedition. Germania, Captain Caldewey commanding. Hansa, Captain Hegemann. Departure from Bremen. Crossing the Arctic Circle. Isle of Jan Mayen. The ice line. Separation from the Hansa. Adrift on the ice floe. Winter. Final rescue. Germania beset. Winter. Sledging parties. Lieutenant Payer's remarkable journey, 77 degrees 1 minute north latitude. Return of the Germania. Other important discoveries followed the journeys of Dr. Hayes and Captain Hall, including that of Captain Thomas Long, an American whaler who in 1867 discovered a mountainous country of considerable extent in the Polar Ocean, beyond Bering Strait, supposed at that time to be the western prolongation of Plover Island. The same year, Captain Carlson and Captain Palliser sailed across the generally inaccessible Sea of Kara to the mouths of the Obi, and Captain Johansen succeeded in circumnavigating the whole archipelago of Nova Zembla. In 1868, the first German North Polar expedition was fitted out through the exertions of the scientist Dr. A. Peterman of Gotha. The yacht Greenland, commanded by Captain Caldewey, sailed to Spitzbergen, reaching 84 degrees 5 minutes north of the north coast, and passing down Henlopen Strait, sighted Vigiland, returning home the fall of the same year. In 1869 and 1870, the Germans made a more successful attempt to enter the lists of Arctic discovery by exploring a considerable part of the previously unvisited coast of East Greenland. The ship Germania was chosen for this purpose, being expressly adapted for ice navigation. The Hansa, of nearly the same size, was to accompany her. Captain Karl Caldewey and Captain Fr. Hegemann were first and second in command respectively. The departure of the expedition from Bremerhaven, writes Captain Caldewey, took place on the 15th of June, 1869, in the presence of His Majesty the King of Prussia, whose warm interest in this great national undertaking showed itself in this solemn hour in a manner never to be forgotten. Amongst the numerous gentlemen in attendance on His Majesty were His Royal Highness, the Grand Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, Count Bismarck, the Minister of War and Marine, von Roon, General von Moltke, and Vice Admiral Jackman. The ships lay at the entrance of the new harbor just outside the sluice. The king, having been introduced to the scientific gentlemen and the commander of the expedition, and having greeted them with a hearty shake of the hand, the president of the Bremen Committee, Herr A.G. Mosler, requested His Majesty's permission to speak a few parting words, and in an earnest and impressive manner the speaker referred to the greatness and importance of the object, the self-denial, difficulties and dangers which lay before them, but which they all willingly braved for the honor of their native land, for the honor of the German Navy and of German science. July 1st found the expedition in 61 degrees north latitude, passing the entrance between Norway and the Shetland Isles. With that the German Ocean was left behind, and the open sea reached, which already made itself felt by the peculiar Atlantic swell. On the 5th of July, at 50 minutes past 11, the Germania passed the Arctic Circle, nearly under the meridian of Greenwich. A violent wind was blowing, writes Captain Caldewey, and with a speed of 9 knots we entered the Arctic Ocean, which was to be our quarters for a whole year. The Hansa was some miles in advance of us, and was the first to unfurl the North German flag, at the same time firing 1 gun. We followed. Conformably to the custom as on crossing the equator, Neptune came on board to welcome us and wish us success on our voyage, of course not without all those who had not yet crossed the Arctic Circle having to undergo the rather rough shaving and christening customary on such occasions. The ceremony closed, as is usual on such occasions, with a good glass of wine to wash away the evil effects of the cold water. On board the Hansa the proceeding was carried out much more scrupulously. Describing the frolic, Dr. Laube writes thus: "We entered into the spirit of the fun willingly, knowing that our sailors were decent fellows, and would not carry things too far, even had we not entered on the ship's books with them in Bremen and become seamen. Our carpenter went about the whole day with a sly, laughing face, and towards evening had quite lost his usual chattiness. We ourselves kept in the cabin, so as not to witness the preparations. At midnight we were called on deck. A gun was fired, and as its thunder died away, we heard the well-known cry, 'Ship ahoy!' 3 wonderful figures climbed over the bowsprit, Neptune first in an Eskimo's dress, with a great white cotton beard, a 7-pronged dolphin harpoon for a trident in one hand, and a speaking trumpet in the other. A tarpaulin was spread on the quarterdeck and a stool placed upon it. It looked like a judge's bench. Here each of us was seated with eyes bound while the masked followers of the northern ruler went through the customary proceedings. I was soaped and shaved. God Neptune was most favorable to me. He knows what good cigars are and has great respect for those to whom they belong. Then came the christening, which in this case was not applied to the head as is usual, but to the throat and stomach. Neptune put some questions to me through his speaking trumpet, desiring me to answer. I saw his object, answered with a short yes, and then closed my lips. The mischievous waterfowl rattled over me, causing universal merriment. They then took the bandage from my eyes that I might see my handsome face in the glass, but instead of a looking-glass it was the combing of the wooden hatchway, which with great gravity was held before my face by the barber's assistant. I was now absolved and could laugh with the others whilst seeing my comrades obliged to go through the same course one after the other. By the 9th of July the expedition came in sight of the island of Jan Mayen. The midnight hours had now become perceptibly lighter. Even in the cabin a lamp was no longer needed, and at 12 o'clock at night it was possible to read and write without difficulty. Fog and snow had already begun their rule of terror, and Captain Koldewey records 368 hours of fog from the 10th of July to the 1st of August. The island of Jan Mayen lies in the middle of the wide, deep sea between Norway and Greenland, Iceland and Spitzbergen, and is distant about 60 geographical miles from the coast of Greenland. It was discovered and named after a Dutchman who visited it in the year 1611. It is 9 miles in length and 1 mile in breadth, rocky and mountainous, with only 2 spots of flat beach suitable for landing places. The northeast part rises to a height of 6,863 feet in the lofty Berenberg, which has a large crater. In the year 1732, Burgomaster Andersen of Hamburg reported a decided eruption from a small side crater, and in 1818, Scoresby and another captain saw great pillars of smoke rising from the same place. Of this wonderful isolated snow-covered peak, Lord Dufferin in Letters from High Latitudes wrote, "My delight was of an anchorite in catching a glimpse of the seventh heaven." Jan Mayen lies so near the edge of the ice fields that from 1612 to 1640 it afforded the English and Dutch whale fishers a comfortable station for their train oil preparation. One ship is reported to have brought home 196,000 gallons of oil in a single year. The ice line was reached July 15th. After a foggy day, a light southerly breeze got up, the sails filled, the ship answered the helm once more, and we moved in a northwesterly course between small floes and brashes. A practiced ear might now notice a peculiar distant roar, which seemed to come nearer by degrees. It was the sea singing against the still hidden ice. Nearer and nearer comes the rushing noise. Every man is on deck, when, as with the touch of a magic wand, the mist divides, and a few hundred yards before us lies the ice, in long lines like a deep indented rocky coast, with walls glittering blue in the sun, and the foaming of the waves mounting high, with the top covered with blinding white snow. The eyes of all rested with amazement on this grand panorama. It was a glorious but serious moment, stirred as we were by new thoughts and feelings, by hopes and doubts, by bold and far-reaching expectations. Up to this time the Germania and Hansa had stood well together with occasional separation in the fogs, and on the 18th of July the officers of the 2 ships exchanged hospitalities. The next day, through a fatal misunderstanding of signals, the Hansa separated from the Germania, and they never met again. On the 28th of July the Hansa stood in 72 degrees 56 minutes north latitude and 16 degrees 54 minutes west latitude. The dark rock coast of East Greenland was visible for the first time from Cape Borearus to Cape James. By sailing, towing, and warping, the Hansa made slow progress through the ice. The captain and 2 officers and 2 sailors made an attempt to land on August 24, but were obliged to return to the ship without having accomplished their mission. On the 25th of August, the Hansa reached within 35 nautical miles of Sabine Island. The ship was continually subjected to dangerous ice pressure and often forced southward by the drifting ice fields. By the 6th of September, she lay between 2 promontories of a large ice field, which eventually proved a raft of deliverance. By the 14th of September, she was completely frozen up in 73 degrees 25.7 minutes north latitude and 18 degrees 39.5 minutes west latitude. At the mercy of the drifting currents, the Hansa stood in imminent peril of total destruction. Between October 5th and 14th, the drift had carried the ship 72 nautical miles to the south-southwest. The nights were cold, sometimes 4 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. The only sign of animal life to be seen were ravens, which were doubtless wintering on the coast. Once a gull and a falcon made the ship a visit. A severe storm from the north-northwest on the 19th brought disastrous pressure upon the Hansa. Shortly before 1 o'clock, the deck seam sprang, but still she seemed tight. Mighty blocks of ice pushed themselves under the bow, and although they were crushed by it, they forced the ship up no less than 17 feet. The rising of the ship was an extraordinary and awful, yet splendid spectacle, of which the whole crew were witnesses from the ice. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Captain Hegemann at once ordered clothing, nautical instruments, and stores to be removed from the ship to a safe distance. The pumps were put in action to free her from water, but to the horror of all, it was discovered before many hours that the Hansa was doomed. Calmly, though much moved, we faced this hard fact. There was not a minute's time to lose. While one half of the men stayed by the pumps, the others were busily engaged bringing the most necessary articles from the vessel to the floe. Gradually the ship filled with water, and by 8 in the morning the men who were busy in the forepeak getting out firewood came with anxious faces to say that the wood was already floating below. At 3 o'clock the water in the cabin had reached the table, and all movable articles were floating. Round about the ship lay a chaotic mass of heterogeneous articles and groups of feeble rats struggling with death and trembling with cold. On the morning of the 21st, a last trip was made to the Hansa for fuel and her mast sacrificed to the stress of need. She was then cut away from the ice that she might not endanger the lives of those on the floe when she sank. The shipwrecked crew, in the miserable shelter of the coal house, settled themselves to meet the exigencies of their frightful position. In the far distance, Holloway Bay and Glasgow Island were distinctly visible, but nowhere away through the icy labyrinth. Slowly, steadily, the ice field drifted to the south. By November 3rd, the Liverpool coast had been passed, and the picturesque formation of the coast surrounding Scoresby Sound was distinctly visible. The health of the party remained good. A monotonous routine of daily duties occupied officers and men. The capture of a walrus and bear gave a welcome supply of fresh meat. Christmas was cheerfully celebrated by these shipwrecked mariners in the coal hut on their Greenland floe. A tree artistically manufactured of pine wood and birch broom was gaily decorated with paper rings and candles. Nor were gifts wanting, and finally wrote Dr. Laube in his daybook. In quiet devotion the festival passed by. The thoughts which passed through our minds, they were much alike with all, I will not put down. If this should be the last Christmas we were to see, it was at least bright enough. If, however, we were destined for a happy return home, the next will bring a brighter one, may God grant it. The months of January and February were fraught with many anxious hours, owing to the numerous and severe storms which threatened destruction to the floe. The horrors of such an experience are vividly described as follows. On the 11th of January, at 6 in the morning, Hildebrand, who happened to have the watch, burst in with the alarm, "All hands turn out!" An indescribable tumult was heard without. With furs and knapsacks all rushed out. But the outer entrance was snowed up, so to gain the outside quickly we broke through the snow roof of the front hall. The tumult of the elements which met us there was beyond anything we had already experienced. Scarcely able to leave the spot, we stood huddled together for protection from the bad weather. Suddenly we heard, "Water on the floe close by." The floe surrounding us split up. A heavy sea arose. Our field began to break on all sides. On the spot between our house and the piled-up store of wood, which was about 25 paces distant, there suddenly opened a huge gap. Washed by the powerful waves, it seemed as if the place just broken off was about to fall upon us, and at the same time we felt the rising and falling of our now greatly reduced floe. All seemed lost. From our split-up ice field all the firewood was drifting into the raging sea. And in like manner we had nearly lost our boat Bismarck. Even the whaleboat was obliged to be brought for safety into the middle of the floe. The large boat being too heavy to handle, we were obliged to give up entirely. All this in a temperature of -9.5 degrees, and a heavy storm was an arduous piece of work. The community were divided into two parts. We bade each other goodbye with a farewell shake of the hands, for the next moment we might go down. Deep despondency had taken hold of our scientific friends. The crew were still and quiet. Thus we stood or cowered by our boats the whole day, the fine pricking snow penetrating through the clothes to the skin. It was a miracle that just that part of the floe on which we stood should from its soundness keep together. Our floe, now only 150 feet in diameter, was the 35 to 40 feet nucleus of the formerly extensive field to which we had entrusted our preservation. Towards evening the masses of ice became closely packed again. At the same time the heavy sea had subsided, and immediate danger seemed past. Relieved, we partook of something in the house and lay down, after setting a good watch. It was past midnight when we were roused from our sleep by the cry of terror, the voice of the sailor on watch, exclaiming, "Turn out, we are drifting onto a high iceberg." All rushed to the entrance. Dressed as we always were, we had no time to run through the long snow passage, but burst open the roof, climbed onto the door, and so out. What a sight! Close upon us, as if hanging over our heads, towered a huge mass of ice of giant proportions. "It is past," said the captain. Was it really an iceberg, or the mirage of one, or the high coast? We could not decide the question. Owing to the swiftness of the drift, the ghastly object had disappeared the next moment. Again on the evening of the 14th a frightful storm raged, which set the ice once more in motion. In the immediate neighborhood of the house our floe burst, and the broken ice flew high around us. It was high time to bring the boat Bismarck and the whaleboat more to the middle. This we did, but they were far too heavily laden to bring further. On this account, furs, sacks of bread, and clothing were taken out and packed on two sledges, which were, however, soon completely snowed up. All our labor was rendered heavier by the storm, which made it almost impossible to breathe. About 11 we experienced a sudden fissure which threatened to tear our house asunder. With a thundering noise an event took place, the consequences of which, in the first moments, deranged all calculations. God only knows how it happened that, in our flight into the open, none came to harm. But there, in the most fearful weather, we all stood roofless on the ice, waiting for daylight, which was still 10 hours off. The boat King William lay on the edge of the floe, and might have floated away at any moment. Fortunately, the fissure did not get any larger. As it was somewhat quieter at midnight, most of the men crept into the captain's boat, when the thickest sail we had was drawn over them. Some took refuge in the house. But there, as the door had fallen in, they entered by the skylight, and in a hurry broke the panes of glass, so that it was soon full of snow. This night was the most dreadful one of our adventurous voyage on the floe. For 5 nights the men slept in the boats. The days were employed in raising their settlement from its ruins. A wooden kitchen was built in a dwelling house, exactly like the one destroyed, but half as large, 14 feet long by 10 broad and 1.5 high in the middle. In spite of such frightful experiences, the men kept cheerful, undaunted and exalted. In fact, the cook kept a right seaman-like humor, having exclaimed while repairing the coffee kettle during the frightful pressure of the ice which destroyed the floe, if the floe would only hold together until he had finished his kettle, he wished so to make the evening tea in it, so that before our departure we might have something warm. February and March found them helplessly drifting to the southward, and by Easter, 17th of April, they lay floating backwards and forwards in the Bay of Unbarbig. Linnets and snow buntings soon made their appearance, so fearless and confiding that some of them, so says Bates' day book, will almost perch upon our noses, and in 5 minutes allowed themselves to be caught 3 times. On the 7th of May, the agreeable sight of open water in the direction of land cheered both officers and men. The captain now decided that an attempt would be made to leave the floe and reach the coast. The little community, divided amid 3 boats, bade farewell to the ice floe which had been their home for 200 days. During several days of bad weather, small progress was made. The men suffered considerably from exhaustion, snow blindness, and want of proper shelter and food. The latter problem was occasioning considerable concern, and already the men were almost looking their eyes out after a seal. There was but 6 weeks' short provisions on hand, and a long distance to travel over a barren and uninhabited coast before the settlement could be reached. The ice remaining unnavigable, it was decided to make the island of Uluitlek, dragging the heavy boatloads over the all but impassable ice hummocks. By the 24th of May, Mr. Hildebrand and the sailors Philip and Paul set foot on firm ground. Their encouraging report cheered the others to similar exertions, but the progress was slow and exhausting. Not until the 4th of June were the entire party landed at Aleut. The island proved of rocky formation, naked and bare of vegetation. "Everywhere we find nothing," writes one of the party, "but bare, barren cliffs, the higher the wilder, sparingly clothed with moss and stunted willows, but no trace of human inhabitants." 2 days later, June 6, they started once more. Their object was to make for Frederikstal, the nearest colony on the southwest coast of Greenland. On June 13, 1870, after passing through the Straits of Torsudatik and skirting the coast, the longed-for bay was reached. A few hundred steps from the shore on the green ground stood a rather spacious red house, topped by a small tower. It was the mission house. Groups of natives from the shore speedily welcomed the wanderers, and the cheerful greeting of the Moravian missionaries, "That is the German flag. They are our people. Welcome, welcome to Greenland," fell like music in their ears. After partaking of the generous hospitality extended by the missionaries and taking a much-needed rest, they pushed on in the hopes of reaching the settlement of Juliansherb, distant some 80 miles, where the Danish Constance was expected at any moment and would be their only means of reaching Europe that year. By the 25th of July, the officers and crew of the Hansa weighed anchor for the homeward voyage. By the 31st of July, they were on the high sea in Davis Strait. "No more ice. Set southwards and, O heavenly music of the word, homewards." It will be remembered that on July 20, 1869, the two ships had parted company, the Germania proceeding on her course with officers and crew under the impression that the Hansa would rejoin her within a short time. When this did not take place, much concern was felt for her fate. By the 27th of July, the Germania stood 73 degrees 7 minutes north latitude and 16 degrees 4 minutes west longitude. 2 days later, an interesting note is made of the peculiar condition of the atmosphere. The weather was clear and still, and we had a good opportunity of observing the refraction of light and the mirage. The whole atmosphere was quivering with a kind of wavy motion, so that the exact outline of the object was often so distorted as to be unrecognizable. It may be imagined that pictures of things far beyond our range of sight could thus be seen. Scoresby relates, and it afterwards proved true, that he once saw and recognized his father's ship perfectly in the mirage when it was 30 miles distant. The effects of this phenomenon on the distant ice was wonderful. Sometimes it appeared like a mighty wall, and sometimes like a town rich in towers and castles. Carefully pushing away between the floes, the Germania stood within 30 miles of Sabine Island by August 4. Sailing straight for Griper Roads, she at last anchored in a small bay which was afterward her winter harbor. On the 5th of August, anchor was dropped and the German flag hoisted on Greenland soil, amid loud cheers. Sabine Island forms a part of the group known as Pendulum Islands, discovered by Clavering in 1823. Sabine's observatory was carefully searched for, but no indications of its remains were found. Traces of Eskimo summer huts were discovered, however, giving evidence of long habitation. On the 15th of August, the Germania sailed as far as 75 degrees 31 minutes north latitude, some distance beyond Shannon Island, the extreme point discovered by Clavering and Sabine. At Shannon Island, First Lieutenant Payer, accompanied by 7 companions and provisioned for 6 days, made a try of investigation. Lieutenant Payer's description of the plateau to the southwest of Shannon is interesting. Tel Platte, as it is called, is 670 feet above the sea. Here, on the broad mountain top, were masses of rubbish of gneiss formation resembling those on Pendulum Island. We were also astonished by the sight of a large flat promontory south of Haystack, which is not distinctly marked on Clavering's charts. The view of the front coast of Greenland was full of majestic beauty. Having taken up winter quarters at Sabine Island, September 13, Captain Koldewey and Lieutenant Payer undertook a sledge journey to Fleggly Fjord. They returned to the ship September 21st, after an absence of 7 days, having traveled 133.5 miles. The long winter passed in the usual monotonous fashion, and in preparation for the spring sledge journeys. A thrilling incident, however, occurred early in March, which is almost unprecedented in Arctic adventure. "We were sitting," writes Lieutenant Payer, "fortunately silent in the cabin, when Koldewey suddenly heard a faint cry for help. We all hurriedly tumbled up the companion ladder to the deck, when an exclamation from Borgen, "A bear is carrying me off," struck painfully on our ears. It was dark, we could scarcely see anything, but we made directly for the quarter whence the cry proceeded, armed with poles, weapons, etc., over hummocks and drifts, when an alarm shot which we fired in the air seemed to make some little impression, as the bear dropped his prey and ran forward a few paces. He turned again, however, dragging his victim over the broken shore ice, close to a field which stretched in a southerly direction. All depended upon our coming up with him before he should reach this field, as he would carry his prey over the open plain with the speed of a horse and thus escape. We succeeded. The bear turned upon us for a moment, and then, scared by our continuous fire, let fall his prey. We lifted our poor comrade up onto the ice to bear him to his cabin, a task which was rendered somewhat difficult by the slippery and uneven surface of the ice. But after we had gone a little way, Borgen implored us to make as much haste as possible. On procuring a light, the coldest nature would have been shocked at the spectacle which poor Borgen presented. The bear had torn his scalp in several places, and he had received injuries in other parts of his body. His clothes and hair were saturated with blood. We improvised a couch for him in the rear of our cabin, as his own was not large enough. The first operation was performed upon him on the cabin table, and here we may briefly notice the singular fact that, although he had been carried more than 100 paces with his skull almost laid bare, at a temperature of -13 degrees Fahrenheit, his scalp healed so perfectly that not a single portion was missing. Borgen describes the sudden attack of the bear as follows. About a quarter before 9 p.m. I had gone out to observe the occultation of a star, which was to take place about that time, and also to take the meteorological readings. As I was in the act of getting on shore, Captain Koldewey came onto the ice. We spoke for a few moments, when I went on shore, while he returned to the cabin. On my return from the observatory, about 50 steps from the vessel, I heard a rustling noise to the left, and became aware of the proximity of a bear. There was no time to think or use my gun. The grip was so sudden and rapid that I am unable to say how it was done, whether the bear rose and struck me down with his forepaws, or whether he ran me down. But from the character of the injuries I have received, contusions and a deep cut on the left ear, I conclude that the former must have been the case. The next thing I felt was the tearing of my scalp, which was only protected by a skull cap. This is their mode of attacking seals, but, owing to the slipperiness of their skulls, the teeth glide off. The cry for help which I uttered frightened the animal for a moment, but he turned again and bit me several times on the head. The alarm had meanwhile been heard by the captain, who had not yet reached the cabin. He hurried on deck, convinced himself that it was really an alarm, roused up the crew, and hastened on to the ice, bringing assistance to his struggling comrade. The noise evidently frightened the bear, and he trotted off with his prey, which he dragged by the head. A shot fired to frighten the creature effected its purpose, inasmuch as he dropped me and sprang a few steps aside, but he immediately seized me by the arm, and, his hold proving insufficient, he seized me by the right hand, on which was a fur glove, and this gave the pursuers time to come up with the brute, which had by its great speed left them far behind. He was now making for the shore, and would certainly have escaped with his prey had he succeeded in climbing the bank. However, as he came to the edge of the ice, he turned along the coast side, continuing on the rough and broken ice, which greatly retarded his speed, and thus allowed his pursuers upon the ice to gain rapidly upon him. After being dragged in this way for about 300 paces, almost strangled by my shawl, which the bear had seized at the same time, he dropped me, and immediately afterwards Koldewey was bending over me with the words, "Thank God, he is still alive." The bear stood a few paces on one side, evidently undecided what course to pursue, until a bullet gave him a hint that it was high time to take himself off. Preparations having been completed for an extended sledge journey to examine the bays and inlets of the mainland, the party started March 8, 1870, and were absent until April 27, after 23 days of most arduous labors. Lieutenant Payer had the satisfaction of reaching 77 degrees 1 minute north latitude, at that time the most northerly point ever reached on the east coast of Greenland. From an elevated site the sea appeared covered with an unbroken field of hummocks, and the land was seen to stretch out in a northerly direction as far as the eye could reach. Other journeys, which followed at close intervals, greatly added to the geographical knowledge of the coast. On the return from one of these they discovered, 9th of August, the entrance to a magnificent fjord to the south of Cape Franklin, 73 degrees 10 minutes north latitude, into which they penetrated to a distance of 72 nautical miles. As they advanced into the interior, a decided change in the temperature was noticed. The atmosphere and water became warmer, and herds of reindeer and musk oxen were seen. Butterflies, bees, and other insects fluttered over the green earth. Nothing could exceed the grandeur of the scenery. Numerous glaciers and cascades descended from the mountains, which rose higher and higher as they advanced towards the west. Lieutenant Payer and Dr. Copeland, having climbed a peak 7,000 feet high, saw the fjord still branching out in the distance, and towards the west a remote chain of mountains, situated about 32 degrees west long, rising to an altitude of at least 14,000 feet, terminated the magnificent prospect. The interior of Greenland thus proved itself to be not a mere naked plateau covered with perpetual ice fields, but in some parts at least a country of alpine grandeur. On the 24th of August, the Germania steered her course for home. As the ship cleared the last of the Greenland ice, Captain Coldaway quoted the words of old Scoresby under similar conditions. "My watch is over," he used to say, and turning to Mr. Sangstash, Captain Coldaway exclaimed, "My watch is over," and retired to his cabin with a feeling of security that he had not enjoyed for many a day. Pursuing a course past Iceland between the Faroe and Shetland Isles, they stood off Heligoland, September 10. At daybreak, though we had seen no pilot, we recognized Wangerooge, and steered along the south wall to the mouth of the Weser. No sign of a ship. The Weser seemed to have died out. Where are the pilots hidden? Are they lying perdu on account of yesterday's storm? Well then, we must run into the Weser without them. The wind is favorable, the weather clear, the outer buoy will be easy to find. There is the church tower of Wangerooge. Suspecting nothing, we steered on. The tower bears south-southwest, southwest by south, southwest, but no buoy inside. The captain and steersman look at each other in astonishment. Can we have been so mistaken and out of our reckoning? But no, that is certainly Wangerooge. The depth of water agrees. Our compass is correct. No doubt about it, we are in the Weser. Something unusual must have happened. Still no sail in sight. But what is that? Yonder are the roads. There are several large vessels under steam. They at least can give us some information. So we make for them. We saluted the German flag, and soon the cry was heard. War! War with France! Napoleon a prisoner! France has declared a republic. Our armies are before Paris. And then, Hansa destroyed in the ice, crew saved. We thought we were dreaming and stood stiff with astonishment at such grand and heart-stirring news. Not until a loud hurrah for King William sounded from 100 German throats did we regain our speech and answer with another hurrah. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Katerina. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 15. Austrian Expedition 1871. Payer and Weyprecht. The Tegethoff adrift in the polar pack. Discovery of Franz Josef Land. Payer's sledge journeys. Payer's farthest 82 degrees 5 minutes north latitude. Cape Fligely. Abandonment of the Tegethoff. Retreat of officers and crew. Picked up by Russian fishermen. Home. Having gained much distinction for his valuable services in the second German expedition, Lieutenant Payer was resolved to continue in the path of polar discovery. The following year, in company with his colleague and friend, Lieutenant Weyprecht of the Austrian-Hungarian Navy, he equipped the Norwegian schooner Isbjorn and examined the edge of the ice between Spitzbergen and Nova Zembla, reaching 78 degrees 43 minutes north latitude and 42 degrees 30 minutes east longitude on the 1st of September 1871. The zealous endeavors of Payer and Weyprecht succeeded in calling into existence a still larger Austrian expedition in 1872. Their plan was to select a route by the north end of Nova Zembla with a view to making the northeast passage. Weyprecht was to command the ship Tegethoff, while Lieutenant Payer was to conduct the sledge parties. The Tegethoff sailed from Bremerhaven June 13, 1872, bearing in her course to Tromsø. Her equipment was liberal and carefully selected, the total expense of the expedition amounting to 18,333 pounds. The officers and crew numbered 24 souls. Delayed by storms among the Lofoten Isles, they did not reach Tromsø until July 3rd. 10 days later, the Tegethoff turned her prow to the north. The Norwegian coast with its many glaciers was in full view on July 16. North Cape loomed in the blue distance. By July 25, while in latitude 74 degrees, 0 minutes 15 seconds north, the ice was sighted. Proceeding with careful navigation through opens in the frozen ocean, the ship moved in her course until the end of August, when she became beset near Cape Nansen at the northern end of Nova Zembla, having just parted with the Isbjorn near Barents Isle, where Count Wilczek was placing supplies for their possible retreat. Ominous were the events of that day, writes Payer, for immediately after we had made fast the Tegethoff to that floe, the ice closed in upon us from all sides, and we became close prisoners in its grasp. No water was to be seen around us, and never again were we destined to see our vessel in water. Happy is it for men that inextinguishable hope enables them to endure all the vicissitudes of fate which are to test their powers of endurance, and that they can never see, at a glance, the long series of disappointments in store for them. We must have been filled with despair had we known that evening that we were henceforward doomed to obey the caprices of the ice, that the ship would never again float on the waters of the sea, that all the expectations with which our friends, but a few hours before, saw the Tegethoff steam away to the north, were now crushed, that we were in fact no longer discoverers but passengers against our will on the ice. From day to day we hoped for the hour of our deliverance. At first we expected it hourly, then daily, then from week to week, then at the seasons of the year and changes of the weather, then in the chances of New Year's. But that hour never came, yet the light of hope, which supports man in all his suffering and raises him above them all, never forsook us, amid all the depressing influence of expectations cherished only to be disappointed. To reach the coast of Siberia under these circumstances had become an impossibility, and even in case the ship became liberated, the search for a winter harbor in Nova Zembla would be a matter of peril and difficulty. Drifting, not with the current, but in the direction of the prevailing wind, the land of Nova Zembla receded until it faded out of sight, and only a desert of ice surrounded them. The frightful ice convulsions which frequently threatened their destruction determined the men to build a house on the main floe, where supplies of coal, fuel, and provisions were stored. Lieutenant Payer comments on the terrible conditions under which they existed. One of us, today, remarked very truly that he saw perfectly well how one might lose his reason with the continuance of these sudden and incessant assaults. It is not dangers that we fear, but worse far, we are kept in a constant state of readiness to meet destruction, and know not whether it will come today or tomorrow or in a year. Every night we are startled out of sleep, and, like hunted animals, up we spring to amid an awful darkness the end of an enterprise from which all hope of success has departed. It becomes at last a mere mechanical process to seize our rifles and our bag of necessaries and rush on deck. In the daytime, leaning over the bulwarks of the ship, which trembles, yea, and almost quivers the while, we look out on a continual work of destruction going on, and at night, as we listen to the loud and ever-increasing noises of the ice, we gather that the forces of our enemy are increasing. The hours of these dark and disheartening days were passed in taking observations, exercise, and occasional bear and sledge journeys. In spite of this, the time crept away with indescribable monotony. During February, the ship drifted first northwest and then north, the greatest longitude attained being 71 degrees east, in 79 degrees north, and the summer of 1873 advanced without any signs of freeing them. With sad resignation, the officers and crew looked forward to passing another winter in the ice, although plenty of birds, seal, and bears ensured them fresh meat, so essential for the preservation of health in high latitudes. A memorable day, writes Payer, was the 31st of August, 1873, in 79 degrees 43 minutes latitude and 59 degrees 33 minutes east longitude. That day brought a surprise, such as only the awakening to a new life can produce. About midday, as we were leaning on the bulwarks of the ship and scanning the gliding mists through which the rays of the sun broke ever and anon, a wall of mist, lifting itself up suddenly, revealed to us, afar off in the northwest, the outlines of bold rocks, which in a few minutes seemed to grow into a radiant alpine land. At first we all stood transfixed, and hardly believing what we saw. Then, carried away by the reality of our good fortune, we burst forth into shouts of joy. "Land! Land! Land at last!" There was now not a sick man on board the Tagethoff. The news of the discovery spread in an instant. Everyone rushed on deck, to convince himself with his own eyes that the expedition was not after all a failure. There before us lay the prize that could not be snatched from us. Yet not by our own action, but through the happy caprice of our flow, and as in a dream had we won it. But when we thought of the flow, drifting without intermission, we felt with redoubled pain that we were at the mercy of its movement. As yet, we had secured no winter harbor from which the exploration of the strange land could be successfully undertaken. For the present, too, it was not within the verge of possibility to reach and visit it. If we had left our flow, we should have been cut off and lost. It was only under the influence of the first excitement that we made a rush over our ice field, although we knew that numberless fissures made it impossible to reach the land. But, difficulties notwithstanding, when we ran to the edge of our flow, we beheld from a ridge of ice the mountains and glaciers of the mysterious land. Its valleys seemed to our fond imagination clothed with green pastures, over which herds of reindeer roamed in undisturbed enjoyment of their liberty, and far from all flows. For thousands of years this land had lain buried from the knowledge of men, and now its discovery had fallen into the lap of a small band, themselves almost lost to the world, who far from their home remembered the homage due their sovereign, and gave to the newly discovered territory the name Kaiser Franz Joseph Land. With loud hurrahs we drank to the health of our emperor in grog hastily made on deck in an iron coffee-pot, and then dressed the Tagethoff with flags. All cares, for the present at least, disappeared, and with them the passive monotony of our lives. There was not a day, there was hardly an hour, in which this mysterious land did not henceforth occupy our thoughts and attention. In October the vessel drifted within 3 miles of an island lying off the main mass of land. Lieutenant Payer landed on it, and found it to be in latitude 79 degrees 54 minutes north. It was named after Count Wilczek, whose deep interest in the expedition had won for him the affection of all. A second winter settled upon the Tagethoff and her crew at this point, the chief diversion being bear hunts, in which no less than 67 bears were killed. On the 10th of March, 1874, Payer made a preliminary sledge journey, the object of which was to determine the position and general relations of the new land. A large sledge was used and was equipped for a week. It carried an extra quantity of provisions, which were intended to form depots for the more extended sledge journey contemplated for later on. 39 pounds of hard bread, 5 pounds of pemmican, 16 pounds of boiled beef, 1 pound of pea sausage, 1/2 pound of salt and pepper, 6 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of grits, 5 pounds of chocolate, 5 gallons of rum, 1 pound of extract of meat, 2 pounds of condensed milk, and 8 gallons of alcohol. The party consisted of Payer and 6 men, with 3 dogs. Intense cold and violent snowstorms, the thermometer falling as low as -59 degrees, caused great suffering to the men from frostbites. This frightful temperature was experienced March 14. On that day, Payer with the Tyrolese mountain climbers stood on the summit of the precipitous face of the Sonklar Glacier, whose broad terminal front overhangs the frozen bay of Nordenskjöld Fjord. After making deposits of provisions, the party were obliged to return to the ship, after an absence of 5 days. On March 26, Lieutenant Payer with 10 men and 3 dogs started on a more extended journey of 30 days. The equipment for the second trip consisted of the large sledge, 150 pounds, the provisions including packing, 620 pounds, the dog sledge, 37 pounds, the tent, sleeping bags, tent poles, and alpine stock, 320 pounds, alcohol and rum, 128 pounds, fur coats and fur gloves, 140 pounds, instruments, rifles, ammunition, 170 pounds, shovel, 2 cooking machines, drag ropes, dog tent, etc., 1,565 pounds. Each of the 4 sacks of provisions, calculated for 7 days and 7 men, contained 51 pounds of boiled beef, 48 pounds of bread, 8 pounds of pemmican, 7 pounds of bacon, 2 pounds of extract of meat, 4 pounds of condensed milk, 2 pounds of coffee, 4 pounds of chocolate, 7 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of grits, 1 pound of salt and pepper, 2 pounds of pea sausage, 4 pounds of sugar, besides a reserve bag with 20 pounds of bread. Boiled beef was taken as food for the dogs, and it was hoped that game would supplement the general rations. From almost the first hour, violent blizzards, intense cold, and the uneven condition of the ice made the journey disheartening and laborious. By April 1st, they penetrated by Cape Hausa into a newly discovered passage, covered with heavy ice, to which Payer gave the name of Austria Sound. By the 7th of April, they advanced into Rawlinson Sound, over a track between hummocks, some of which were 40 feet high, the depressions between them filled with deep layers of snow. The noble mountain forms and mighty glaciers of Crown Prince Rudolf Land could be seen in the distance. Pursuing their course in a westerly direction, they reached Hohenlohe Island the next day, where the expedition encamped and the party divided, the smaller continuing to the north for the purpose of examining the glaciers of Rudolf Land. A disaster occurred the first day after their departure, which nearly proved fatal to the success of their undertaking. While crossing the Middendorf Glacier, the snow gave way beneath a sledge, which precipitated one of the men, Zaninovich by name, the dogs and sledge into a crevasse. From an unknown depth, writes Payer, I heard a man's voice mingled with the howling of dogs. All this was the impression of a moment, while I felt myself dragged backwards by the rope. Staggering back and seeing the dark abyss beneath me, I could not doubt that I should be precipitated into it the next instant. A wonderful providence arrested the fall of the sledge. At a depth of about 30 feet it stuck fast between the sides of the crevasse, just as I was being dragged to the edge of the abyss by its weight. The sledge having jammed itself in, I lay on my stomach close to the awful brink, the rope which attached me to the sledge tightly strained and cutting deep into the snow. The situation was all the more dreadful as I, the only person present accustomed to the dangers of glaciers, lay there unable to stir. When I cried down to Zaninovich that I would cut the rope, he implored me not to do it, for if I did, the sledge would turn over and he would be killed. For a time I lay quiet, considering what was to be done. By and by it flashed into my memory how I and my guide had once fallen down a wall of ice in the Erkler Mountains, 800 feet high, and had escaped. This inspired me with confidence to venture on a rescue, desperate as it seemed under the circumstances. Aurel had now come up, and, although he had never been on a glacier before, this gallant officer dauntlessly advanced to the edge of the crevasse, and laying himself on his stomach, looked down into the abyss and cried to me. Zaninovich is lying on a ledge of snow in the crevasse, with precipices all around him, and the dogs are still attached to the traces of the sledge, which has stuck fast. I called to him to throw me his knife, which he did with such dexterity that I was able to lay hold of it without difficulty, and as the only means of rescue, I severed the trace which was fastened round my waist. The sledge made a short turn and then stuck fast again. I immediately sprang to my feet, drew off my canvas boots, and sprang over the crevasse, which was about 10 feet broad. I now caught sight of Zeninowitch and the dogs, and shouted to him that I would run back to Hohenlohe Island to fetch men and ropes for his rescue, and that rescued he would be if he could contrive for 4 hours to keep himself from being frozen. I heard his answer, "Fate, signore, fate pure," and then Aurel and I disappeared. Heedless of the crevasses which lay in our path, or of the bears which might attack us, we ran down the glacier back to Cape Schroeder, 6 miles off. Only one thought possessed us: the rescue of Zeninowitch, the jewel and pride of our party, and the recovery of our invaluable store of provisions, and of the book containing our journals, which, if lost, could never be replaced. But even apart from my personal feeling for Zeninowitch, I keenly felt the reproaches to which I should be exposed of incautious traveling on glaciers, and it gave me no comfort to think that my previous experiences in this kind of traveling over the glaciers of Greenland appeared to justify my proceedings. Stung with these reflections, I pressed on at the top of my speed, leaving Aurel far behind me. Bathed with perspiration, I threw off my bird-skin garments, my boots, my gloves, and my shawl, and ran in my stockings through the deep snow. After passing the labyrinth of icebergs, I saw the rocky pyramid of Cape Schroeder before me in the distance. The success of my venture depended on the weather. If snow driving should set in, and the footprints should be obliterated, it would be impossible to find Hohenlohe Island. All around me it was fearfully lonely. Encompassed by glaciers, I was absolutely alone. At last I saw Klotz emerge from behind an iceberg at some distance off, and though I continued to shout his name till I almost reached him, I failed to rouse him from his usual reverie. When at last he saw me breathlessly pushing on, scarcely clothed, and constantly calling, his sack slipped from his back, and he stared at me as if he had lost his senses. When the hardy son of the mountains came to understand that Zeninowitch with the sledge was buried in the crevasse, he began to weep, in his simplicity of heart taking the blame of what had happened on himself. He was so agitated and disturbed that I made him promise that he would do himself no mischief, and then, leaving him to his moody silence, I ran on again towards the island. It seemed as if I should never reach Cape Schroeder. With head bent down I trudged on, counting my steps through the deep snow. When I raised it again, after a little time, it was always the same black spot that I saw on the distant horizon. At last I came near it, saw the tent, saw some dark spots creep out of it, saw them gather together and then run down the snow slope. These were the friends we had left behind. A few words of explanation, with an exhortation to abstain from idle lamentations, were enough. They at once detached a second rope from the large sledge and got hold of a long tent pole. Meanwhile I had rushed upon the cooking machine, quickly melted a little snow to quench my raging thirst, and then we all set off again. Haller, Sassig, Lukinovich, and myself, to the Middendorf Glacier. Tent and provisions were left unwatched. We ran back for 3 hours and a half. Fears for Zeninowitch gave such wings to my steps that my companions were scarcely able to keep up with me. Ever and anon I had to stop to drink some rum. At the outset we met Aurel, and rather later Klotz, both making for Cape Schroeder, Klotz to remain behind there, and Aurel to return with us at once to Middendorf Glacier. When we came among the icebergs under Cape Haberman, I picked up, one by one, the clothes I had thrown away. Reaching the glacier, we tied ourselves together with a rope. Going before the rest, I approached with beating heart the place where the sledge had disappeared 4 hours and a half ago. A dark abyss yawned before us. Not a sound issued from its depth, not even when I lay on the ground and shouted. At last I heard the whining of a dog, and then an unintelligible answer from Zeninowitch. Haller was quickly let down by a rope. He found him still living, but almost frozen on a ledge of snow 40 feet down the crevasse. Fastening himself and Zeninowitch to the rope, they were drawn up after great exertion. A storm of greetings saluted Zeninowitch, stiff and speechless though he was, when he appeared on the surface of the glacier. I need not add that we gave him some rum to stimulate his vital energies. It was a noble proof how duty and discipline assert themselves, even in such situations, that the first word of this sailor, saved from being frozen to death, was not a complaint, but thanks, accompanied with a request that I would pardon him if he, in order to save himself from being frozen, had ventured to drink a portion of the rum which had fallen down in its case with the sledge to his ledge of snow. Haller again descended and fastened the dogs to a rope. The clever animals had freed themselves from their traces in some inexplicable way, and had sprung to a narrow ledge, where Haller found them, close to where Zaninovich had lain. It was astonishing how quickly they discerned the danger of the position, and how great was their confidence in us. They had slept the whole time, as Zaninovich afterwards told us, and he had carefully avoided touching them lest they should fall down deeper into the abyss. We drew them up with some difficulty, and they gave expression to their joy, first by rolling themselves vigorously in the snow, and then by licking our hands. We then raised Haller by the rope some 10 feet higher than the ledge on which Zaninovich had lain, so that he might be able to cut the ropes which fastened the loading of the firmly wedged-in sledge. At this moment Aurel arrived, and with his help we raised one by one the articles with which the sledge was loaded. It was 10 o'clock before we were convinced that we had lost nothing of any importance in the crevasse. On April 12, 1874, Peyer and his companions attained their farthest north, 82 degrees 5 minutes north latitude. On that day they stood on a promontory about 1,000 feet high, to which the name of Cape Fligely was given. Rudolph Land still stretched in a northeasterly direction, writes Peyer, towards a cape, Cape Gerard Osborne, though it was impossible to determine its further course and connection. In the distant north, blue mountain ranges indicated masses of land, and to these the names of King Oscar Land and Peterman Land were given. Proudly we planted the Austro-Hungarian flag, continues Peyer, for the first time in the high north. A document we enclosed in a bottle and deposited in a cleft of rock. The return to the ship was rendered doubly hazardous by the insecurity of the ice and the increasing waterholes. The results of the journey may be summed up as follows. Peyer found the newly discovered country to be about the size of Spitzbergen, and consisting of 2 large masses, Wilczek Land to the east and Zichy Land to the west, intersected by numerous fjords and skirted by many islands. Austria Sound divides the 2 main masses of land, and extends to 82 degrees north, where Rawlinson Sound forks off to the northeast. The mountains reach a height of 2,000 to 3,000 feet. Glaciers abound in the ravines, and even the islands are covered with a glacial carp. A third sledge journey was undertaken by Lieutenant Peyer on April 29 to explore a large island named after McClintock. The momentous day, May 20, on which the Tegethoff was abandoned, came at last. 3 boats were selected by the return expedition. 2 of these were Norwegian whaleboats, 20 feet long, 5 feet broad, and 2½ deep. The third was somewhat smaller. The hummocks rendered their advance discouragingly slow. It was necessary to pass over the same short distance many times in the course of a day, and after 2 months of indescribable efforts, the distance reached by the party was not more than 2 German miles. An occasional bear, shot by the men, restored the waning strength and courage, but not until August 14 did the welcome sound of the open water reach their ears, and in 77 degrees 40 minutes north latitude they launched their boats. 9 days later they were picked up by Russian fishermen off the coast of Nova Zembla. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Jake Militsia. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 16. Baron A. E. von Nordenskjöld. First voyage 1858. Accompanies succeeding Swedish expeditions. Spitzbergen. Voyage of Sophia. 1868. Nordenskjöld's journey to Greenland. Voyage of the Polhem. Attempt to reach the pole by reindeer sledge. Unexpected discouragements and disasters. Voyage of the Proven. 1875. The Kara Sea. Journey repeated the following year. In the Amur. Voyage of the Vega. The career of Baron A. E. von Nordenskjöld is one of the most distinguished in Arctic history. Born in Helsingfors, Finland, November 18, 1832, he learned at an early age the thrill of adventure and the joys of research while accompanying his distinguished father on his mineralogical tours in the Ural Mountains. After graduating at Helsingfors in 1857, Nordenskjöld was himself appointed a professor of mineralogy at Stockholm. Baron Nordenskjöld's scientific interests in polar research began as early as 1858, when he accompanied Otto Torell, chief geologist of Sweden, who sailed on the Frithrup for Spitsbergen. This was the beginning of a series of Swedish expeditions that covered a quarter of a century, in which Nordenskjöld had a most valuable and active part. 2 months were spent on the west coast of Spitsbergen, in dredging the sea, studying the land formation and its botanical and glacial conditions. Nordenskjöld's chief contribution to science on this expedition was the discovery of a fossil-bearing rock in Carboniferous formations. Another journey beyond the Arctic Circle was undertaken by Torell in 1861 for a more thorough survey and study of the natural history and geology of Spitsbergen. On this journey, Torell, Nordenskjöld and Petersen undertook a boat journey to Hinlopen Strait and later visited the coast of Northeast Land. Passing North Cape and visiting 7 islands, they reached their farthest, 80 degrees 42 seconds north, August 5th, at Phipps Island. Prince Oscar Land was reached a week later, and from a mountain 2,000 feet high near Cape Raeder, 2 islands could be seen in the distance, to which were given the names of Charles XII and Drabanten. Pushing their way east of Cape Platon, the ice conditions forced their return. In 1863, Nordenskjöld again visited Spitsbergen, and again in 1864, when he was placed in charge of the Swedish expedition and was accompanied by Dunér and Malmgren. In a small boat of 26 tons burden and provisioned for less than 6 months, they entered safe harbour at the entrance of the magnificent Ice Fjord. After rounding the southern cape of Spitsbergen, they entered Storfjord and visited Edges Land and Barents Land. After entering Helles Sound and ascending White Mountain, they again rounded South Cape with the intention of following the west coast as far north as the ice would permit. On this journey, while off Charles Foreland, they rescued some shipwrecked sailors whose vessels had become beset off 7 islands, and who had journeyed in open boats some 200 miles in 14 days. An immediate return was thus made necessary, but the results of the summer's work was a map, executed by Nordenskjöld and Dunér, which delineates Spitsbergen with great accuracy. In 1868, the Swedish expedition had for its objective point the pole. The Sophia was chosen for this purpose and commanded by Captain Count F. W. von Otter, with Nordenskjöld as scientific chief. Smeerenberg Bay, at the north end of Spitsbergen, was decided upon as a place of rendezvous, and from this point the Sophia made 2 attempts for a high northing. In the second, she was rewarded by reaching on September 19, 1868, 81 degrees 42 seconds north, and 17 degrees 30 seconds east. At that time, the farthest north attained by any ship. A third attempt to push the Sophia through the impenetrable pack resulted in her becoming disabled and necessitated the return of the expedition to Sweden. In 1870, Nordenskjöld made a journey to Greenland, accompanied by Dr. Berggren, the noted professor of botany at Lund. The object of the expedition was to penetrate the unexplored interior from a point at the northern arm of a deep inlet called Auletsevik Fjord, some 60 miles south of the discharging glacier at Jakobshavn, and 240 north of the glacier at Godthaab. He commenced his inland journey on the 19th of July. Besides Dr. Berggren, he was assisted by 2 Eskimos, but the disheartening difficulties of travel over the inland ice of Greenland, caused by the slow movement of the glaciers, which produce chasms and clefts of almost bottomless depth, soon caused the party to abandon their sledge, and later the 2 natives refused to proceed. Undaunted by their desertion, Nordenskjöld and Dr. Berggren continued their explorations alone and advanced 30 miles over the glaciers to a height of 2,200 feet above the sea. One of the most important results of this remarkable journey was the discovery of 2 meteorites, the largest ever known. In 1871, Nordenskjöld again set out for Spitsbergen. His object was to reach the pole by reindeer sledging. Sailing in the ship Polhem, commanded by Lieutenant Palander of the Swedish Navy and accompanied by 2 convoys, the Glädjen and Onkel Adam, they reached Mussel Bay and there established winter quarters. In an attempt to return, the convoys were beset in a violent storm. Unable to extricate themselves and not being provisioned for winter, the crews, numbering 43 men, were suddenly forced upon Nordenskjöld's party for fuel and supplies. To distribute food intended for 24 persons among a party of 67 was a serious problem, and was only accomplished by reducing the rations of all 1/3. Hardly had this blow fallen upon the prospects of the expedition when they were visited by 4 men with the overwhelming news that 6 walrus vessels had been frozen in at Point Grey and Cape Welcome. By hunting, it was hoped that the 58 unfortunate men would manage to avoid starvation until the 1st of December. After that, their only salvation rested with the generosity of Nordenskjöld. The only relief to the appalling situation was in the fact that a Swedish colony had that year worked a phosphatic deposit at Cape Thorsden ice fjord, and the manager, after abandoning the work, had returned to Norway, leaving behind him a considerable amount of stores. Cape Thorsden was distant 200 miles, but 17 of the walrus hunters determined to undertake it. These men succeeded in reaching the depot, where an ample supply of all the necessaries of life awaited them, including a house, fuel, preserved and dried vegetables, and fresh potatoes. Huddling in one room, living on salt beef and pork, rather than go to the exertion of availing themselves of the ample diet at hand, these men were attacked by scurvy, and not one survived the rigours of the winter. At Mussel Bay, the food conditions were deplorable, but were eked out by the utilisation of reindeer moss mixed with rye flour, which produced a very bitter bread. The sacrifice of the food of the reindeer greatly crippled Nordenskjöld's cherished plans for his spring journeys, and, to add to his disappointments, the reindeer themselves were carelessly allowed to escape by the Lapps during a violent snowstorm. A fortunate opening of the ice early in November allowed 2 vessels to escape, and these vessels took the crews of the 4 others. The Arctic night was passed by the expedition in making scientific observations, dredging under the ice, and in mental and physical exercise. In spite of every precaution against the dreaded foe, scurvy broke out among the men, but was overcome under a strict diet regime. In spite of the disastrous loss of his reindeer and the depleted state of his stores and provisions, Nordenskjöld attempted his northern journey the following spring. At 7 islands, he was stopped by the ice, but in spite of this disappointment, he concluded to visit northeast land for the purpose of geographical research. A journey of 5 days over impassable hummocks resulted in his making Cape Platon and later Otter Island. The increased dangers of travel and the presence of water holes determined him to abandon the coast route and strike across the inland ice. This arduous journey was over hard-packed, blinding white snow, glazed and polished, he writes, so that we might have thought ourselves to be advancing over an unsurpassably faultless and spotless floor of white marble. Blinding storms, blizzards, or ice fogs marked each step of their 15 days' journey. Snow bridges covered treacherous chasms, some of which were 40 feet in depth. On June 15th, they descended into Hinlopen Strait at Valenberg Bay, and finally the party reached Mussel Bay after an absence of 60 days. In the early summer, they had the good fortune to be visited by Mr. Lee Smith, the veteran Arctic navigator and scientist, in his private yacht Diana, through whose generosity the expedition was liberally supplied with fresh provisions which removed the pending anxiety for the future. In 1875, Nordenskjöld turned his attention to the possibility of navigating the seas along the northern coast of Siberia. This route had already been opened by Captain Wiggins of Sunderland, who in 1874, 1875, and 1876 opened the way to trade between Europe and the mouth of the Yenisei River. Nordenskjöld sailed from Tromsø in the Proven, June 1875, and successfully navigating the Kara Sea, reached an excellent harbour on the eastern side of the mouth of the Yenisei, to which he gave the name of Port Dixon, in honour of Mr. Oscar Dixon of Gothenburg, for many years the liberal supporter of the Swedish expeditions. To demonstrate that the Kara Sea had not been more free of ice than usual in the summer of 1875, and that the route would be practicable another season, Nordenskjöld repeated his voyage in the Ymer the following year. His long Arctic experience had by this time convinced him of the feasibility of the Northeast Passage. To demonstrate this conviction, he enlisted the patronage of the King of Sweden, Mr. Oscar Dixon, and Mr. Sibiriakov, a Siberian proprietor of vast wealth, and the result was the purchase of the Vega, which was liberally equipped for a successful expedition. The Vega had been used for whale fishing in the North Polar Sea. Her register was 357 tons gross, or 299 net. Her dimensions were as follows: length of keel, 37.6 meters. Length over deck, 43.4 meters. Beam extreme, 8.4 meters. Depth of hold, 4.6 meters. She had a 60 horsepower engine, which required 10 cubic feet of coal per hour, developing an average speed of 6 or 7 knots per hour. The vessel was a full-rigged bark with pitch pine masts, iron wire rigging, and patent reefing topsails. Under sail alone she was able to attain a speed of 9 or 10 knots. She carried the Swedish man-of-war flag with a crowned O in the middle, and bore this triumphantly throughout a voyage which stands in history as the first circumnavigation of Asia and Europe. With Nordenskjöld as leader, Lieutenant Palander, commander of the ship, and an efficient staff of officers and scientists, which included such men as Lieutenant Horgard of the Royal Danish Navy, for superintendent of the magnetical and meteorological work, F.R. Schellman, Ph.D., docent in botany in the University of Uppsala, and Lieutenant G. Bore of the Royal Italian Navy, superintendent of the hydrographical work. The Vega sailed from Gothenburg July 4, 1878, in company with her convoy, the Lena. Port Dixon was reached on the morning of August 10th, and 9 days later Cape Serrero, or Chelyuskin, in 77 degrees 41 minutes north latitude. Of this, the most northern part of Siberia, Nordenskjöld writes, "We had now reached a great goal, which for centuries had been the object of unsuccessful struggles. For the first time, a vessel lay at anchor off the northernmost cape of the Old World. No wonder then that the occurrence was celebrated by a display of flags and the firing of salutes, and when we returned from our excursion on land, by festivities on board, by wine and toast. The north point of Asia forms a low promontory, which a bay divides into two, the eastern arm projecting a little farther to the north than the western. A ridge of hills, with gently sloping sides, runs into the land from the eastern point, and appears within sight of the western to reach a height of 300 meters. Like the plain lying below, the summits of this range were nearly free of snow. Only on the hillsides or in deep furrows excavated by the streams of melted snow, and in dales in the plains, were large white snowfields to be seen. A low ice-foot still remained at most places along the shore, but no glacier rolled its bluish-white ice masses down the mountain sides, and no inland lakes, no perpendicular cliffs, no high mountain summits gave any natural beauty to the landscape, which was the most monotonous and the most desolate I have seen in the high north." On the 23rd, the Vega was again steaming forward among the fields of drift ice. The difficulties of voyaging through unknown waters, overhung with fogs and mists, may better be understood by an anecdote described by Nordenskjöld, which illustrates how completely a person may be deceived by size and distance of objects. "One can scarcely, without having experienced it," he writes, "form any idea of the optical illusions which are produced by mist in regions where the size of the objects which are visible through fog is not known beforehand, and thus does not give the spectator an idea of the distance. Our estimate of the distance and size in such cases depends wholly on accident. The obscure contours of the fog-concealed objects themselves, besides, are often by the ignorance of the spectator converted into whimsical fantastic forms. During a boat journey in Hinlopen Strait, I once intended to row among drift ice to an island at a distance of some few kilometers. When the boat started, the air was clear, but while we were employed, as best we could, in shooting seafowl for dinner, all was wrapped in a thick mist, and that so unexpectedly that we had not time to take the bearings of the island. This led to a not altogether pleasant row by guests among the pieces of ice that were drifting about in rapid motion in the Sound. All exerted themselves as much as possible to get sight of the island, whose beach would afford us a safe resting place. While thus occupied, a dark border was seen through the mist at the horizon. It was taken for the island which we were bound for, and it was not at first considered remarkable that the dark border rose rapidly, for we thought that the mist was dispersing, and in consequence of that more of the land was visible. Soon 2 white snowfields that we had not observed before were seen on both sides of the land, and immediately after this was changed to a sea monster, resembling a walrus head as large as a mountain. This got life and motion, and finally sank all at once to the head of a common walrus, which lay on a piece of ice in the neighbourhood of the boat. The white tusks formed the snowfields, and the dark brown round head the mountain. Scarce was this illusion gone, when one of the men cried out, "Land right ahead! High land!" We now all saw before us a high alpine region, with mountain peaks and glaciers, but this too sank a moment afterwards, all at once to a common ice border, blackened with earth. In the spring of 1873, Philander and I, with 9 men, made a sledge journey round North-East Land. In the course of this journey, a great many bears were seen and killed. When a bear was seen, while we were dragging our sledge forward, the train commonly stood still, and not to frighten the bear, all the men concealed themselves behind the sledges, with the exception of the marksman, who, squatting down in some convenient place, waited till his prey could come sufficiently in range to be killed with certainty. It happened once during foggy weather on the ice at Wallenberg Bay, that the bear was expected and had been clearly seen by all of us, instead of approaching us with his usual supple zigzag movements, and with his ordinary attempts to nose himself to a sure insight into the fitness of the foreigners for food, just as the marksman took aim, spread out gigantic wings, and flew away in the form of a small ivory gull. Another time, during the same sledge journey, we heard from the tent in which we rested the cook, who was employed outside, cry out, "A bear! A great bear! No! A reindeer! A very little reindeer!" The same instant, a well-directed shot was fired, and the bear reindeer was found to be a very small fox, which thus paid with its life for the honour of having for some moments played the part of a big animal. From these accounts, it may be seen how difficult navigation among drift ice must be in unknown waters. It had been understood that the Lena would accompany the Vega as far as one of the mouth arms of the Lena River. But on the night of the 27th of August, while off Tumat Islands, all conditions being favourable, the ships parted company, after Captain Johansen had received orders, passports, and letters for home. As a parting salute to our trusty little attendant during our voyage round the north part of Asia, some rockets were fired, on which we steamed or sailed on, each to his destination. Following an easterly course through shallow open water, the Vega all but made the northeast passage in one season. Toward the end of September, however, she was frozen in off the shore of a low plain of tundra in 67 degrees 71 seconds north, and 173 degrees 20 seconds west, near the settlements of the Chukchis, numbering about 300 souls. The open water, which to a late date in the season had favoured the progress of the expedition, was accounted for by the volumes of warm water discharged into the Polar Sea during the summer by the great Siberian river systems. During the voyage, valuable natural history collections were made, and the sea bottom was found to abound in animal and vegetable life. When we were beset, writes Nordenskjöld, the ice next the shore was too weak to carry a foot passenger, and the difficulty of reaching the vessel from land with the means which the Chukchis had at their disposal was thus very great. When the natives observed us, there was in any case immediately a great commotion among them. Men, women, children, and dogs were seen running up and down the beach in eager confusion. Some were seen driving in dog sledges on the ice street next the sea. They evidently feared that the splendid opportunity which here lay before them of purchasing brandy and tobacco would be lost. From the vessel we could see with glasses how several attempts were made to put out boats, but they were again given up, until at last a boat was got to a lane, clear of ice or only covered with a thin sheet, that ran from the shore to the neighbourhood of the vessel. In this a large skin boat was put out, which was filled brimful of men and women, regardless of the evident danger of navigating such a boat, heavily laden, through sharp newly formed ice. They rowed immediately to the vessel, and on reaching it, most of them climbed without the least hesitation over the gunwale with jests and laughter, and the cry, "Anawar, Anawar," translation, "Good day, good day." Our first meeting with the inhabitants of this region, where we afterwards passed 10 long months, was on both sides very hearty, and formed the starting point of a very friendly relation between the Chukchis and ourselves, which remained unaltered during the whole of our stay. On the 5th of October, continues Nordenskjöld, the openings between the drift ice fields next the vessel were covered with splendid skating ice, of which we availed ourselves by celebrating a gay and joyous festival. The Chukchi women and children were now seen fishing for winter roach along the shore. In this sort of fishing, a man who always accompanies a fishing woman with an iron-shored lance cuts a hole in the ice so near the shore that the distance between the undercorner of the hole and the bottom is only half a metre. Each hole is used only by one woman, and that only for a short time. Stooping down at the hole, in which the surface of the water is kept quite clear of pieces of ice by means of an ice sieve, she endeavours to attract the fish by means of a peculiar, wonderfully clattering cry. First, when a fish is seen in the water, an angling line, provided with a hook of bone, iron, or copper, is thrown down, strips of the entrails of fish being employed as bait. A small, metre-long staff with a single or double crook in the end was also used as a fishing implement. With this little leister, the men cast up fish on the ice with incredible dexterity. Hunting and exploring excursions were sent out from the Vega with varying success. As the seasons advanced, the natives were threatened with the usual scarcity of food, which was largely relieved by the generosity of the Europeans. A most careful and thorough study was made of these natives, their characteristics, mode of life, manners, speech, and customs. On July 18th, the Vega was liberated from the ice, after having been imprisoned 294 days. After a lapse of 326 years, when Sir Hugh Willoughby made the first attempt at a northeast passage, the Vega sailed through Bering Strait, July 20th, 1879, being the first vessel to penetrate by the north from one of the great world oceans to another. The Vega anchored at Yokohama on the evening of the 2nd of September. On our arrival off Yokohama, writes Nordenskjöld, we were all in good health, and the Vega in excellent condition, though after the long voyage in want of some minor repair, of docking, and possibly of coppering. Naturally, among 30 men, some mild attacks of illness could not be avoided in the course of a year, but no disease had been generally prevalent, and our state of health had constantly been excellent. Of scurvy, we had not seen a trace. From Yokohama, the news of the Vega's success was telegraphed throughout the world, and the homeward journey of the expedition via Hong Kong, Singapore, Suez, Naples, Lisbon, Copenhagen to Stockholm was one of triumphant progress, each country trying to outdo the others in giving a royal welcome to the gallant explorers. The Vega reached Stockholm April 24th, 1880, after a journey of 22,189 miles. End of chapter 16. Read by Jake Milizia.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 17, Part 1. British Expedition of 1875. The Alert and Discovery. Captain George F. Nares, FRS. Albert H. Markham, FRGS. Two Voyages of the Pandora, 1875 to 1876. Schwatka's Search for the Franklin Records, 1878 to 1879. The British North Polar Expedition of 1875 comprised the Alert, a 17-gun sloop, and the Discovery, originally a Dundee whaler. Under the supervision of the Admiral Superintendent of the Dockyard at Portsmouth, Sir Leopold McClintock, these ships were completely overhauled, reinforced, and admirably outfitted for the service expected of them. Each vessel was supplied with 9 boats of various sizes, especially constructed for service in Arctic waters. Great care was exercised in selection of officers and men, and their social, moral, and physical qualifications were strictly inquired into. To Captain George S. Nares, FRS, was entrusted the command of the expedition, and Commander Albert H. Markham was placed second in command. On the afternoon of May 29, 1875, the vessels steamed out of Portsmouth Harbor. At Spithead, the squadron was joined by the Valorous, which accompanied the ships as far as Disco. After a stormy but uneventful voyage, the expedition stood off some distance from Cape Farewell, June 25. On the 27th, a falling temperature and a peculiar light blink along the horizon gave due notice of the immediate proximity of the ice. The weather being thick and foggy, extra precautions were taken to avoid collision with any icebergs. The following morning, the high, bold, snow-capped hills near Cape Desolation were sighted. Seals were now seen basking lazily on the ice, and birds common to these regions hovered round the ships, awakening the echoes with their gladsome cries. On July 1, the little Danish settlement of Fiskarnes was passed, and later that of Godthab. On July 4, the Arctic Circle was crossed, and 2 days afterwards the expedition was safely landed in the Bay of Lively off Godhaven, the inspector and inhabitants giving a warm and hearty welcome. Stores were now taken aboard the Valorous, and every preparation made to plunge into the frozen north and meet the experiences of a long period of enforced isolation. A dense fog soon necessitated making the ships fast to icebergs to await a more favorable opportunity of advancing. Whilst attempting to secure the ships, continues Markham, an alarming catastrophe occurred. The boat had been dispatched containing 3 men with the necessary implements, such as an ice drill and anchor, for making the vessel fast. As soon as the first blow of the drill was delivered, the berg, to our horror, split in 2 with a loud report, one half with one of our men on it toppling over, while the other half swayed rapidly backwards and forwards. On this latter piece was another of our men, who was observed with his heels in the air, the violent agitation of the berg having precipitated him head foremost into a rent or crevasse. The water alongside was a mass of seething foam and spray, but curious to relate, the boat with the 3rd man in it was in no way injured. They were all speedily rescued from their perilous position and brought on board, sustaining no further harm than that inflicted by a cold bath. Their escape appeared miraculous. On the 19th of July, the ships came to anchor off the Danish settlement of Proven, and here Hans Hendrik, the Eskimo, dog driver, and hunter, who had accompanied so many expeditions to Smith Sound, was engaged. Putting to sea once more, they passed the headland of Sanderson, his Hope, the 21st of July, anchoring off Upper Nauvik the following morning. Pushing boldly through the middle ice, the passage through Melville Bay was safely accomplished, and the North Water reached without incident. Arriving off the Garry Islands on the morning of the 27th, a cache of provisions was landed sufficient to sustain 60 men for 2 months. Other depots were cached at Cape Hawks and Cape Lincoln. By the 28th of July, both ships came to anchor at Port Falk, the winter quarters of Dr. Hayes, in 1860. An excursion from this point was taken by Captain Nares and Commander Markham to Lifeboat Cove, the winter quarters of the remnant of the Polaris crew in 1872-1873. Traces of that expedition were immediately found upon landing. Various relics, such as a trunk, an old basket lined with tin, boxes, stores, pieces of wood, gun barrels, and odds and ends lay strewn about. A collection was made of such articles as were of any value for the purpose of returning them to the United States. Nares and Markham now proceeded to Littleton Island in the hopes of finding an iron boat left there by Dr. Hayes in 1860. Though a careful search was made, no traces of it were discovered. After erecting a cairn at the southwest end of the island on a hill some 500 or 600 feet above sea level, from which point Cape Sabine and Cape Fraser could be seen, the intervening distance navigable open water, Captain Nares and Commander Markham congratulated themselves on the prospect of rapid progress. A few hours after the return to the ship, the favorable conditions suddenly changed, and from that time on the two ships battled with the ice pack. Hugging the west shore, and keeping free from the main pack after leaving Cape Sabine, Captain Nares hardly left the crow's nest in his heroic efforts to take advantage of every lead and opening. Little rest was enjoyed by any on these days during which we were subjected to the wayward will of the pack, writes Commander Markham. On the 19th of August, he says, during the last 3 weeks we had advanced exactly 90 miles, or at the rate of about 4 1/4 a day. This cannot be considered a rapid rate of traveling, yet to accomplish even this necessitated a constant and vigilant lookout. Pushing their way steadily onward, they passed Cape Lieber and crossed Lady Franklin Bay. On the 25th of August, while threading among the ice floes that bordered the coast, a herd of musk oxen were seen browsing on an adjacent hill. A shooting party was sent ashore, which separated into 3 parties upon landing and advanced cautiously toward the spot where the animals were seen grazing. So successful was the hunt that 2,124 pounds of fresh meat was the result of the morning's bag. The harbor in which the ships were anchored possessed all the necessary qualifications for comfortable winter quarters, so that Captain Nares decided to leave the Discovery and proceed with the Alert. Everything having been satisfactorily arranged, the Alert steamed away from Discovery Harbor on the morning of the 26th, pushing her cautious way along the west shore of Kennedy Channel. September 1st, 1875, writes Commander Markham, must always be regarded, at least by all those connected with or interested in Arctic research, as a red-letter day in the annals of naval enterprise, and indeed in English history, for on this day a British man-of-war reached a higher northern latitude than had ever yet been reached by any ship, 82 degrees 25 minutes north, 62 degrees west, and we had the extreme gratification of hoisting the colors at noon to celebrate the event. After rounding Cape Union, the coast trended away to the westward of north. Further advance became impossible, and the Alert found herself on the bleak shores of the Polar Ocean. A more desolate position in which to pass the winter could hardly be imagined. Without a harbor, writes Markham, or projecting headland of any description to protect our good ship from the furious gusts that we must naturally expect, the Alert lay apparently in a vast frozen ocean, having land on one side but bounded on the other by the chaotic and illimitable polar pack. After a preliminary sledge journey to ascertain if a more sheltered harbor might be sought, it was decided to winter in their present position. Preparations were immediately made to secure the ship to Floberg Beach, and plans were laid out for autumn sledge journeys to deposit caches of provisions for the following spring. On the 11th of September, Markham, Parr, and Egerton, accompanied by 18 men, made a journey northward along the proposed route of exploration for the purpose of advancing 2 boats to be used during future sledging operations. On September 25, Commander Markham, with Lieutenants Parr and May, assisted by members of the crew, set out upon another journey. They reached October 4, 82 degrees 50 minutes north, off Cape Joseph Henry, and a depot was established. The return journey became most irksome and laborious. The snow had accumulated to such a depth as to render some of the ravines and promontories almost impassable. A sudden fall in temperature produced severe frostbites. On the 14th of October, in a temperature of 25 degrees below zero, the exhausted party reached the ship. Preparations for the winter having been finished, and the sledging parties all having returned, there was little left to do but await the coming of the sun, which was absent 145 days, during which officers and crew united in keeping up cheerful spirits and good health by the usual exercise, amusements, and routine of daily duties. Early in March 1876, an attempt was made to communicate with the Discovery. Lieutenants Egerton and Rawson were selected for this journey and were accompanied by Peterson, the Danish interpreter and sledge driver. On the 12th of March, in a temperature of 30 degrees below zero, the party left the Alert, carrying messages, letters, and instructions to those aboard the sister ship. The temperature fell very low soon after their departure, and on the third day they unexpectedly returned with the poor Dane utterly prostrate and helpless on the sledge. I cannot do better than relate the sad story in Lieutenant Egerton's own words, writes Markham. We read in his official report that not 5 hours after they had left the ship, frostbites became so numerous that I thought it advisable to encamp. This was only the beginning of the story, for they appear to have passed a comparatively comfortable night. At any rate, they were up early the next morning, and again under way. At about 1 o'clock, when they halted for lunch, Peterson complained of cramp in his stomach and was given some hot tea. He had no appetite, which perhaps was as well, for we read of the bacon, which is always used for lunch. We were unable to eat it, being frozen so hard that we could not get our teeth through the lean. They still continued their journey, encountering some very rough traveling, which necessitated severe physical labor on the part of the two officers. The dogs were of little or no use in getting across these slopes, as it was impossible to get them to go up the cliff, and Peterson being unable to work, Lieutenant Rawson and I had to get the sledge along as best we could. Towards the end of the day, we read, Peterson began to get rather worse, and was shivering all over, his nose being constantly frostbitten, and at times taking 5 or 10 minutes before the circulation could be thoroughly restored. Lieutenant Rawson had several small frostbites, and I escaped with only one. On halting for the night, continues Markham, directly the tent was pitched, they sent Peterson inside with strict injunctions to shift his footgear and get into his sleeping bag, whilst they busied themselves in preparing supper and attending to the dogs. But when they entered the tent, they found that he had turned in without shifting his footgear, was groaning a good deal, and complaining of cramp in the stomach and legs. Having made him change, they gave him some tea, and then administered a few drops of sal volatile, which appeared to give the poor fellow a little ease. The next morning, the wind was so high and their patient in such a weak state that they did not think it prudent to attempt to start. He had passed a very restless night, and still complained very much of cramp. Later in the day he appeared to get worse, shaking and shivering all over, and breathing in short gasps. His face, hands, and feet were all frostbitten, the latter severely, and he had pains in his side as well. After restoring the circulation, they rubbed him with warm flannels, and placed one of their comforters round his stomach. In such a wretched state was the poor fellow that they agreed it would endanger his life if they proceeded on their journey, and that when the weather moderated, the only course they could pursue was to return with all haste to their ship. As it was impossible to keep their patient warm in the tent, these two young officers burrowed a hole in a snowdrift, and into this cavity they transported the sick man, themselves, and all their tent robes, closing the aperture by placing over it the tent and sledge. They deprived themselves of their own clothing for the benefit of the invalid, whose frozen feet they actually placed inside their clothes in direct contact with their bodies, until their own heat was extracted and they were themselves severely frostbitten in various parts. The poor fellow was now in a very low state. He could retain neither food nor liquid. About 6 p.m. he was very bad, this time worse than before. There appeared to be no heat in him of any kind whatever, and he had acute pains in the stomach and back. We chafed him on the stomach, hands, face, and feet, and when he got better, wrapped him up in everything warm we could lay our hands upon, namely their own clothing, which they could ill afford to lose. But they entirely forgot their own condition in their endeavors to ameliorate that of their comrade. Lighting their spirit lamp, and carefully closing every crevice by which the cold air could enter, they succeeded in raising the temperature of the interior to 7 degrees, but the atmosphere in the hut became somewhat thick. This was, however, preferable to the intense cold. Let us follow the story out and learn how nobly these two officers tended their sick and suffering companion. We were constantly asking if he was warm in his feet and hands, to which he replied in the affirmative. But before making him comfortable, fancy being comfortable under such circumstances, for the night, we examined his feet and found them both perfectly gelid and hard from the toes to the ankle, his hands nearly as bad. So, taking each foot, we set to work to warm them with our hands and flannels. As each hand and flannel got cold, warming them about our persons, and also lit up the spirit lamp. In about 2 hours, we got his feet too, and put them in warm footgear, cut his bag down to allow him more room to move in, and then wrapped him up in the spare coverlet. His hands we also brought round and bound them up in flannel wrappers, with mitts over all, gave him some warm tea and a little rum and water, which he threw up. Shortly after I found him eating snow, which we had strictly forbidden once or twice before. In endeavoring to do this again during the night, he dragged his feet out of the covering, but only a few minutes could have elapsed before this was detected by Lieutenant Rawson, who, upon examining his feet, found them in much the same state as before. We rubbed and chafed them again for over an hour, and when circulation was restored, wrapped him up again, and so passed the third night. On the following morning, Peterson appeared to be slightly better, so, thinking it was preferable to run the risk of taking him back as he was, rather than to pass another such night as the last, they put him on the sledge, and, having hurriedly eaten their breakfast, they started for the ship with all dispatch. They had a rough journey before them of 18 miles, but they knew it was a case of life and death, and they encouraged the dogs to their utmost speed. The dogs, being homeward bound, were willing enough and needed little persuasion, so that, for a time, they rattled along at a good pace. But actual progress could not have been very rapid, for we read in Egerton's report that the patient's circulation was so feeble that his hands and face were constantly frostbitten, entailing frequent stoppages, whilst we endeavored to restore the affected parts. The difficulties of the homeward journey may be gathered from the following extracts. On arriving at the Black Cape, we had to take the patient off the sledge, and while one assisted him round, the other kept the dogs back, for by this time they knew they were homeward bound and required no small amount of trouble to hold in. After getting the sledge round and restoring Peterson's hands and nose, which were almost as bad again a few minutes after, and securing him on the sledge, we again set off. At the Cape, the same difficulties were experienced, in fact rather more, for the sledge took a charge down a ditch, about 25 feet deep, turning right over 3 times in its descent, and out of which we had to drag it, while clearing harness, which employed us both, one to stand in front of the dogs with the whip, while the other cleared the lines. The dogs made a sudden bolt past Lieutenant Rawson, who was in front with the whip, and dragged me more than 100 yards before we could stop them. At length, after the usual process with Peterson, that of thawing his hands and nose, which we did every time we cleared harness, or it was actually necessary to stop, we got away, thankful that our troubles were over. The dogs got their harness into a dreadful entanglement in their excitement to get home, but we were afraid to clear them, lest they should break away from us, or cause us any delay, as we were both naturally anxious to return with the utmost speed to the ship, and so relieve ourselves of the serious responsibility occasioned by the very precarious state in which our patient was lying. Upon arriving alongside at 6:30 p.m., we were very thankful that Peterson was able to answer us when we informed him that he was at home. In conclusion, Lieutenant Egerton says, "I regret exceedingly that I have been compelled to return to the ship without having accomplished my journey to HMS Discovery, but I trust that what I have done will meet with your approval, and that the course I adopted may be the means of having lessened the very serious and distressing condition of Peterson." Poor Peterson never recovered from the effects of his terrible experience. He gradually sank and died peacefully on the 14th of May. The work of these two brave young officers on this occasion stands out conspicuously amongst the many deeds of daring and devotion with which the annals of Arctic adventure abound. 5 days after their return to the ship, 20th of March, the same two officers, accompanied by a couple of sailors and a sledge drawn by 7 dogs, started once more for the Discovery. After 5 days of a toilsome journey rendered all the more severe by intense cold, they reached the ship and were warmly welcomed by her officers and crew. The serious sledging work of the expedition was undertaken as early in the season as April 3, in a temperature of 33 degrees below zero. 7 sledges under the command of Markham and Aldrich, and manned by a force of 53 officers and men, started on that day for the long-cherished object of reaching the pole and of exploring the northern shores of Grinnell land. On the second day out, writes Markham, the temperature fell to 45 degrees below zero, or 77 degrees below freezing point. The cold then was so intense as to deprive us of sleep, the temperature inside the tent being as low as -25 degrees. The whole period of resting being occupied in attempting to keep the blood in circulation. Several frostbites were sustained, but they were all attended to in time, and resulted in nothing worse than severe and very uncomfortable blisters. By the 10th of April, the depot of provisions established near Cape Joseph Henry during the autumn was found undisturbed. At this point, the supporting sledges returned to the ship, and the 2 divisions separated and advanced on their solitary missions. The Northern Division under Markham, with 2 heavily laden sledges and 17 men, leaving land, pushed straight out into the rugged polar pack. Handicapped by the 2 boats which they carried, and in dread of an open polar sea, they advanced, after abandoning one of their boats, 73 miles. But the advance being made with divided loads, more than 276 miles was actually covered. Reaching the farthest north up to that time, 83 degrees 20 minutes north, 64 degrees west, May 12, 1876, the depleted condition of the party and the rugged conditions of the ice floes forced the gallant Markham to retreat. It is unnecessary to describe, writes Markham, the incidents that occurred on each successive day during the return journey. Snow fell heavily during the greater part of the return journey, and fogs were very prevalent. Gales of wind had to be endured, for to halt was out of the question. Rest there was none. Onward was the order of the day. As the disease gradually assumed the mastery over the party, so did the appetites decrease, and in a very alarming manner, until it was with the greatest difficulty that anybody could be induced to eat at all. Instead of each man disposing of 1 pound of pemmican a day, the same quantity sufficed for the entire party in 1 tent, and even this, occasionally, was not consumed. Nor was the subject of eating and drinking so often discussed. During the outward journey, beefsteaks and onions, mutton chops and new potatoes, and Bass's beer formed the chief topics of conversation. On the return journey, they were scarcely alluded to. Hunger was never felt, but we were all assailed by an intolerable thirst, which could only be appeased at mealtimes, or after the temperature was sufficiently high to admit of quenching our thirst by putting icicles into our mouths. On the 27th of May, the condition of the party was so critical that it became evident that to ensure their reaching the ship alive, the sledges must be considerably lightened. 5 men were utterly unable to move, and were consequently carried on the sledges. 5 more were almost as helpless, but insisted on hobbling after the sledges. 3 others were showing decided scorbutic symptoms, leaving only 2 officers and 2 men who could be considered effective. Terra firma was reached on May 5, but the party were in such a deplorable condition that though only 40 miles remained between them and the ship, their progress was so slow that it would take them fully 3 weeks to cover the distance, and by that time who would be left alive? Assistance had, therefore, to be obtained. To procure it, writes Commander Markham, one amongst us was ready and willing to set out on this lonely and solitary mission, with the firm reliance of being able to accomplish what he had undertaken, and with the knowledge that he possessed the full confidence of those for whose relief he was about to start on a long and hazardous walk. On the 7th of June, Lieutenant Parr started on his arduous march to the ship. Deep and heartfelt were the Godspeeds uttered as he took his departure, and anxiously was his retreating form watched until it was gradually lost to sight amidst the interminable hummocks. The following day, one of their number died and was buried nearby. The saddened and suffering party now left this desolate spot and made an attempt to push on toward the ship. On the morning of the 9th, writes Markham, a rainbow was seen, which, being an unusual sight, afforded much interest. On the same day, shortly after the march had been commenced, a moving object was suddenly seen amidst the hummocks to the southward. At first it was regarded as an optical illusion, for we could scarcely realize the fact that it could be anybody from the Alert. With what intense anxiety this object was regarded is beyond description. Gradually emerging from the hummocks, a hearty cheer put an end to the suspense that was almost agonizing, as a dog sledge with 3 men was seen to be approaching. A cheer in return was attempted, but so full were our hearts that it resembled more a wail than a cheer. It is impossible to describe our feelings as May and Moss came up, and we received from them a warm and hearty welcome. We felt that we were saved, and a feeling of thankfulness and gratitude was uppermost in our minds as we shook the hands of those who had hurried out to our relief the moment that Parr had conveyed to them intelligence of our distress. Those who a few short moments before were in the lowest depths of despondency appeared now in the most exuberant spirits. Pain was disregarded, and hardships were forgotten, as numerous and varied questions were asked and answered. We heard with delight that they were only the vanguard of a larger party, headed by Captain Nares himself, that was coming out to our relief, and which we should probably meet on the following day. A halt was immediately ordered, cooking utensils lighted up, ice made into water, and we were soon all enjoying a good pannikin full of lime juice, with the prospect of mutton for supper. On the 14th of June, after 72 days of travel and hardship, Commander Markham's party reached the Alert. Out of 15 men, 1 had gone to his long home. 11 others were carried alongside the ship on sledges, the remaining 3 barely able to hobble aboard. A more thorough break-up of a healthy and strong body of men it would be difficult to conceive, comments Markham. Not only had the men engaged in the extended party under my command been attacked with scurvy, but also those who had been absent from the ship only for short periods, and some who may be said never to have left the ship at all, or if they did, only for 2 or 3 days. The seas must have been sown during the time, nearly 5 months, that the sun was absent, and we were in darkness. The serious condition of the crew of the Alert determined Captain Nares to publicly announce on the 16th of June that immediately upon the return of the other sledge parties, he would rejoin the Discovery, transfer all the invalids, and send the ship home. The Alert would remain a second winter at Port Falk, and in the spring, sledge parties would endeavor to explore Hayes Sound and the adjacent lands, after which the Alert would return to England. This cheerful news did much to restore the invalids to convalescence, and immediately a change for the better was noticed among all hands. Considerable anxiety was felt, however, for Lieutenant Aldrich's party. Although his route was along the coastline, and it was hoped that a supply of hares, geese, and perhaps musk oxen might occasionally be secured, everyone knew that his supply of provisions was all but exhausted, and for the purpose of his relief, a party of 3 men under Lieutenant May left the ship June 18. The intervening time until Sunday, June 25, was one of great concern to all on board. On that day, the wanderers were seen struggling through the hummocks some 6 or 7 miles off. A relief party immediately left the ship and brought the men on board. All but 2 were suffering from scurvy. Only Lieutenant Aldrich and 2 men were able to walk alongside the ship, and one of these was in a critical condition for many weeks after. They had been absent from the ship 84 days, having explored 220 miles of new coast. Passing Cape Columbia, 83 degrees, 7 minutes north, Lieutenant Aldrich reached his farthest point on the 18th of May, 1876, in 82 degrees, 16 minutes north, 86 degrees west, at Cape Alfred Ernst. It now became the arduous work of the few members of the ship's company who were in good health to minister to the numerous invalids, prepare the ship for leaving winter quarters as soon as the ice would permit, and make hunting trips in search of fresh meat, so essential to the cure of scurvy patients. On the 31st of July, a fresh southwesterly wind had blown the pack off the shore. A clear channel of open water to the southward was hailed with delight. The throbbing of the engines told the men that liberation was at hand, and the Alert bade farewell to her northern home. Progress was slow, and threatened nips in the short journey to the Discovery tried the patience of the crew. But on August 5, while yet 20 miles distant from the sister ship, Rawson and 2 of the men of the Discovery came on board. We were, of course, delighted to see them and to hear news of our consort, writes Commander Markham. From them we learnt that poor Egerton had lost his way, and did not arrive on board their ship until after he had been wandering about for 18 hours. The news from the Discovery was what we feared. Notwithstanding the large amount of musk ox flesh cured by them during the autumn and following summer, scurvy had attacked her crew in almost the same virulent manner as it had ours. The return journeys of some of their sledge parties were simply a repetition of our own. Beaumont's division, the one exploring the northwestern coast of Greenland, had suffered very severely, and we heard with extreme regret that 2 of his small party had succumbed to this terrible disease. The rest of his men, with himself and Dr. Coffinger, had not yet returned to the Discovery, having remained in Polaris Bay to recruit their healths. This was, indeed, a bitter ending to our spring campaign, on which we had all set out so full of enthusiasm and hope. It had the effect, however, of confirming Captain Nares in his resolution to proceed to England. The excellent work done by the sledging parties from the Discovery may be summed up as follows. Lieutenant Archer had made a thorough survey of Archer Fjord. Dr. Coppinger had visited Petermann Fjord, and Lieutenant L.A. Beaumont made extensive explorations of the Greenland coast. He had traveled to Repulse Harbor, following the coast to Cape Bryant, pushing his way across Gerard Osborne Fjord. He had left all but one man to recuperate, and traveled with his single companion as far on the eastern shore as 82 degrees 20 minutes north, 51 degrees west, which he reached May 20, 1876. The return journey was a fight for life against the encroachments of scurvy. A relief party under Lieutenant Rawson and Dr. Coppinger saved the party, but 2 men died at Hall's old quarters at Thank God Harbor. The 2 ships now fought the good fight against the ice on their homeward journey, boring, charging, and towing as occasion required. It was with no small amount of thankfulness, writes Markham, that on the 9th of September we emerged from the cold, grim clutches that seemed only too ready to detain us for another winter in the realms of the Ice King, and that we felt our ship rise and fall once more on the bosom of an undoubted ocean swell. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 17, Part 2. On the 29th of October, 1876, the 2 ships reached Queenstown, having passed the Pandora in mid-ocean. The 2 voyages of this gallant little ship will now be taken up. The objects of the first voyage of the Pandora in 1875, writes Sir Allen Young, were to visit the western coast of Greenland, thence to proceed through Baffin Sea, Lancaster Sound, and Barrow Strait, towards the magnetic pole, and if practicable, to navigate through the Northwest Passage to the Pacific Ocean in one season. As, in following this route, the Pandora would pass King William Island, it was proposed, if successful in reaching that locality in the summer season when the snow was off the land, to make a search for further records and for the journals of the ships Erebus and Terror. The Pandora was rigged as a barkentine and carried 8 boats, including a steam cutter and 3 whaleboats. Her officers and crew numbered 31 men, with Captain Young in command. The expenses of the expedition and the purchase and equipment of the Pandora were undertaken by Sir Allen Young, assisted by contributions from Lady Franklin and Mr. James Gordon Bennett, who was second in command. On the 27th of June, 1875, the Pandora sailed from Plymouth, and by July 19 stood in latitude 58 degrees 58 minutes north, longitude 31 degrees 33 minutes west. By the 28th of July, the first icebergs were encountered. The following day, they saw the first Spitzbergen ice. At noon the same day, the land about Cape Desolation could be plainly seen whenever the fog lifted. Soon after they stood off the entrance of Arsuk Fjord. This coast is the west bide of the ancient Norse colonizers of Greenland, and near Arsuk was the old Norse church of Steinalf. The whole coast, writes Captain Young, from southeast to north-northeast, stood before us like a panorama, and the sea so calm, and everything so still and peaceful, excepting now and then the rumbling of an overturning berg, or the distant echo of the floes as they pressed together to seaward of us, that it almost seemed like a transition to some other world. At Iritut, where the Pandora put into coal, Captain Young had the pleasure of visiting his old ship, the Fox. At Erik also are located the famous cryolite mines, discovered by the Danish missionaries who first sent specimens to Copenhagen as ethnographical curiosities. The cryolite is found near the shore, resting immediately upon gneiss. The purest is of snow-white color, the grayish-white variety being second in quality. It much resembles ice, which has been curved and grooved by the action of the sun's rays. Its component parts are double hydrofluorate of soda and alumina. It melts like ice in the flame of a candle, and it is used principally for making soda, also for preparing aluminum. The Pandora was highly favored by the singularly open condition of Melville Bay. Bergs proved plentiful, but no dreaded ice floe impeded her progress. A change in the ice conditions was first noticeable while off the Garry Islands, and upon leaving the islands and proceeding toward Lancaster Sound, the Pandora fell in with the ice the 20th of August, while lying about 30 miles east of Cape Horsburgh. 3 bears being seen on the ice, writes Captain Young, I went away in the second cutter with Peary and Bainan, and after shooting the old she-bear and 1 cub, we succeeded in getting a rope around the larger cub and towing him to the ship. Now began a most lively scene. The bear was almost full grown, and it was with some difficulty we got him on board and tied down the ring bolts with his hind legs secured. And notwithstanding this rough treatment, he showed most wonderful energy in trying to attack anyone who came within reach, and especially our dogs, who seemed to delight in trying his temper. He was at last secured on the quarterdeck with a chain round his neck and under his forearm, and soon began to feed ravenously on, I am sorry to have to write it, his own mother, who was speedily cut up and pieces of her flesh thrown to my new shipmate. I hope that he was only an adopted child, and the great difference between him and the other cub warranted this supposition, as, being 3 times the size of the other, he could not have been of the same litter. A few days later we read, Our new shipmate, the bear, made desperate struggles to get over the rail into the sea, but the chain was tightened, and at last he went to sleep. On the 23rd of August, a barrier of ice across Lancaster Sound obliged Captain Young to retrace his steps. Snow, sleet, and wind prevailed as they scudded onward, and ice blink frequently ahead. Then the inevitable floe, in streams and loose pieces, with the sea dashing over them as they flew between. While we were in this situation, Captain Young observes, our bear gradually worked himself into a state of frantic excitement, getting up to the rail, watching the floe ice rapidly dashing past our side, and in his attempts to get over the bulwarks, he released his chain until it was evident that in a few moments he would be free. Whether to dive overboard or to run amuck among the watch appeared a question of doubt. The alarm being given by Peary, who was riding up the deck log, the watch was called to secure the bear, and I fear that during the half hour which elapsed, the ship was left, more or less, to take care of herself. The whole watch, besides Peary with a revolver and myself with a crowbar, assaulted the unfortunate Bruin, whose frantic struggles and endeavors to attack everyone within reach were quite as much as we could control. He was loose, but by a fortunate event a running noose was passed round his neck, and the poor brute was hauled down to a ring bolt until we could secure the chain round his neck and body. I had hitherto no conception of the strength of these animals, and especially of the power of their jaws. Fearing that the iron crowbar might injure his teeth, I jammed a mop handle into his mouth while the others were securing his chain, and he bit it completely through. At last Bruin gave in, and beyond an occasional struggle to get loose, and a constant low growling, he gave us no further trouble. I ought to mention that in the midst of the scrimmage, the doctor was called up to give him a dose of opium, in the hope of subduing him by this means. but having succeeded in getting him to swallow a piece of blubber saturated with chloroform and opium sufficient to kill a dozen men, our Bruin did not appear to have experienced the slightest effect, and the doctor, who volunteered to remain up and expressed some anxiety as to the bear's fate, retired below, somewhat disappointed. Making Barrow Strait for the purpose of reaching Beechey Island, the Pandora pursued her course in fog and snow. Beechey Island was reached on the 25th. Going on shore, Captain Young and 2 officers inspected the state of provisions and boats at Northumberland House. It will be remembered that Northumberland House was built by Commander Pullen of the North Star, which wintered there in 1852 to 1853 and 1853 to 1854, as a depot for Sir Edward Belcher's expedition. The house was built in the fall of 1852 of the lower masts and spars from the American whaler McClellan, which had been crushed in the ice in Melville Bay in 1852. Captain Young found that the house had been stove in at the door and sides by the wind and by bears, and almost everything light and movable had been blown out or dragged out by the bears, which had also torn up all the tops of the bales and scattered the contents in all directions. The house was nearly full of ice and snow frozen so hard as to necessitate the use of pickaxe and crowbar before anything could be moved. Tea chests and beef casks had been broken open and the contents scattered or devoured. The place presented a scene of ruin and confusion, although there were no traces of the place having been visited by human beings since the departure of Sir Leopold McClintock in the Fox, the 14th of August, 1853. A cask of rum had remained intact, a conclusive proof, to my mind, writes Captain Young, that neither Eskimo nor British sailor had entered that way. The boats, however, were found in good condition, and had escaped the ravages of time and wild animals. Weighing anchor, the Pandora stood to the southward for Peel Strait. Captain Young visited a cairn in which a record had been placed by Captain James C. Ross, 7th of June, 1849. An attempt was made to push through to Bellot Strait, but the fast closing in of the ice determined Captain Young to retreat and abandon his cherished hope of making the Northwest Passage this year. A race with the ice to Cape Grinnell and a second visit to the Carey Islands resulted in finding a record left there by the Alert and Discovery, which brought glad tidings to friends at home. By the 11th of September, the Pandora sighted Cape Dudley Diggs, about 10 miles distant, the wind freshening to a gale, with a high flowing sea, which froze as it lapped our sides. Cape York was passed the next day. A stormy passage continued to harass them until the 19th, when the Pandora reached the harbor of Godhaven. After a 4 days' stay at Godhaven, she continued in her course. On the 1st of October she stood southward of the Cape, steering direct for the English Channel, and anchored at Spithead, the 16th of October, 1875. The Pandora put to sea on her second voyage from the Southampton docks, May 17, 1876, for the double purpose of making another attempt to sail through Peel and Franklin Straits, and navigate the coast of North America to Bering Strait, and to carry out the instructions of the British Admiralty in an attempt to communicate with the Alert and Discovery at Littleton Island or Cape Isabella. Proceeding under sail, she reached Godhaven by the 7th of July. Here desolation and gloom seemed to overwhelm the little settlement, owing to the storehouse having burned and consumed the entire winter's production of oil and blubber, some 200 barrels, as well as all the store belonging to the United States Polaris expedition. Such a disaster to the poor Greenlanders was quite as great a catastrophe as the burning of half of London would be to a Britisher. However, a cordial welcome awaited Captain Young from the hospitable natives, and, in fact, he writes, we thoroughly enjoyed our stay in port, and all made great friends with the Greenlanders. The only drawback was caused by the quantities of the most venomous mosquitoes I ever saw, and they did their very best thoroughly to torment us. I never in any climate knew such a pest as we found these Greenland mosquitoes, for wherever we went, either on shore or in a boat, and even on board ship, they followed us persistently, and at whatever hour, night or day, it was always the same. I was this time more bitten than I ever was before. My head and hands were completely swollen, and one of my eyes shut up. On the 11th of July, the Pandora steamed out of Godhaven in the direction of Waigat, making a brief stop at Nordenskjöld, and putting in for coal at Kudlist. By the 16th, she stood off Hare Island, and 2 days later was running under canvas toward Upernavik. Leaving on the 19th, the ship proceeded slowly through a dense fog toward Brown Island. The Duck Islands were passed on the 21st. The fog again made progress extremely difficult, and the complications of thousands of icebergs of every conceivable form and shape, intermingled with the drifting floes of ice, almost blocked the way to the north. The following days were passed in the greatest anxiety by Captain Young. The Pandora was beset in the ice pack of Melville Bay, and in spite of blasting with gunpowder all around her, where the pressure was greatest, the enormous icebergs driving through towards her position threatened her destruction at any moment. On the 29th of July, a frightful storm disrupted the pack, and after 24 hours of uncertainty and danger, the Pandora steamed her way, inch by inch, yard by yard, into the open sea. Cheers burst spontaneously from the crew as we launched out into the ocean and made all sail to a fair wind from the southwest. The North Water at last, with the whole season ahead, and a straight course for Cape York and the Carey Islands. A brief stop to examine the Pandora's depot of the previous year, and by August 2, the ship was passing west of Hakluyt Island. A stop was made at Sutherland Island for the purpose of finding any dispatches from Captain Nares that may have been left there, but only Captain Hartstein's record was found, left there August 16, 1855, when he touched at this point in his search for Dr. Kane. At Littleton Island, which was reached August 3, Captain Young was more successful, and a written record, July 28, 1875, and left there by Captain Nares, gave full information of the British expedition up to that date. As it was evident that no sledging party had touched at that point in the spring, Captain Young's mission was over, and he turned his attention to the main object of his voyage, that of attempting the Northwest Passage via Peel Strait, previous to which, however, he made an examination of the bays and inlets between Littleton Island and Cape Alexander. Touching at Cape Isabella, Lieutenants Arbuthnot and Becker landed and found a second communication from Captain Nares, left there July 29, 1875. Letters for the Alert and Discovery and a record of the Pandora's visit were deposited at this point. A second attempt to reach Cape Isabella for the purpose of a more thorough examination of a cask, described by the first landing party and supposed by Captain Young to contain letters or dispatches, resulted in the Pandora's spending 3 weeks in a struggle with the ice for an approach. When Cape Isabella was finally reached, after days of delay and disappointment, the cask which had caused so much anxiety and interest was found to be empty. So much time had been lost in the disappointing effort to reach Cape Isabella that the season was far advanced, and the Pandora found herself in a most critical position in the ice pack. To proceed northward had become out of the question by the 27th of August, and furious storms literally drove the ship out of Smith Strait to the southward. Captain Young's personal disappointment at the turn of affairs was only surpassed by the disappointment of the crew, who, after the buffeting and danger of their recent experience, showed an eagerness to risk passing a winter in some snug harbor. The pack gradually receded as the Pandora made her way toward Hakluyt Island, and the way was clear for an immediate return to England. The only important incident of the return voyage was the meeting with the Alert and Discovery in latitude 54 degrees 38 minutes north, longitude 44 degrees 30 minutes west. The gallant little Pandora, continuing in her course, made Portsmouth Harbor on the 3rd of November, 1876. Following in chronological order the interesting voyages of the Pandora, but of a totally different character, was the remarkable land journey of over 2,819 geographical miles by Lieutenant Schwadke, USA, with W.H. Gilder, in the years of 1878 to 1879, undertaken for the purpose of discovering the Franklin records, should they still exist on King William Land, or in the vicinity of the route taken by the survivors of the Erebus and Terror. Lieutenant Frederick Schwadke was of Polish descent, American by birth, and had served with distinction in the 3rd Cavalry. His daring and courage led him to a desire for Arctic adventure, and having secured leave of absence from the government and the support of the National Geographic Society, he left New York on the 19th of June, 1878, in the Esther, with 4 companions, under the following instructions. Upon your arrival at Repulse Bay, you will prepare for your inland journey by building your sledges and taking such provisions as are necessary. As soon as sufficient snow is on the ground, you will start for King William Land and the Gulf of Boothia. Take daily observations, and whenever you discover any error in any of the charts, you will correct the same. Whenever you shall make any new discoveries, you will mark the same on the charts, and important discoveries I desire to be named after the Honorable Charles P. Daly and his estimable wife, Mrs. Maria Daly. Any records you may think necessary for you to leave on the trip, at such places as you think best, you will mark Esther Franklin Arctic Search Party, Frederick Schwadke in command, date, longitude, and latitude, to be directed to the President of the National Geographic Society, New York, United States of America. Should you be fortunate in finding the records, remains, or relics of Sir John Franklin or his unfortunate party, as I have hopes you will keep them in your or Joe's control, and the contents thereof shall be kept secret, and no part thereof destroyed, tampered with, or lost. Should you find the remains of Sir John Franklin or any of his party, you will take the same, have them properly taken care of, and bring them with you. The carpenter of the Esther will, before you start on your sledge journey, prepare boxes necessary for the care of relics, remains, or records, should you discover the same. Whatever you may discover or obtain, you will deliver to Captain Thomas F. Berry, or whoever shall be in command of the schooner Esther, or such vessel as may be dispatched for you. You are now provisioned for 18 months for 12 men. I shall, next spring, send more provisions to you, so that in the event of your trip being prolonged, you shall not want for any of the necessaries of life. You will be careful and economical with your provisions, and will not let anything be wasted or destroyed. Should the expedition for which it is intended prove a failure, make it a geographical success, as you will be compelled to travel over a great deal of unexplored country. Winter quarters were established at Camp Daly on the shore ice of Hudson Bay, and intercourse kept up among the natives of Chesterfield Inlet for the purpose of enlisting their support on the sledge journeys planned for the spring and to secure all available information regarding Sir John Franklin or his unfortunate crew. By the 1st of April, the sledge party started on the long march towards King William Land. Lieutenant Schwadke was accompanied by the original party of 4 white men and 14 Eskimos. The sleds were drawn by 42 dogs. The loads aggregated about 5,000 pounds on the day of starting, consisting largely of walrus meat for the dogs, a liberal equipment of guns, ammunition, and articles of trade, besides the following list of provisions: hard bread, 500 pounds, pork, 200 pounds, compressed corned beef, 200 pounds, cornstarch, 80 pounds, oleomargarine, 40 pounds, cheese, 40 pounds, coffee, 40 pounds, tea, 5 pounds, molasses, 20 pounds. This, it will be seen, was only about 1 month's rations for 17 people, and was, in fact, nearly exhausted by the time the party reached King William Land. Dependence was placed on the hunting and abundance of game. 522 reindeer, besides musk oxen, polar bears, and seals, were secured in the course of the entire journey. Traveling overland to the Back River, the party experienced all the fatigues incident to sledge progress, especially the Americans, who, unaccustomed to long marches, suffered greatly from blistered feet and muscular soreness. The country seemed alive with game, and on the 11th of May 7 reindeer were killed, and on the 13th as many as 9. The northern shore of the Back River is bounded by high hills, almost a mountain range, and inland could be seen rocky hills piled together, barren and forbidding. About noon on the 14th, the party came upon some freshly cut blocks of snow turned up on end, a sure sign of natives in the vicinity, and farther on footprints in the snow as well as a cache of musk ox meat. Following the tracks after breaking camp the next day, the party soon reached several igloos, and communication was immediately established with the inhabitants. The chief spokesman was an Okjulik, who with his family comprised all that was left of the tribe which formerly occupied the western coast of Adelaide Peninsula and King William Land. From this interesting and important witness, much information about the Franklin party was gained. When quite a little boy, he had seen some white men alive, and from the description it might have been Lieutenant Back and his party. Years later, he saw a white man dead in the bunk of a big ship, which was frozen in near an island about 5 miles west of Grant Point on Adelaide Peninsula. He and his son had seen the tracks of white men on the mainland. The natives had boarded the ship at intervals, and, not knowing how to use the doors, had cut a hole in the side on a level with the ice, and entered for the purpose of stealing wood and iron. In the following spring, the ship had filled with water and sunk. There were evidences that people had lived aboard the ship, as some cans of fresh meat mixed with tallow were found. There were knives, forks, spoons, pans, cups, and plates aboard, and afterwards a few articles were found on shore after the vessel had gone down. Another native described seeing 2 boats on the Back River containing white men, and he also saw a stone monument on Montreal Island containing a pocket knife, a pair of scissors, and some fishhooks, but no papers of any description. After an encampment of 2 days and a half, Lieutenant Schwadke continued his journey accompanied by some of these natives as guides. In native encampments beyond Ogle Point and Richardson Point, an old woman was found who proved an interesting witness. She had been one of a party who had met some of the survivors of the Erebus and Terror on Washington Bay. She described seeing 10 white men dragging a sledge with a boat on it. The Inuits encamped near the white men and stayed in their company about 5 days. The natives had killed some seals, which they shared with the white men. In return, the old woman's husband had been given a knife and other articles, now lost. The white men looked very thin, and their mouths were dry and hard and black. The natives moved on, but the white men could not keep up with them and remained behind. The following spring, the old woman had seen a tent standing on the shore at the head of Terror Bay. In it were dead bodies, and outside were others covered with sand. There was no flesh on them, nothing but bones and clothes. About the tent were knives, forks, spoons, watches, and many books, besides clothing and other personal articles. Lieutenant Schwadka visited the cairn erected by Captain Hall over the bones of 2 of Franklin's men, near the Pfeffer River. A few relics were gathered up in the vicinity of Adelaide Peninsula, one a bunk fixture with the initials LF in brass tacks upon it. Cape Herschel on King William Island was reached in June. Lieutenant Schwadka made a thorough examination of the western shore of the island as far as Cape Felix. At Cape Jane Franklin, Captain Crozier's camp was found, where the entire company of the 2 abandoned ships had remained some time. Strewn about were many relics of the party and the grave of Lieutenant Irving. Gilt buttons were found among the rotting cloth and mold at the bottom of the grave, and upon one of the stones at the foot of the grave was found a silver medal, 2½ inches in diameter, with a bas-relief portrait of George IV, surrounded by the words, Georgius IV, D.G. Britanniarum, Rex 1820, and on the reverse a laurel wreath surrounded by Second Mathematical Prize, Royal Naval College, and in closing, awarded to John Irving, Midsummer 1830. The remains of Lieutenant Irving were brought home for burial in Edinburgh. The record deposited by McClintock on the 3rd of June, 1859, was also found. Much of it was illegible, and the cairn in which it had been deposited had been destroyed by natives. The return from King William Land was started September 19. It will be remembered that for months the party had subsisted entirely on game found in the locality, that their original supply of provisions had lasted a little more than 30 days, and that the return was in the face of the fast-approaching winter. Fortunately, reindeer were seen daily in immense herds. "We cut quantities of reindeer tallow with our meat," remarks Gilder, "probably about half our daily food. Breakfast is eaten raw and frozen, but we generally have a warm meal in the evening. Fuel is hard to obtain, and consists entirely of a vine-like moss called exutic. Reindeer tallow is also used for a light. A small flat stone serves for candlestick, on which a lump of tallow is placed, close to a piece of fibrous moss called mune, which is used for a wick. The tallow, melting, runs down upon the stone and is immediately absorbed by the moss. This makes a very cheerful and pleasant light, but is most exasperating to a hungry man, as it smells exactly like frying meat. Eating such quantities of tallow is a great benefit in this climate, and we can easily see the effect of it in the comfort with which we meet the cold." Directing his course toward the great Fish-Back River, Lieutenant Schwadka began its ascent in November. The cold was intense, from 20 degrees to 70 degrees below zero. "We found the traveling on Back River much more tedious than we had anticipated," writes Gilder, "owing to the bare ice in the vicinity of the open water rapids, and the intense cold which kept the air filled with minute particles of ice from the freezing of the steam of the open water." On December 28, 1878, Lieutenant Schwadka decided to abandon travel on the Great Fish-Back River, owing to the scarcity of game in the vicinity. The Inuit hunters, having reported the land sledging in good condition toward the southeast, indeed much better than upon the river, and indications pointing to an abundance of game in that direction, the party immediately struck out for Depot Island. The extreme cold experienced at this period of the journey was trying beyond expression, and had a serious effect upon man and beast. Even iron and wood were affected, strong oak and hickory breaking to the touch like icicles. It was a matter of great difficulty to keep the guns in working order, and the wary game would hear the sound of the crunching of the hunter's tread on the snow at long distances. "I have frequently heard," remarks Gilder, "the crunching of the sled runners on the brittle snow, a ringing sound like striking bars of steel, a distance of over 2 miles. The mean temperature for December was minus 50.4 degrees Fahrenheit, the lowest minus 69 degrees. On January 3, the thermometer fell to the lowest point experienced by Lieutenant Schwatka's party, and stood at minus 70 degrees in the morning, and minus 91 degrees at 5 o'clock in the afternoon." The party had long been without the fatty food so essential to retain bodily warmth in these fearful temperatures, and the dogs, although fed upon frozen reindeer meat, which, however, has but little nourishment in it in that state for cold weather, began to sicken and die. The small amount of blubber now remaining only served for lighting the igloos at night, and a cooked meal could only be indulged in on days when the party remained in camp and could gather moss for fuel. To add to the general misery under which the return journey was continued, wolves were frequently met with, so ravenous and bold that they attacked the dogs for the purpose of eating the meat thrown out to them. On another occasion, Tulua was out hunting on the 23rd of February, writes Gilder, when a pack of about 20 wolves attacked him. He jumped upon a big rock, which was soon surrounded, and there he fought the savage beasts off with the butt of his gun until he got a sure shot, when he killed one, and while the others fought over and devoured the carcass, he made the best of the opportunity to get back into camp. It was a most fortunate escape, as he fully realized. 2 days later, the same hunter, while following a reindeer not far from camp, was surprised to meet another Inuit, whom he found to be an acquaintance. From this man he learned that Depot Island was about 3 days' journey off. Returning to camp with this happy intelligence, it was decided to push on and lighten the sledges at the igloo of this native the following day, and then by forced marches reach Depot Island as soon as possible. The prospect of finding ships in the harbor, with news from home and friends, did much to revive the hope and spirits of the jaded party, and when, as they approached their destination, friendly natives were encountered, their joy and emotion knew no bounds. But though their reception among the Inuits had been warm and hearty, their joy was tempered with disappointment to find that the only ship in the bay was at Marble Island, and that Captain Barry of the Esther had failed to deposit at Depot Island 1,000 pounds of bread and other provisions belonging to Lieutenant Schwatka, upon which he had depended. This failure to keep a promise resulted in the party of 22 hungry travelers and 19 starving dogs being forced upon the hospitality of the natives, and in less than a week famine existed in camp, and the situation became desperate. Storms had prevented the hunting of walrus and seal until the 8th day after their arrival. In the meantime, Lieutenant Schwatka, with 2 companions, had pushed on to Marble Island for assistance. All they had to eat was a little walrus blubber, and in a forced march of 24 hours they covered 75 miles. The desperate situation in the settlement at Depot Island is described by Gilder as follows. People spoke to each other in whispers, and everything was quiet, save the never-ceasing and piteous cries of the hungry children begging for food which their parents could not give them. Most of the time I stayed in bed, trying to keep warm and to avoid exercise that would only make me all the more hungry. 4 days later, the hunters were successful in killing a walrus, and this timely relief enabled the members of Schwatka's party to continue their journey to Marble Island. On the first day out, they met a native with relief for the camp. On Saturday, March 21, 1880, the ship George and Mary was reached, where a warm welcome awaited them from Captain Baker. When freed from the ice in the spring, this ship carried the explorers back to civilization. It will be remembered that, during the entire journey, the reliance for food for man and beast was solely upon the resources of the country, that the white men lived exclusively upon the same fare as the Eskimos, and that the return sledge journey was accomplished during an Arctic winter acknowledged to be of exceptional severity by the natives. To Lieutenant Schwatka's excellent management and thorough fitness for his position as commander was due the success of the expedition. All our movements were conducted in the dull, methodical, businesslike manner of an army on the march, writes Gilder. Every contingency was calculated upon and provided for beforehand, so that personal adventures were almost unknown or too trivial to mention. The results of this remarkable journey are summed up in a leading English newspaper, published September 25, 1880. Lieutenant Schwatka has now dissolved the last doubts that could have been felt about the fate of the Franklin expedition. He has traced the one untraced ship to its grave beyond the ocean, and cleared the reputation of a harmless people from an undeserved reproach. He has given to the unburied bones of the crews probably the only safeguard against desecration by wandering wild beasts and heedless Eskimos which that frozen land allowed. He has brought home for reverent sepulture in a kindlier soil the one body which bore transport. Over the rest, he has set up monuments to emphasize the undying memory of their sufferings and their exploits. He has gathered tokens by which friends and relatives may identify their dead and revisit in imagination the spots in which the ashes lie. Lastly, he has carried home with him material evidence to complete the annals of Arctic exploration. End of Chapter 17, Part 2.
Chapter 18 of The Great White North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Great White North by Helen S. Wright. Chapter 18. The Jeannette Expedition, 1879 to 1881, in command of Captain George W. DeLong, leaves San Francisco, touches at Unalaska August 2nd, reaches Lawrence Bay, East Siberia, August 15th. Last seen by whale bark, Sea Breeze, near Herald Island, September 2nd. The Jeannette, beset in ice pack, September 5th. Never again released. Daily routine of officers and crew. Ship springs a leak. A frozen summer. Sight of new land. A second winter in the pack. The Jeannette crushed. Abandonment. The retreat. The fate of the 3 boats. Death of DeLong's party. Melville's search. The American Arctic Expedition of 1879, commanded by Lieutenant George W. DeLong of the United States Navy, was equipped and financed by Mr. James Gordon Bennett, proprietor of the New York Herald. The object of the expedition was to reach the North Pole by way of Bering Strait. The bark-rigged steam yacht of 420 tons, Pandora, which had already seen considerable service in Arctic water, was purchased from Sir Allen Young. By special act of Congress, she was allowed to sail under American colors, be navigated by officers of the United States Navy, and to change her name from Pandora to Jeannette. The Jeannette was reinforced and refitted for the arduous service expected of her, and her officers and crew, 33 in number, carefully selected for their especial fitness for the undertaking. Among the number, Lieutenant DeLong and Lieutenant Chip, the executive officer, had seen Arctic service while attached to the U.S. steamer Juanita, which had been sent by the government in search of the Polaris in 1873. Engineer Melville had been attached to the Tigris while that ship had been on the same errand, and Seaman William F.C. Nindemann had sailed on the Polaris and been a member of the ice drift party. Lieutenant John W. Dannenhauer, U.S. Navy, was appointed navigator. Dr. J. M. Ambler, surgeon, Jerome J. Collins, meteorologist, Raymond L. Newcomb, naturalist, and William M. Dunbar, ice pilot. The Jeannette left San Francisco July 8th and moved slowly toward the Golden Gate amid the cheers and waving of handkerchiefs from thousands of spectators on the wharves and on Telegraph Hill. A salute of 10 guns was fired from Fort Point, while a convoy of white-sailed craft of the San Francisco Yacht Club escorted her out to the broad Pacific. Pursuing her course, the Jeannette made for Unalaska, one of the Aleutian Islands, which she reached August 2nd. There, additional stores were taken aboard, and 4 days later she pursued her course to St. Michael's, Alaska, where she anchored the 12th of August. Dogs and fur clothing were purchased, and 2 Alaskans, Anakin and Alexei, were hired to accompany the expedition as dog drivers. By the 25th of August, she had reached St. Lawrence Bay, East Siberia, where Lieutenant DeLong learned that a ship supposed to be the Vega had gone south in June. She then rounded East Cape and touched at Cape Surdsey, from which point Lieutenant DeLong sent his last letter home. Captain Barnes of the American whale bark Sea Breeze saw the Jeannette under full sail and steam on the 2nd of September 1879, about 50 miles south of Herald Island. On the 3rd of September she was sighted by Captain Kelly of the bark Dawn, and at about the same time Captain Baldry of the Helen Mar and several other whalers saw smoke from the Jeannette's smokestack in range of Herald Island. She was standing north. These were the last tidings heard of the expedition by the outside world for over 2 years. On the 5th of September, the Jeannette, having boldly entered the ice in an attempt to push through and winter at Herald Island or Wrangel Land, was beset and never again left the ice pack, but drifted at the mercy of this formidable foe until she was crushed and finally sank many months afterward. Hoping against hope that a release would come, first in the fall with the promise of Indian summer, then in the spring with the breaking up of the ice pack, Captain DeLong saw the weeks and months glide by and followed the complicated drift of the Jeannette as she coquetted with her jailer, turning and twisting in her course, suffering the constant pressure of her enemy that hourly threatened her destruction, and pursuing an uneven drift north and eastward. The daily routine during the long imprisonment was practically as follows. 6 a.m. Call executive officer. 7 a.m. Call ship's cook. 8:30 a.m. Call all hands. 9 a.m. Breakfast by watches. 10 a.m. Turn to clear fire hole of ice. Fill buckets with snow. Clean up decks. 11 a.m. Clear forecastle. All hands take exercise on the ice. 11:30 a.m. Inspection by executive officer. 12 meridius. Get soundings. 1 p.m. One watch may go below. 2 p.m. Fill barrels with snow. Clear fire hole of ice. 3 p.m. Dinner by watches. 4 p.m. Galley fires out. Carpenter and bosun report departments to executive officer. 7:30 p.m. Supper by watches. 10 p.m. Pipe down. Noise and smoking to cease in forecastle, and all lights to be put out except one burner of bulkhead lantern. Man on watch report to the executive. During the night, the anchor watch will examine the fires and lights every half hour and see that there is no danger from fire. All buckets will be kept on the starboard side of the quarter deck, ready for use in case of fire. This program was varied only as contingencies arose, by threatening disaster from ice pressure, by the chase of bears, the capture of walrus and seals, or by hunting parties who traveled over the ice in search of game or took a daily run with the dogs. Wintering in the pack, comments DeLong, may be a thrilling thing to read about alongside a warm fire in a comfortable home, but the actual thing is sufficient to make any man prematurely old. On January 19, 1880, owing to serious convulsions of the ice, the Jeannette sprung a leak. The deck pumps were at once rigged and manned, and steam raised on the port boiler to run the steam pumps. This last caused great difficulty and delay, owing to the temperature in the fire room being minus 29 degrees, the sea cocks being frozen, which necessitated pouring buckets of water through the manhole plates before the pumps could be operated. Through Melville's indomitable energy, the pumps were effective by afternoon. Though all hands worked until midnight, the serious situation was only partially controlled. The men working knee-deep in ice water, and the men standing down in the forepeak, stuffing oakum and tallow in every place from which water came. Under the direction of Lieutenant Chip, a bulkhead was built forward of the foremast, which partially confined the water. In the meantime, Melville, working night and day, rigged an economical pump with the Baxter boiler, with which the ship was pumped for nearly 18 months. Lieutenant Dannenhauer, who had been suffering for some time with his eyes, had become totally incapacitated for service, and on the 22nd of January submitted to an operation performed by Dr. Ambler. 2 days later, DeLong comments on the gravity of his own responsibilities. My anxieties are beginning to crowd on me. A disabled and leaking ship, a seriously sick officer, and an uneasy and terrible pack with constantly diminishing coal pile and a distance of 200 miles to the nearest Siberian settlement. These are enough to think of for a lifetime. The drift of the Jeannette for the first 5 months had covered an immense area. She had approached and receded from the 180th meridian, drifting back to within 50 miles from where she had entered the pack. By the 3rd of May, however, fresh southeast winds began, and the ship took up a rapid and uniform drift to the northwest. Hope for release, which had been buoyant in May, was deferred until June, and when that month glided by with no signs of liberation, it passed to July and gradually faded with the brief passage of a frozen summer. The Jeannette, again uncertain in her drift, added to the general disappointment of the commander. The ring of despair and realization of failure are voiced in an entry August 12th. Observations today show a drift since the 9th of 5.5 miles to south 38 degrees east. The irony of fate. How long, O Lord, how long? On September 1st, the Jeannette, for the first time since her imprisonment, stood on an even keel. But 4 days later, 1 year from the time she flung her fortunes to the enemy, she was again held fast in its frozen grip. During the month, she was put in winter quarters for the 2nd time. The approach of the long night with its added anxieties brought little change to the members of the expedition. The question of fuel was the most serious problem, and the amount used was figured to the most economical basis. Weary days dragged along without novelty or change. So far as I know, writes DeLong in January 1881, never has an Arctic expedition been so unprofitable as this. People beset in the pack before have always drifted somewhere to some land, but we are drifting about like modern Flying Dutchmen, never getting anywhere, but always restless and on the move. Coals are burning up, food being consumed, the pumps are still going, and 33 people are wearing out their hearts and souls like men doomed to imprisonment for life. If this next summer comes and goes like the last without any result, what reasonable mind can be patient in contemplation of the future? 4 long, weary months were to elapse before a relief came to break the monotonous situation. On May 16, 1881, the Jeannette stood in latitude 76 degrees 43 minutes 20 seconds north, longitude 161 degrees 53 minutes 45 seconds east. Land was sighted to the westward, which proved to be an island, later named Jeannette Island, the first that had greeted the weary eyes of officers and men since March 24, 1880, when the ship had been in sight of Wrangel Land. On May 24th, a second island was seen. On the 31st, Melville, Dunbar, Nindemann, and 3 others started with a dog sledge and provisions for an investigation of the newly discovered island. The party landed on June 3rd, hoisted the American flag, and formally took possession of the land in the name of the United States and giving it the name of Henrietta Island. They built a cairn and deposited a record. The journey had been fraught with great danger and hardship. The ice between the ship and the island had been something frightful, writes DeLong. After digging, ferrying, and its attendant loading and unloading, arm-breaking hauls and panic-stricken dogs made their journey a terribly severe one. Near the island, the ice was all alive, and Melville left his boat and supplies, and, carrying only a day's provisions and his instruments, at the risk of his life, went through the terrible mass, actually dragging the dogs, which from fear refused to follow their human leaders. If this persistence in landing upon this island, in spite of the superhuman difficulties he encountered, is not reckoned a brave and meritorious action, it will not be from any failure on my part to make it known. The approach of spring had revealed to Dr. Ambler a pale and stricken crew. Danenhauer had long been a sufferer. Lieutenant Chip was ill. Mr. Collins was recuperating slowly from a severe illness. Alexei, the Alaskan, was suffering from ulcers, and others of the crew showed incipient signs of scurvy. On the 12th of June, 1881, while in 77 degrees 15 minutes north latitude and 155 degrees east longitude, the Jeannette experienced a final pressure from the ice, from which she sank within a few hours. As soon as it was realized that her fate was sealed, orders were issued that all provisions, boats, etc., should be transported to a safe distance upon the ice. This was done without confusion or excitement. When the order was given to abandon the ship, writes one of the officers, her hold was full of water, and as she was keeling 23 degrees to starboard at the time, the watch was on the lower side of the spar deck. The men encamped upon the ice, and by 4 o'clock on the morning of the 13th, amid the rattling and banging of her timbers and ironwork, the ship righted and stood almost upright. The floes that had come in and crushed her slowly backed off, and she sank with slightly accelerated velocity. The yardarms were stripped and broken upward parallel to the masts, and so, like a great gaunt skeleton clapping its hands above its head, she plunged out of sight. Those of us who saw her go down, adds Chief Engineer Melville, did so with mingled feelings of sadness and relief. We were now utterly isolated, beyond any rational hope of aid, with our proper means of escape, to which so many pleasant associations attached, destroyed before our eyes, and hence it was no wonder we felt lonely, and in a sense that few can appreciate. But we were satisfied, since we knew full well that the ship's usefulness had long ago passed away, and we could now start at once, the sooner the better, on our long march to the south. The following week was spent in preparations for the retreat. The route was laid due south, it being the intention of Captain DeLong to make for the Lena River after a brief stop at the New Siberian island. The day's march was accomplished under the most trying circumstances. The lateness of the season and the ruggedness of the ice necessitating road-making, bridging, and rafting, or dragging the loads through slush and water that lay knee-deep in the path. The footgear of the men became practically useless as a result of constant wettings. and every device was resorted to keep the bare feet from contact with the ice. A large number, writes Melville, marched with their toes protruding through their moccasins, some with the uppers full of holes, out of which the water and slush spurted at every step. Yet no one murmured so long as his feet were clear of ice, and I have here to say that no ship's company ever endured such severe toil with so little complaint. Another crew, perhaps, may be found to do as well, but better never. 9 loaded sledges and 5 boats carrying 60 days' provisions had to be hauled across the moving floes in the course of the day. The road had to be traveled no less than 13 times, 7 times with loads, and 6 times empty-handed, thus walking 26 miles in making an advance of 2. The sick, with the hospital stores and tents, were under the care of Dr. Ambler. Thus the march over the frozen ocean was continued for several weeks, when, to the consternation and dismay of Captain DeLong, he found upon taking observations that by the northerly drift of the pack they were losing ground daily, and had drifted some 24 miles to the northwest. This disheartening intelligence was kept from the men, with the exception of Melville and Dr. Ambler. Changing their course to south-southwest, the party continued their slow and wearisome progress until the 11th or 12th of July, when the mountainous peaks of an island gladdened the eyes of the shipwrecked crew. Inspired to renewed effort, the men pushed on, finally landed, and Captain DeLong took possession in the name of God and the United States, naming this new territory Bennett Island. 9 days were spent on this island, during which the boats were repaired. A cairn was built and a record left. The final departure from Bennett Island took place August 6th. In the meantime, the brief summer had gone. Already young ice was forming, and the streams and rivulets that had gladdened the men's eyes upon their arrival had disappeared as the cold grasp of winter prepared to hold them fast. It had been decided by Captain DeLong to divide the party into 3 sections, and to proceed by boats. To this end, Lieutenant Chip was assigned to the second cutter in command of 9 men, Chief Engineer Melville to the whaleboat in command of 9 men, DeLong reserving the command of the first cutter and 12 men. Instructions to Chip and Melville directed that they should keep close to the captain's boat, but if through accident they should become separated, to make their way south to the coast of Siberia and follow it to the Lena River, then ascend the Lena to a Russian settlement. For the next 18 days, the retreat was made by working through leads, hauling the boats out and making portages across floe pieces that barred their progress, and occasionally as much as 10 miles was made a day to the southwest. Vexatious delays were caused by the fast approaching winter, and upon reaching Thaddeusky, one of the new Siberian islands, the pinch of diminishing rations began sorely to be felt. Game which had been occasionally secured during the early part of the retreat had been scarce of late, and the outlook began to take on the gray aspect of a desperate future. From now on, the retreat was one long, desperate struggle against famine and gales and piercing cold. Describing the experiences of September 7th, Melville writes, "Standing to the southward, we shortly came up with a large floe alive with small running hummocks and stream ice. It was blowing stiffly, the sea was lumpy, and our boats careering at a lively rate, pumping and bailing to keep afloat. We suddenly came unawares upon the weather side of a great floe piece, over which the sea was breaking so terribly that for us to come in contact with it meant certain destruction. It was floating from 4 to 6 feet above water, its sides either perpendicular or undershot by the action of the waves, which dashed madly over it, the surf flying in the air to a height of 20 feet. And where the sea had honeycombed it and eaten holes upward through its thickness, 1,000 water spouts cast forth spray like a school of whales. Round about, down sail, and away we pulled for our lives, the Long being 50 or 100 yards in advance of me, and so much nearer danger, hailed me to take him in tow, which I did, and together we barely managed to hold our precarious position. The second cutter was away behind again, but upon coming up seized the whaleboat's painter, and so we struggled in line and at last succeeded in clearing the weather edge of the floe. It was a long pull and a hard pull. The sea roared and thundered against the cold, bleak mass of ice, flying away from it like snowflakes, and freezing as it flew. The sailors, blinded by the wind and spray, pulled manfully at the oars, their bare hands frozen and bleeding, and the boats tossed capriciously about with the wild waves and the unequal strain of the tow line. Drenched to the skin by the cruel icy seas which poured in and nigh filled the boats, the overtaxed men, as they faced the dreadful death-dealing sea and murderous ice edge, found new life and strength and performed wonders. Our boats were well bunched together, and although it was now pitch dark, we could yet for a while discern each other looming up out of the black water like specters, and plunging over the crests of the waves. Presently the second cutter faded away, but as mine was the fastest boat of the three, I experienced no difficulty in following the Long. Indeed, in my anxiety to obey the order, keep within hail, I at times barely escaped running the first cutter down. Toward midnight, continues Melville, we approached the weather edge of the pack, the roar of the surf reaching our ears long before we could see the ice. I involuntarily hauled the whaleboat closer on the wind, and by so doing lost sight of the first cutter. But the terrible noise and confusion of the sea warned me beyond doubt of the death that lay under our lee. Presently out of the darkness there appeared the horrid white wall of ice and foam. Not a second too soon. Ready about and out with the 2 lee oars if she misses stays. This, of course, from the heavy sea she did, and quick as thought my orders were obeyed. As we turned slowly round, a wave swept across our starboard quarter, filling the boats to the seats. Ye gods, what a cold bath! And now we were in the midst of small streaming ice, broken and triturated into posh by the sea and grinding floes. and this was hurled back upon us by the reflex water and eddying current in the rear of the pack, which was rapidly moving before the wind. With bailers, buckets, and pumps doing their utmost, the 2 lee oars brought us around in good time, and we filed away on the other tack, the waves still leaping playfully in as though to keep us busy and spice our misery with the zest of danger. When day broke, neither of our companion boats was in sight. The wind had moderated greatly, and we were now in quiet water among the loose pack, perhaps the most miserable-looking collection of mortals that ever crowded shivering together in a heap. We looked, indeed, so utterly forlorn and wretched that just to revive and thaw, as it were, my drowned and frozen wits, I burst forth into frenzied song. Of a truth, as we sat shaking there, our situation was nigh desperate. We were down to an allowance of a pint of water to each man per day, now that De Long was separated from us. But upon the suggestion of someone in the boat, I set up the fire-pot and made hot tea. We were thus breakfasting when the first cutter hove in view. I at once joined company, and shortly after, the second cutter made her appearance, and we were again together. The sea soon calmed. Les Miserables thawed out. The morning became as pleasant as the memorable May mornings at home, and we again were bright and alive with hope. The following day, September 12th, after a night's encampment upon a floe, the party landed in Semenovsky, and the hunters had the good fortune to secure a deer, which provided them for the first time in many months a full and delicious meal. Cape Barkin, the point of destination, was found to be only 90 miles distant, and after a day's rest and depositing a record at Semenovsky Island, the party embarked once more, full of hope and courage that Cape Barkin might be reached after one more night at sea. The 3 boats sped forward to the southwest in a rising sea. The gale increased, and the heavy seas grew hourly more formidable and threatening. De Long and Chip were experiencing great difficulty in the management of their overloaded boats. Melville, in his endeavor to obey the order to keep within hail, was all but swamped by the fury of the waves as they broke over the whaleboat. In an endeavor to answer signals from De Long, Melville shouted down the wind that he must run or swamp. De Long waved back, motioning him onward. Melville hoisted sail, shook out one reef, and the whaleboat shot forward like an arrow. De Long then signaled Chip. For an instant the second cutter was seen in the dim twilight to rise on the crest of a wave, then sink out of sight. Once more she appeared. A tremendous sea broke over her. A man was seen striving to free the sail. She sank again from view, and though seas rose and fell, one after another, the second cutter, with all on board, was never seen again. The whaleboat plunged on at a spanking rate and was soon out of sight of De Long. The question now was whether she would outlive the gale, and to ensure greater safety, Melville ordered a drag anchor to be made of tent poles, weighted with such available material as came to hand. What a night, lying anchored at the mercy of the gale, bailing out with pumps, buckets and pans the heavy seas as they broke over the boat. Hungry and thirsty men, soaked to the skin with repeated ice-cold baths, half frozen from exposure to the icy blasts. A little whiskey was all they had during that fearful night, and in the morning 1/4 of a pound of pemmican served as breakfast to the wretched crew. The gale still raged about them with unabated fury, but by afternoon it had abated sufficiently for them to get under way, and the morning of the 14th found them sailing through young ice and in shoal waters, which they avoided by steering to the eastward all day. Short rations of 1/4 of a pound of pemmican 3 times a day, without water, was all they had, and another miserable night settled upon the toilers as they bailed the water-logged whaleboat, the water turning to slush the minute it was in the boat. The men were now undergoing severe sufferings from thirst. The following day they were fortunate in reaching one mouth of the Lena River, and proceeding up this stream, they disembarked for the first time after 5 days of misery. Taking shelter in a deserted hut lately vacated by natives, they thawed their aching bodies around a cheering campfire, brewed a pot of tea, and ate a stew made of a few birds shot at Semenovsky Island. But their swollen limbs, blistered and cracked hands gave them excruciating pain, and another sleepless night added to their misery. 2 more toilsome days were spent pulling up the river and encamping at night under a cold and cheerless sky. On the 19th of September, 1881, Melville's party had the good fortune to fall in with natives who treated the forlorn men with great kindness and generosity, and on the 26th of September they reached the Russian village of Gemovialak, where they subsisted until they were able to communicate with the commandant at Belun. Upon the separation of the boats already described, the Long experienced the same threatened destruction of the first cutter that had caused Melville so much anxiety in the whaleboat. After 3 miserable days and nights of exposure to the merciless seas, he decided to make a landing by wading ashore September 17th at a point 73 degrees 25 minutes north latitude, 26 degrees 30 minutes east longitude. Owing to the shallow water, it was found necessary to abandon the boat, and the wretched, enfeebled party, destitute save for 4 days' scant provisions, began their fatal march on the inhospitable tundra of northern Siberia in search of a settlement 95 miles distant. The Long's record of this weary tramp is one long agony of a slowly perishing party. Everything was abandoned that was not absolutely necessary, but in spite of lightened loads, the half-frozen men limped and hobbled slowly along, falling in their tracks, the weaker assisted by the stronger. But even then the ground covered was inconsiderable, so that on September 21st, upon reaching some deserted huts, the Long records, "According to my accounts, we are now 37 miles away from the next station, and 87 from a probable settlement. We have 2 days' rations after tomorrow morning's breakfast, and we have 3 lame men who cannot make more than 5 or 6 miles a day. Of course, I cannot leave them, and they certainly cannot keep up the pace necessary to take." The hunters were fortunate in securing occasional deer, but the unfortunate condition of Ericsson, whose frozen feet necessitated the amputation of his toes, retarded their progress, and October came in cold and blustery to find the miserable party still far away from human aid. For 9 days more they struggled along the barren shores of the Lena. Game failed, and their food was exhausted. Ericsson died and was buried in the river. Nindemann and Noros started on a forced march for assistance from the nearest settlement at Kumarksurka. They carried their blankets, 1 rifle, 40 rounds of ammunition, and 2 ounces of alcohol, but no food. On October 10th, DeLong makes the following entry. 120th day. Last half-ounce alcohol at 5:30. At 6:30, send Alexei off to look for ptarmigan. Eat deerskin scraps. Yesterday morning ate my deerskin foot nips. Light south-southeast airs. Not very cold. Underway at 8. In Crossing Creek, 3 of us got wet. Built fire and dried out. Ahead again until 11. Used up. Built fire. Made a drink out of the tea leaves from alcohol bottle. On again at noon. Fresh south-southwest wind, drifting snow. Very hard going. Lee begging to be left. Some little beach and then long stretches of high bank. Ptarmigan tracks plentiful. Following Nindemann's tracks, at 3 halted, used up, crawled into a hole in the bank, collected wood, and built fire. Alexei away in quest of game. Nothing for supper except a spoonful of glycerin. All hands weak and feeble, but cheerful. God help us. 3 days later there is an entry. We are in the hands of God, and unless he intervenes, we are lost. On October 16th, the faithful hunter Alexei broke down, and the next day he died. On the 21st, Kak was found dead between the captain and Dr. Ambler, and about noon Lee died. And on October 22nd, DeLong writes, 132nd day. Too weak to carry the bodies of Lee and Kak out on the ice. The Dr. Collins and I carried them around the corner out of sight. Then my eye closed up. On Monday, October 24th, there is the simple entry, 134th day, a hard night. And 3 days later, Iverson broken down, and the next day, Iverson died during early morning. On October 29th, 139th day, Dressler died during night. On October 30th, Sunday, the last record of the brave DeLong was written. 140th day, Boyd and Gertz died during night. Mr. Collins dying. The forced march of Nindemann and Noros is one of the most remarkable tests of human suffering and endurance in the annals of Arctic history. It is a record of traveling across the wilderness without food except as they brought down an occasional ptarmigan and lemming, sighting with the eyes of starving men a herd of deer which fled before they could approach sufficiently near to fire at them, struggling through wretched days to crawl into a snow hole at night, where they lay the night through wet to the waist, alternately sleeping for 5-minute intervals, one man rousing the other that he might knock his feet together to keep them from freezing, and taking up the march upon the strength of an infusion of Arctic willow tea and boot sole. Crossing a couple of streams, they sought shelter from a raging gale in a wretched hut where a refuse pile of deer bones were burned and eaten. Near another hut was found a little rotten fish. This, eked out with strips cut from sealskin clothing, was all that stayed the pangs of hunger as they marched on. The 16th of October found their strength fast waning. Noros was complaining of illness and spitting blood. 2 days later, they reached a place set down on later maps as Bulkur. It consisted of 3 deserted huts. Nearby was a half kayak with something in it. Noros tasted it. It was blue-molded and tasteless to them, but it was fish, and they took it with them to the other huts. They found nothing more, and after gathering some driftwood, they made a fire and tried to find some food in the moldy fish. On Friday, October 21st, they were too weak to push on, but spent the day in careful husbanding of their resources. Measuring their fish, they found that by taking each 2 tin cupfuls a day, they had enough for 10 days. Sewing up the fish in their foot nips and skull caps, they arranged straps to these bundles for carrying. The next day, while still too weak to proceed, they heard a noise outside the hut, like a flock of geese sweeping by, and Nindemann, seizing his gun, looked through the crack of the door. Seeing something moving, which he thought were reindeer, Nindemann advanced, when the door suddenly opened and a man stood on the threshold. Seeing the rifle, the man fell upon his knees, but when Nindemann reassured him by throwing the weapon to one side, friendly communication was established between the stranger and the forlorn men. Sympathizing with their desperate plight, he let them know by signs that he would return in 3 or 4 hours, or days. They could not tell which. About 6 o'clock the same evening, the stranger, accompanied by 2 other natives, returned, bringing with them a frozen fish, which they skinned and sliced. And while Nindemann and Noros were devouring the first real food that they had had for many a day, the men brought in deerskin coats and boots for them. Assisting them into the sleighs, they drove off with them along the river to the westward for a distance of about 15 miles to where some other natives were located in 2 tents. These treated the sailors with great kindness. By signs and pantomime, Noros and Nindemann tried in every possible way to explain to these natives about De Long and the remainder of the first cutter's party, but they failed to understand, and 2 days later, after reaching Kumark Circa, the same efforts were renewed without success. In despair of securing assistance, the men implored to be taken to Balen, which they reached October 26th. An interview with the commandant at Balen left the men still uncertain if they were understood or the plight of De Long's forlorn party made clear to the official, who, however, repeated that he would take a paper to the captain, who Nindemann supposed to be his superior officer. Sick and weak from dysentery, scantily clothed, and insufficiently fed, the men were located in a miserable hut which had been assigned to them when on the evening of November 2nd, 1881, The door opened, and a man dressed in fur entered. As he came forward, Noros exclaimed, "My God, Mr. Melville, are you alive? We thought that the whale boats were all dead." The official, having already knowledge of the safety of the whaleboat's party, had immediately communicated with Melville, who in all haste came to Balin. The whaleboat party were now on their road from Gamovialach to Balin. The intrepid Melville was now determined upon an immediate search for De Long's party, and to this end hastened back, meeting Danenhauer at Burlach, where he gave him instructions to proceed with the entire party to Yakutsk, a distance of 1,200 miles, and to communicate with the Russian government and the United States minister. Melville was by no means recovered from his long exposure, and his frozen limbs caused him great suffering. But nevertheless he went back over the track of Ninnemann and Noros step by step. On November 10th, the natives who had accompanied him announced they must return as the provisions were exhausted, but Melville commanded them to go on, declaring they would eat dog as long as the 22 lasted, and when these gave out he should eat them. Such determination won the day, and they proceeded to the settlement of North Balin. Here a native brought him one of De Long's records, left on the march. From these natives he learned in which direction the records had been found, and, pressing on in spite of his frozen feet, which were in such a condition that he could no longer wear his moccasins, he reached, November 13th, the hut where De Long's first record had been left, a distance from North Balin of 33 miles. Could De Long's chart but have shown the native settlement of North Balin, the whole party would doubtless have been saved. On November 14th, following the northeast bank of the river, he came to the shores of the Arctic Ocean and found the flagstaff where articles from the first cutter had been cached. Loading his sled with all the articles found there, including logbook, chronometer, and navigation box, he returned to North Balin. With fresh dog teams, he set out again November 17th in an endeavor to find the hut where Ericsson died. Fierce storms and lack of food forced Melville to take refuge in a snow hole dug about 6 feet square and 3 or 4 feet deep. The storm continued to blow, writes Melville, the whole of that night, the next day, and the next night. It was impossible to move until the next day morning, when it cleared up a little. But in the meantime, we had nothing to eat. It was too stormy to make a fire to make tea, and the venison bones which the natives had dug out were full of maggots. We chopped this up in little cubes and swallowed it whole, which made me so sick after it warmed up in my stomach that I vomited it all out again. Melville reached Kumark Circa November 24th, and at Balin 3 days later, after an absence of 23 days, in which he traveled no less than 663 miles over the tundra of northern Siberia in the face of an Arctic winter. Upon reaching Yakutsk, December 30th, 1881, where Danenhauer and his party had preceded him, Melville retained Nindemann and Bartlett to assist him in the spring search, and instructed Danenhauer to proceed with the other 9 men to Irkutsk, distant over 1,900 miles, from thence to America. The spring search was made under the following instructions from the Navy Department at Washington. Omit no effort, spare no expense in securing safety of men in second cutter. Let the sick and the frozen of those already rescued have every attention, and as soon as practicable have them transferred to a milder climate. Department will supply necessary funds. In the meantime, L.P. Jackson, special correspondent of the New York Herald, had arrived in Irkutsk on his way to the Lena Delta. The Navy Department detailed L.P. Noros to accompany him. Lieutenant Giles B. Harbor, U.S. Navy, accompanied by Master W.H. Schutze, had been sent to search for Lieutenant Chip and his party. Melville, with Nindemann and Bartlett as assistants, engaged 3 interpreters and reached Balen the second week in February. A month was spent in collecting dogs and provisions and establishing depots of supplies at Matvei and Kaskarta. On March 16, 1882, accompanied by Nindemann, Melville proceeded to a place called Usterda, where Captain DeLong had crossed the river to the westward. A search was now made for the hut where Ericsson had died. Snow covered the country and effectively obliterated all traces of previous travelers. Storms forced their return to Kaskarta, and a fresh start was made. The party divided to ensure a more thorough search. "We followed the bay," says Mr. Melville in his narrative, "until late in the evening, having visited all the headlands. Finally, we came up to the large river with the broken ice. I jumped upon the headland or point of land making down in the bay and found where an immense fire had been made. The fire bed was probably 6 feet in diameter. Large drift logs hove into it, and a large fire made, such as a signal fire. I then hailed Nindemann and the natives, saying, 'Here they are.' They thought that I had found the place where the DeLong party had been. Nindemann came upon the point of land and said that neither he nor Noros had made a fire of that kind, only a small fire in the cleft of a bank. But he was sure that this was the point of land they had turned going to the westward, and that this was the river along which he and Noros had come. It is the custom of people here, continues Melville, in making a search to go facing the river, and when they see anything to attract them, drop off the sled and examine it, or pick it up and go on. In this manner, about 500 yards from the point where the fire had been, I saw the points of 4 sticks standing up out of the snow about 18 inches and lashed together with a piece of rope. Seeing this, I dropped off the sled, and going up to the place on the snowbank, I found a Remington rifle slung across the points of the sticks, and the muzzle about 8 inches out of the snow. The dog driver, seeing I had found something, came back with the sled, and I sent him to Nindemann to tell him to come back, he having gone as far up the river as the flatboat. When they returned, I started the natives to digging out the snowbank underneath the tent poles. I supposed that the party had got tired of carrying their books and papers, and had made a deposit of them at this place, and erected these poles over the papers and books as a landmark, that they might return and secure them in case they arrived at a place of safety. Nindemann and I stood a little while, got up on the bank, and took a look at the river. Nindemann said he would go to the northward and see if he could discover anything of the track and find the way to Ericsson's hut. I took the compass and proceeded to the southward to get the bearings of Stilbovoy and Matvei, so I might return that night in case it came on to blow. In proceeding to a point to set up the compass, I saw a tea kettle partially buried in the snow. One of the natives had followed me, and I pointed out to him the kettle, and advancing to pick it up, I came upon the bodies of 3 men, partially buried in the snow, one hand reaching out with the left arm of the man raised way above the surface of the snow, his whole left arm. I immediately recognized them as Captain DeLong, Dr. Ambler, and Sam, the cook. The captain and the doctor were lying with their heads to the northward, face to the west, and Sam was lying at right angles to the other 2, with his head about the doctor's middle and feet in the fire, or where the fire had been. This fireplace was surrounded by driftwood, immense trunks of trees, and they had their fire in the crotch of a large tree. They had carried the tea kettle up there and got a lot of Arctic willow which they used for tea, and some ice to make water for their tea, and had a fire. They apparently had attempted to carry their books and papers up there on this high point, because they carried the chart case up there, and I suppose the fatigue of going up on the high land prevented their returning to get the rest of their books and papers. No doubt they saw that if they died on the river bed, where the water runs, the spring freshets would carry them off to sea. I gathered up all the small articles lying around in the vicinity of the dead. I found the ice journal about 3 or 4 feet in the rear of DeLong. That is, it looked as though he had been lying down, and with his left hand tossed the book over the shoulder to the rear or to the eastward of him. Referring to the journal, continues Melville, I found that the whole of the people were now in the lee of the bank, in a distance of about 500 yards. In the meantime, the native that had gone for Nindemann had brought him back. The 3 bodies were all frozen fast to the snow, so fast that it was necessary to pry them loose with a stick of timber. In turning over Dr. Ambler, I was surprised to find DeLong's pistol in his right hand, and then, observing the blood-stained mouth and beard in snow, I at first thought that he had put a violent end to his misery. A careful examination, however, of the mouth and head revealed no wound, and releasing the pistol from its tenacious death grasp, I saw that only 3 of its chambers contained cartridges, which were all loaded, and then knew, of course, that he could not have harmed himself, else 1 or more of the capsules would be empty. I believe him to have been the last of the unfortunate party to perish. When Sam had been stretched out and his hands crossed upon his breast, DeLong apparently crawled away and died. Then, solitary and famishing in that desolate scene of death, Dr. Ambler seems to have taken the pistol from the corpse of DeLong, doubtless in the hope that some bird or beast might come to prey upon the bodies and afford him food, perhaps alone to protect his dead comrades from molestation. In either case, or both, there he kept his lone watch to the last, on duty on guard under arms. It now remained but to find the other bodies and bury the dead. In due time this was accomplished. Melville writes of the spot chosen as follows. The burial ground is on a bold promontory with a perpendicular face overlooking the frozen polar sea. The rocky head of the mountain, cold, austere as the Sphinx, frowns upon the spot where the party perished. And considering its weather-beaten and time-worn aspect, it is altogether fitting that here they should rest. I attained the crest of the promontory by making a detour of several miles to the southward of its majestic front, and then toiling slowly to the top. Here I laid out by compass a due north and south line, and one due east and west, and where they intersected, I planted the cross which marks the tomb of my comrades. There, in sight of the spot where they fell, the scene of their suffering and heroic endeavor, where the everlasting snows would be their winding sheet, and the fierce polar blasts which pierced their poor unclad bodies in life would wail their wild dirge through all time. There we buried them, and surely heroes never found a fitter resting place. Lieutenant Harbour was also in the field, as was Mr. Jackson, correspondent of the New York Herald. A thorough search was made of the Delta for Chip's party without avail. Congress having appropriated $25,000 for the expense of bringing home to America the bodies of DeLong and his unfortunate party, Lieutenant Harbour and Master Schutze of the relief ship Rogers, which had been burned off the coast of Siberia in December 1881, left the Lena in 1883 after a year's search, bringing with them the remains. End of chapter 18.